Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the lure. PH, give a salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day to you. Zorro, what you mean we are against? What exactly do you mean against? What up, Kills? Good day to you. What do you mean against? What makes you think we against him personally? What we are against is his words. If his words are foul, we are against those things. And so he has a string of words that we've been against for a very long time. So yes, and technically, I guess you can say we are against him. I guess so. What's up, Corinne Mackey? Good day to you. How you feeling, beautiful? Always good to see you. Always good to see you. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the way it is. I don't know why people act like they don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why we try to act like we don't know. I think things is heating up. You know what I'm saying? Like, things is getting wild. We got people coming out the woodworks talking about it. Like DL Hughley and Officer Tatum, that's must-see TV, goddammit. Shit. You know what I'm saying? It got the whole thing with, we got the whole situation also with Officer Tatum and Candace Owens. We got their whole situation. They wilding out on each other. So, you know, I don't know what to think. No doubt, Kills. Is Officer Tatum vindicated with this new situation over the Charlie Kirk situation? What's the guy named that assassinated or is accused of assassinating or is on trial for Charlie Kirk's assassination? What is this man's name? Zorro. We might not know. I'm assuming you are communicating about Tyler Robinson. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Tyler Robinson. I'm assuming you are talking about Nolan Wells' situation. We do not know what happened out there, and neither do Officer Tatum. That's the issue that we have. He acted as if he got the problem that we have it. The problem that we have in Zorro is that it seems as Officer Tatum did better police work than the police in Mississippi. That's the issue that we have it because he got names of drug dealers. He got names of other people that these officers may or may not have. That's the issue that we are having because the whole reason why we are back and we are invested in this case is because how Mississippi handled things when it comes to people of color. And Officer Tatum act as if this is not something that we should be concerned about. If it's suspicious, it's suspicious. He jumped out the window and act as if nothing was suspicious. We don't know if those particular boys did it, but we know something suspicious absolutely happened. What you mean I am? I am what? Baby girl, can you give me a couple of bottles of water, please? Okay. What do you mean by that? You are what? I am. What does that mean? What you mean you are? Hmm? Thank you, baby. And also the cocoa butter. Thank you. And then also we got the Tyler Robinson situation as well with it seems as if he's beefing with goddamn Candace Owens because you know what Candace Owens, she believe in the conspiracy, goddamn it. Do you believe in the conspiracy? Which one do y'all believe in? Thank you. Do y'all believe in the conspiracy? You think Tyler Robinson didn't do it? You think it was somebody up closer? His microphone exploded? Mel said it's his position. He ain't no police officer anymore. So we're not going to act like he's a position of power or a position of an officer. Or is it because he has a position that is leaning more towards their side in the first place? So most people on the opposite side believe those folks were willing to communicate with Officer Tane because they know he was going to be he wasn't going to be so aggressive. He was leaning a little bit more towards their side. That's what people are saying. And now we're not going to act like that's not a strong possibility. We see, we hear, he communicated for a very long time what side he choosing. So that's his position, you mean. Now, hopefully you're not talking about him being a cop. Because him being an officer doesn't have anything to do with why those people spoke to him. It got everything to do with that they know that he was going to be a soft interview. And that whatever they said, he wasn't going to necessarily question it hard and catch them in contradictions. He wasn't looking for contradictions in a statement. He wasn't looking for contradictions in a position. And that's the real issue that we have. But we're going to talk about it. Why? I don't know why they left him. I would love if that answered. I would love if that could be answered. Because that's what every parent would like to understand. Why did they leave him? There are just insane speculations who spread lies and rumors. Do you think Officer Tatum suggesting that Nolan Wells is on drugs, is that spreading lies and rumors? I'm on the side of the truth, Bubba. I want some understanding of what possibly could be the truth. That's what we want to have a conversation about. We want to discuss some real evidence. Here's the thing that people keep on like just looking over. Okay, at least Bubba is fair with that. At least Bubba is being fair with that. When Officer Tatum said that, that was crossing the line. Him saying that the people parents is just grifting and saying that they just trying to get whatever dollar they can out of the situation. What is your thoughts on that, Bubba? Officer Tatum, even though he haven't been an officer for a very long time, that's why people think that he has some kind of authority. You think that was okay for him to do as well, saying that he knows these people attention and they are trying to get money out of this situation? That's crazy. That's wild. So you think Nancy Grace is lying too? Isn't she isn't she somebody that is like somewhat of a, she used to be a prosecutor and a detective and those type of things? You think that she just race bait into? Or that's somebody that just looking into true crime? Everything cannot be race baiting. If Al Sharpton and Ben Crump is race baiters, then that means he's a race baiter as well. Nancy Grace is a moron and she's a race baiter as well. So okay, fine. Nancy Grace is a race baiter. Is Mr. Tatum a race baiter? Is what I want to know. Is Mr. Tatum a race baiter? Because that was crazy to me that you said that. We're gonna go over the footage though. That's crazy. Mm. Damn, my babies are loud. Maybe just running around crazy. They try to fight so hard to go to sleep. God damn. They be fighting it. They do not want to go to sleep. It's time, kids. Yes, sir, Mark. Good day to you, Wanda. Tatum is Uncle Ruckus. Matter of fact, he is Samuel Jackson in the movie Django. Steven! That is a strong possibility. And that's the issue a lot of black folks have with somebody like Officer Tatum. This is where the saying goes out, we freed a million black slaves. We could have freed a million more if they only knew they were slaves. And he's saying, Along Terrible says, Tatum is just smart. I wonder what litmus test are you saying that under? Why is he smart? Because he knows what side to choose. He knew what side that was going to make him the most money. What do you mean that he is smart? Oh, so now you want to take credit for that as well. He's saying you didn't free any slaves, we did. What does that mean? What you mean we? We as the what? Do you mean we as white people? Or you mean we as a collective of Americans fighting the war? Harriet Tubman would absolutely had no choice but either to leave somebody like Tatum behind or shoot his ass. And this is when we get like, I don't know, I guess this is just like a joke to you maybe. So maybe that's why he's saying white folks freed black folks. That's crazy to me. I guess technically you want to say they're the ones who wrote down the bills or whatever. I mean, hey, that's what you're proud of. That's what you're proud of. You also the ones that enslaved us. So if you want to be proud that you freed us, then be proud that you enslaved us too. And that's the shit that we talking about in Mississippi. Mississippi still holds on to that old ideology that you're talking about with that sentiment that you have right now. That's the problem that we have with Mississippi. Mississippi still moves that way. They still act as if they got that position of power, that we all are not Americans somehow. Ray Shamrock said, your people enslaved and sold your ancestors, and so did yours. And so did yours. Matter of fact, your people do your own people horribly. Your people do your own people horribly. Insane. This idea that y'all fought to free the slaves was just insane. We all know the history. That's not what it was at all. The whole Civil War was not about freeing slaves. We all know that. We all got history books. So don't claim that y'all did the Civil War to free slaves. Stop. It's not what the Civil War was about. And Shamrock, for some reason, y'all believe that we are whining about it. Ain't nobody over here whining about it. Nobody's over here whining about what y'all. We just talking about the things that y'all do. So we just calling a spade a spade. It is what it is. For some reason, when a person brings up an atrocity that's happening on a whole group, that is called complaining. But yet, y'all will complain every day. No, they did not, Bubba. That is a lie. What proof do you have of that? The Civil War was not ever about slaves. What up, Jay Villa? Why would you lie like that? That's crazy. That is insane. We all know the Civil War is about money. I don't know why you're trying to act like it was about slaves. About freeing slaves, I should say. Because it was, hey, I don't know. Maybe we all got different books that we read. I don't know. That shit crazy. Man. And for some reason, y'all just don't like the fact that, hey, we just speaking the truth about what is happening. Insane to me. Why y'all so focused on being liars? It's like it's no need to lie. It's just what it is. We could just deal with whatever the truth is, and we could just deal with it and we can move on. This is the real problem that we have in America, is that we are not just dealing with what's in front of us. We want to keep pointing fingers and try to go to the next problem, and we keep kicking the can down the road and act like we don't understand what the situation is. So we talk about, hey, this looks suspicious. Well, what about black on black crime? What? We're talking about this situation right here. Well, what about when something happens in Chicago? This case has nothing to do with Chicago. Has nothing to do with Chicago. This is Mississippi, and Mississippi dropping the ball. And if it wasn't for all this media coverage on this young man that they thought was insignificant, and that's why they was trying to close the case real quick, fast, in a hurry. They wasn't going to do no autopsies or nothing. And it's like, yep, he drowned, finished, done. Oh, the kids wasn't there. Nobody see nothing. Case closed. That's what they was thinking. You might feel a certain way because this case might resemble a Emmett Till case. Maybe you feel a certain way because they killed Emmett Till for no reason, because that white lady lied. Maybe that's why you feel away. I don't know. That white lady lied, and then a whole bunch of white men that already wanted to do something to somebody in the first place. They didn't care who it was or whatever the reason was. They don't care. They needed anything to justify doing that to a person, because those are some evil ass men. And so the reason why people are bringing up something like Emmett Till, because what state did Emmett Till happen in? Can somebody please correct me about where did that situation happen at? Maybe that's why those two cases mean something. The lady did recant her story. I don't know what you've seen, but she absolutely recanted her story. 100% she recanted her story. Oh, Mississippi. Dirty Mississippi. So you think Emmett Till was, so you think, I don't understand why you even bring that up. So you think that lady, you think Emmett Till, I don't understand what's your argument here. The lady said Emmett Till whistled at her and looked at her, correct? So somehow in Mississippi, a black man by himself with a white woman ends up deceased by the hands of Caucasian men. And this situation, he was at a place in Mississippi. He supposedly stayed back to hang out with a white girl, and somehow he ended up deceased. I don't understand why you don't understand. Same state, same so-called circumstances. Seem like it's the same outcome so far. That's why people bringing up something like Emmett Till. Not that the thing is a exact, but however, it makes you think. It's weird. I don't know. So you want me to do the research for you, but I understand you want me to do the research because you just don't want to admit it. Mm. So I guess you agree that Emmett Till grabbed her. So you agree with whatever that lady say. Right. So I don't know. Like so, just like Bubba homeschooled, you bringing up the two black men as possibly that was there, part of the group of men. One of those men that was there, those black men, was an Officer Tatum. So it is no secret at all that is black men as willing to do the work of yeah. Hey. We know. I don't know why we try to act like we don't understand that. We know that for a fact. That there's plenty of black men that's willing to go on the wrong side. It's just wow. And I don't know why you want to be misinformed about this. What up, Lee? Why do you want to be so misinformed about this situation? That's the weird part about it. You know. However, you could live in your own delusion about that. Hey. But if you could just do a little bit of research, you'll see that that lady absolutely recanted her situation. She said it herself that she lied on Emmett Till. Clearly, I need one, right? Because it seems like they just asking for a black glove Bracy to come back out. It's like they asking for the black gloves and do rag in the Nike Air Forces. God damn it! Sheesh. Mm. You know what I mean? So we understand that it was always some Tatums out there. It was always some black man that was just like Tatum that believed that fighting on the opposite side was the right side. It's just what it is, without no rhyme or reason. They just following just to follow. It's kind of crazy when you really think about it, but this is why so many black men get a bad rap of being weak because they somehow tend to not be free thinkers. And then the free thinkers that look at things for real and see what things are, those are the people that get their ass up out of here. That's what happens often. You could cut me some. Mm. Yeah, all right, hey, Bubba, whatever you need to tell, hey, it is what it is. You know, I can't help you. I can't help you with that. That's something that you're gonna have to deal with. I don't know how to deal with that, but because my thoughts is going to be clean. DL Hughley versus Officer Tatum. We also got Officer Tatum versus goddamn Candace Owens. Those are some interesting things. Versus Nancy as well, right? These are social media heavyweight championships. God damn it. Damn. Hold on, I need to do something over here first. I need to add. Crazy. Shout out to the 100 people that's here. Make sure y'all hitting that like. That's what we need. We need some more likes and we need some more shares so we can get down to the business. All right. Yes, I am going to talk. So we are talking about DL Hughley. Don't be rushing me. I like to take my time. Just relax. You know, we got you. We're gonna be here. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna cry. We're gonna scream. We're gonna get angry. We're gonna do it all. And if you want to, I will open up the panel for anybody that want to have a discussion on their side. The only thing I ask is that you come up and you substantiate your argument. Don't just come up just saying anything and anyhow. Make sure you substantiate your argument, please. Well, it's other, you know, it's so interesting that y'all always attempt, when I say a number higher than what you see, you think that for some reason you have the truth and I'm lying to you. What makes you think this is the only stream that people are watching on? If I say a number, then that's what the number is. Ain't nobody gotta lie to y'all. All you need to do is hit the like button, hit the share button so we can have a good time. Stop trying to correct everything that I say where you don't have no idea. Don't even have the slightest of a clue. Not even the slightest of a clue. And regardless what number of people here, salute to everybody that is here. We are going to enjoy it. Just make sure whatever your argument is, whether you're on the left, right, up, or down, just make sure you substantiate your argument. That's all we ask. Don't be disrespectful, and you can keep your argument. I don't give a damn about what side of the aisle you're on. That's all. Just make sure you can maintain your argument. So, right, what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen, what we are talking about is like, can we admit something, right? Social media has turned grown men into WWE wrestlers, right? Nobody disagrees anymore, right? Everybody got a goddamn entrance theme, right? Officer Tatum comes sliding into the timeline like, hey, ladies and gentlemen, weighing at 240 tweets a week. Then we got DL Hughley. He pops it like, hold on, I got time today. What's up, Natasha? Yeah, let's get this show started. I got time today. And before you know it, I'm making popcorn, not because I want anybody to lose. I just know somebody going to say something that's about to trend, right? And that's the thing about the internet. Nobody argues to change minds anymore. Nobody does that. Make sure you're hitting that like, share, subscribe. And also, please, if you have 99 cents or more, I appreciate every single person, even the people that I disagree with, like Bubba Homeschool. Thank you so much. Even though we disagree all the time, I appreciate it. As long as you substantiate your argument, we all good. I am simply copy and pasting the facts. That is not true. Copy and pasting the facts from the DOJ. Please tell your hateful, racist mods to stop blocking me when I'm backing up my claims with facts. Sure. All right, so now I guess also you believe the $5 Indian as well is an Indian. I guess that's what you believe too. The $5 Indian is a natural Indian because those got facts behind it as well. Those got documentations as well. Miss me with, bruh. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm gonna eat something. Let me eat some cucumbers while y'all hit your damn likes. That is crazy, bro. I couldn't believe that. I can see that. Mm-mm. 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 I know you didn't say that was the truth. Mm-mm. Nah. Mm-mm. No. Sometimes it is. It's not about belief, but I just want to know: do you believe? I need to answer the question. The people that are $5, they bought their Indian ship for $5. Are those people Indians? Are they Native American? Because all the documentation says that they are. That's all I want to know. They sending me hella trolls. Oh, damn. I know that's what they really believe. Just because they found their version of facts, they think that is actually a fact. That is no opposing facts to their facts. That's the craziest part about it. They make it seem as if it's only one set of facts. It should be. But with so much lying going on, we don't know which one is which. We know what we see, though. We know what we see, though. We be seeing some very strange things. You know what I mean? We be seeing some very strange things, and it's all good. Hold on, let me just fix this one part right here. And then I get back to my commentary. I drop the link for anybody that's not afraid to hit the link and substantiate their argument. I know it's a lot of people that's afraid to hit the link because I could tell by how many likes we got to how many people watching. All right, hit the like button. Don't be afraid. It is okay. We got you. As long as you substantiate your argument, you be good. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Hit that support button. This is how we get more people on whatever side of the aisle that you on. It don't matter. Let me help y'all out. Since y'all want to be stingy with the likes, let me help y'all out real quick. Let me help y'all out real quick. Stop playing. All right. So let's get back to it. Shout out to the only support I got today from Bubba Homeschool. Salute to that. Right? Everybody's arguing to make clips. The argument, right? The argument that they do not substantiate. The argument ain't over until somebody says, roll the tape. Everybody got receipts now. We living in the receipt era, right? So a thing is also, it used to be, you know, this is what Bubba's, my mama said back in 1925, you know, that don't write nothing down. Now everybody recording, everybody, right? So somebody got a screenshot from 2017. Somebody got a deleted tweet. Somebody got a podcast clips from 42 minutes and 13 seconds. Brother, the FBI ain't this organized. Sheesh. And we gonna play it though. We enjoy it. So we gonna play it together. We gonna watch it together, goddamn. And everybody online thinks they won. Everybody online thinks they won, right? You ever notice that it don't matter how bad they got cooked, everybody posts, I destroyed them. The comments got you down 40,000 votes. That's like losing by 50 in the NBA. You know. You know, like, no. Y'all got swept. The funniest part is the fan bases, like as we see today, the fans don't even let comedians be comedians anymore. If DL Hughley makes a joke, half the comments says, the other half says he's washed. Nobody just laughs anymore. Everybody's keeping, political scoreboards. Comedy done turned into the presidential debates. And that's what we're about to witness. These two men, he's not an officer. He ain't no comedian. These are just two men that got some clout that is arguing with each other. Let's roll the goddamn clip. Let's roll. You know what? We're going to roll the clip. We are going to roll the damn clip. How about that? We're going to see it for our goddamn selves.
Felony.
His wife. He posted a picture.
Damn.
Not even the top 5 in the.
He called out the man's wife.
Look at this sorry big forehead.
Okay, let's go.
Need some oil on that freaking canvas he got on top of his head. He need to take his sunglasses off, but he need to have his sunglasses on so he can look at his teleprompter so he can talk trash to me.
That's crazy. So this is why we have a problem with somebody like that we have with Officer Tatum, right? It's because first thing he want to talk about is the man's hair and how non-moisturized it is. That's crazy to me. Oh, shit. Here we go. How much to block racist Bubba for the day? I'm just saying, asking for a friend. Normally we have it. You could block somebody for the day if they was on the panel for 75 for the day, and it was 150 for the week. So I don't know. I guess $50 for the day sounds about correct. It's just in case your friend want to oblige. It is summertime. Block party. But why he gotta talk Tatum? I don't. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Natasha. Thank you. Thank you so much, Natasha. That's why I need you, Natasha. You be leaving me. I don't be knowing, man. Like, damn. Thank you so much. Oh. It's summertime, Natasha. We lowered the prices. That's what happened. We lowered the prices, Natasha. Oh man. Why you gonna talk about that man hair like that? Like you don't got the same hair, Tatum?
First of all, D.L. Hughley is not on my level.
Damn.
One point in time, D.L. Hughley used to be the man.
Okay.
At one point in time, I used to like D.L. Hughley and I thought he was funny.
Okay.
Now, he was not even the top 5 in the Kings of Comedy, in my opinion.
It was only 4 of them, by the way. But he got 3 million, Lee. He got 3 million subs. But first of all, I don't know why he said top 5 when the Kings of Comedy was only 4 of them on stage. And we all understand that D.L. Hughley wasn't the top dog. That's why he opened up. He was the best opener. He was the best opener in the game for a very long time because the way how he could work the crowd. We all understand that. Thank you so much, Natasha. Tatum, I like that name. And so so I think that was wrong. I think him attacking his hair is wrong. And the only reason why it's wrong for Tatum to attack this man's hair like that is because we know he has nefarious thoughts about the man's hair. He not just doing it on some, I'm just trying to talk about your hair, because his hair don't look like it was dry in the first place. So, you know, it seemed very racist already. Thank you.
But I thought I respected his game. Just to grow up and realize D.L. Hughley is a simp.
Damn.
And he's a beta.
Damn.
And he's a crybaby.
Damn.
Allegedly worth $10 million, but he's still crying about the white man every day. And he crying about the white man, yet he worked for white men companies. The one he worked for now is the CEO. I think it's run by black people, but there's also white people in C-suite positions.
Goddamn! Look, he already backtracking. He had to correct this. He had to correct himself in real time. He had to correct himself in real time. The CEO of the company is black, and other people in the company is black. That's okay. It's all right. It's okay, Tatum. I don't know why you haunt. Why did you do that? That don't make no damn sense whatsoever. That was crazy how quickly you backtracked. And this is why you be having so much issues. You always have to get backtracked. That is the issue that we keep having. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. Let's get more folks up in here. Let's go.
Company. It's not an all-black company.
Damn.
Black. He's so black that he don't even care about black women enough to not cheat on his wife.
Wow. Woo. That's some smoke for your ass right there. That's some smoke for your ass. He went. He might got DL. He might got D. Hey, he punching below the. He punching below, then hit him with an up. Man, he is hitting below the belt right now. Shit. Adulterer! You cheater! You cheater! Damn. That's below the belt. Leave the damn wife out of it. The wife don't got nothing to do with you and him.
He posted a picture of my wife.
Oh.
At least I ain't cheating on my wife.
Damn.
He cheated on his wife, got an outside baby.
Oh, damn. God damn. Do Tatum got the black gloves on? Yeah, send me 2,000, I got you. Don't just ask it like you. Let me see you send me 2,000, we'll see who you're going to block. Let me see. But no, he ain't about that life. I would like to see it, but let me see. Hold on. Let me open up my talking about $2,000. Let me see. Let me see. You got 4 people you want to block. Come outside. We ain't gonna jump you. Come outside. We ain't gonna beat you up. Tatum got them black gloves on it. Tatum got them black gloves on right now, bro. Shit. Hey, MJ, tell him money talks bullshit. That's kind of funny. His initials is BS. Let's go. Let's get it. All right. So damn. So at first I was on DL's side about, hey, I don't think Tatum should be bringing in the goddamn his wife into it. But if he got proof, this is an if because I didn't see it yet. If he got proof that DL Hughley brought his wife into the conversation first, I guess it's fair game. I still don't like it either way. But in all fairness, I'm assuming, that's kind of fair game, so to speak. All right.
And a very unfortunate situation happened with his outside baby.
Damn.
And he want to come at me when he wasn't even there to protect his children.
Wow. And he want to bring in the children too. Damn. He got smoke. He got smoke. D.L. Hughley better get in the gym with his old ass. He got smoke. Because y'all might cross each other paths.
Then his young daughter gets into a
Damn.
sexual situation with a minor, where they both were minors.
Oh, okay.
And she came to her dad in confidence, her black father, in confidence, and said she was being abused, and he didn't believe her.
Oh, shit. Is this verified? Is this verified that D.L. Hughley's young daughter got into a situation and D.L. Hughley himself didn't believe his own daughter? Is this a verified thing? Can somebody please let me know if this is a verified situation? Whoa. Man, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. And I'm still waiting for that $2,000 and the 4 people you want to block. I'm still waiting for the $2,000 and the 4 people that you want to block. Time for some research, Jay Villas, for sure, because I ain't never heard of this, that D.L. Hughley, he didn't believe his own daughter. Ronald 804, if you can send me that, send me something about it. Ronald 804 said, yes, it's true. Ronald 804 is saying that, yes, it is true. D.L. Hughley did not believe his own daughter when she got attacked. That is a wild accusation, and it better not be true, D.L. Hughley.
Brother, why are you talking about me? I'm finna play the clip for y'all. Why are you talking about me? You need to be worried about your own household. Damn. And let's put that in position, or put that in perspective. All the drama I just mentioned with his inner family ain't not one of the suspects in that situation white.
Damn.
A white man didn't cheat on your wife.
Damn.
A white man didn't abuse your daughter.
Damn.
A white boy, I'd say.
Okay.
And a white man didn't take the life of your infant child whom you had out of wedlock while you were married.
Whoa.
These are all black people doing this.
What happened to D.L. Hughley's infant child? Did somebody... Damn, Jay Villa, say it isn't so, D.L. Hughley. D.L. Hughley, say it isn't so. This ain't looking good. This ain't looking good, D.L. Shit. And what happened to his infant child? Jay Villa, we know what happened to D.L. Hughley's infant child. Oh, thank you, Carl. Thank you, Carly. Damn. Damn. It's not looking good for D.L. Hughley right now.
And yet you cry about white people every day of the week. Listen to what this fool said about me, and I'm gonna critique it as we go. Roll it.
Okay.
This is Brandon Tatum.
Did y'all just see what unfunny ex-comedian D.L. Hughley just said about me? Posted a picture of me and my wife. To do what?
What did he say? But he didn't say anything about your wife, did he? Okay. Race. Oh, he said he called him Race Tatum instead of Officer Tatum. Race Tatum. Tatum is profiting off the death of Nolan Wells by doing everything in his power to make those fake friends seem innocent. Don't forget, this is the same. I'm not sure what this word is. Hating bootlicker that said Sonia Massey was at fault and her M was justified. Team DL. He didn't say nothing about your wife, sir. I'm sorry. DL Hughley didn't say nothing about your wife. And is this thing, what you said about Sonia Massey, is that true? Huh? Race Tatum? Damn, that's a crazy name. That was actually kind of funny. So he didn't bring up nothing about your wife. I don't know why he put up a picture of you and your wife, but he didn't say anything about your wife.
To be a racist? You are the lamest dude in all of comedy.
What is more lame than calling yourself the job you used to have? You're not an officer anymore.
Pause.
You are football.
It's called a moniker. People consider me as Officer Tatum because I became famous as Officer Tatum. And D.L. Hughley That's your stage name. You still going by your stage name, Negro. You ain't even a comedian no more, passing out on stage and stuff. You ain't even funny.
Did he pass out on stage? Did D.L. Hughley pass out on stage? What are you talking about? What? Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share buttons as well, y'all. Make sure y'all don't get too caught up in the content. And if you are forgetting to hit the like button, please remember to hit the like button. Much appreciated. Damn, D.L. Hughley passed out on stage. It's crazy. Cat for Life says D.L. is the king of race baiting. And are we saying that Officer Tatum is not a race baiter as well? Damn, Jay Villa and DL passed out. Like, hey, Tatum got some smoke. I ain't gonna lie. He got some real life smoke for DL. Shout out to Officer Tatum. But also, we're not gonna act as if both these men are the worst black men in America. God damn. So we're not gonna act as if Tatum ain't out here race baiting too. Tatum ain't no damn saint. Get your boy, yo, sit your silly ass down. Who the hell you think you is? Cat for Life talking about Tatum is a saint, boy. So full of it.
No more. But you going by D.L. Hughley.
What's wrong with that?
So people want to consider to call me the Officer Tatum or Officer Tatum. I'm fine with that. It's called a brand. Roll the clip.
A player who failed at being a football player. You didn't make the team, so you became an officer. That wasn't working out, so you became an influencer. Talked about it.
He said, I didn't make the team, or I didn't make it to the NFL. Okay, I don't think that's anything somebody can be sad about. And I'm also glad I don't have CTE either, so it's not all bad.
Okay.
And D.L. Hughley, somebody told me you were 5'6" or something.
Oh shit. Leave us short kings alone. Leave them short kings alone. Why that man can't be 5'6" in all his glory? That man's a married man, got children, and even a side chick, according to you. So 5'6" and all, that man was still able to, to be a man out here in these streets. Maybe not such a good one, but a man nonetheless. So leave his 5'6" up alone.
You would never make it to. You won't even make it to college. You were in high school. A little beta male talking.
Damn, not a beta male. That's crazy. But one of the best. Unlikely, you ain't shit. Hey, some of the greatest running backs in NFL history is only 5'7", 5'6". So stop. Oh my goodness. Y'all are nuts. Talking about that's unlikely. You funny. All right, let's keep it going.
Then I became a cop. What did I do as a cop?
Okay, what did you do?
I protected black people with my life. D.L. Hughley is telling jokes.
Well, you making it. You act as if that's the only people you was protecting, but you were just protecting citizens. Period. You wasn't just out there protecting black folks. That's true, Villa. But Tatum is acting as if when he was an officer, he was just assigned to black folks. That's crazy, Matthew. Like, come on, Tatum. We know damn well that's not the truth. Come on now. That's just crazy to say. Okay, but here's what I actually like about these public disagreements. At least we having a good time. That's for sure. You're having a good time. Make sure you hit that like and the share. At least at least people are talking, and rather see two grown men argue with microphones than with fists. I'd rather see that 100%. I'd rather see two grown men argue with words than with their fists. And unless you are boxers, because I do enjoy watching boxing. Right now, whether they convince anybody, that's another story. Because once the internet picks a side, show up 3 days late, and you know. And that's what we watching right now. That's what we witnessing right now. And right now, Officer Tatum is absolutely cooking up.
You gotta sit your butt down. Let him finish.
Emotional.
All right.
What is more emotional than this?
The word.
Oh shit. Oh hell no.
You cried for a white dude.
Damn. Yo. APS, they wildin'. Oh shit, DL. DL said, "Oh, I got you." Ha. God damn. God damn. Now he pulled out the clip of you crying. Bruh. That's diabolical, DL Hughley. Oh, wow. DL Hughley, that was diabolical. I don't know what to think about that, DL Hughley. I don't know. Yes, that's what he was showing. He was crying for Charlie Kirk. Oh, man. DL Hughley was crying for... Yeah, ain't no... Cat, stop playing. Ain't no... Cat for life, stop playing. Ain't no video of DL Hughley crying for some Don Lemon. Yo, Jay Villa, this is a wild back and forth that these two got. That man played, that man sniffling. You heard the boogers, goddammit. Yeah. I got you, Matthew. I have to pause it, Matthew. I cannot just let it play. I got to transform the content as well, Matthew. Sheesh. God damn, Matthew. Matthew, before you start demanding me, how about you send a goddamn super chat before you demand me to do something? What's wrong with you, Matt? Come on, money, Matt. I know you got some money for me, Matt. I entertain, you send $1. That's how this thing goes. You cannot just go ahead and tell me what to do without sending me no goddamn money.
The people didn't even think you worthy to speak at his funeral.
Damn.
You said you wouldn't cry for your son, but you cried for him.
Oh, hell no.
What is more emotional than this?
The word.
You cried for a white dude the people didn't even think you worthy to speak at his funeral.
Damn.
You said you wouldn't cry for your son, but you cried for him.
Damn. They got some real smoke. Shout out to the crowd. He said, "This is for Matt, God damn it. We know Matt them got the money, but Crown Prince says, I got him." Thank you so much, Crown Prince. I appreciate that. Sheesh.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the Crown Prince. He said he got you. Stop cursing in my chat. You don't got to send me one, but you ain't got to curse me out. God damn it. And matter of fact, and over here, Matt, be careful because we have block parties. Somebody sent some money on your behalf, Matt. So don't be acting up. Calm your ass down, Matt. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. Make sure y'all hitting that damn like and the share button. We got over 200 people in the chat. Let's keep it going. Hit the like, hit the share.
That's not emotion.
Time out. Lies. First and foremost, I did cry when Charlie died, and I could have cut the feed off, and so nobody could ever see me cry. But it was an emotional thing when your friend gets assassinated and his neck blows out and there's blood gushing out of his neck in front of the world. That's traumatic. And he was a good dude. That's why emotions came out. And I was really thinking the reason I started crying was more about his kids.
Damn.
As soon as I thought about his kid, it just hit me. I thought about his little kids, and it was just sad. He's just a young man in his 30s getting assassinated. But see, y'all fools crying for low-life drug dealers who get killed by the police. At least Charlie was on.
Come on, bro. See, and this is when Tatum he goes too far. This is when he go too far. Go like he is flaming DL Hughley, but now he's taking it too far. He's taking it too far. Yo, go. I ain't gonna lie. Tatum is cooking goddamn DL. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I'm like, goddamn, who's the goddamn comedian here? Who is the real comedian? I don't even know at this point. But they both taking it a little too goddamn far, though. they both taking it a little too damn far.
Horrible. At least Charlie was a man of God. At least Charlie was blameless. Charlie didn't cheat on his wife like you cheating on your wife.
Goddamn.
Okay, let him finish.
Talk like the way Benjamin Crump talks.
Just want to blame white folks. And so I go out there because I know that lame Al Sharpton and Mr. I can't read Benjamin Crump is just race hustling, y'all.
You talked about how those boys are innocent. You had proof. Now, I don't know whether they're innocent or not. I don't know what happened there. But I know one conversation with a failed football player and a social media influencer is not the predicate. You don't have any toxicology report. You don't have an autopsy report. You talked about black people acting a fool.
Okay, let's get to this. This fool say, I don't know the truth.
Right.
But you are not a failed dude. I investigated crimes for a living. Okay.
I don't know. I think that's foul to say a lawyer can't read. That's just foul thing and just something stupid to say. Maybe he fumbled over his words. I fumble over my words all the time. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. God damn it. But for this man to act as if Ben Crump can't communicate, that's wild to say. Salute Artifacts. Good day to you, sir. Yeah, he was a beat cop. And yes, I'm pretty sure you did some investigations. I'm pretty sure you had to go talk to the store owner and you said, hey, what was stolen? You had to write down what was stolen. What's up, Sexy Red? You had to write down how many things, what time it was, and all those type of things. We understand that's the kind of investigations you did. Nobody is negating that, but don't act as if you was a detective. Your name is not Detective Tatum. Your name is Officer Tatum. So don't come on now.
Okay. And I didn't say they were innocent or guilty. I let them talk, and the evidence that they presented put them in a position where they weren't even there when Nolan died. So what do you think they did? You think they're guilty just because they were his friends? They weren't there. They have video. They have Life 360. They got GPS coordinates. They showed us video of them leaving the island, getting towed out. Testimony from multiple people. They were not there. But you don't care about what happened to Nolan like I do. You just want the white boys to be wrong.
Wow. DL Hughley just said he don't know what happened there. He just wants the truth to come out. Why are you making it seem like you the only one care for Nolan and nobody else does? That is a wild accusation to have with somebody. Now that is making an assumption. That was crazy.
So it can feed your ego.
Whoa.
Roll the clip.
Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that took 31 years and 3 trials to prosecute and find guilty the murder of Medgar Evers.
Bar. That's a bar. Like, how can you negate that? That is 100% an absolute bar. And I'm still, let me check my cash app and see if we got that $2,000. I still don't see it. I still don't see my Nah. Let me see. Maybe he don't know my cash app. Maybe he don't know my cash app.
Black black people are right to be suspicious of a state that in 2005 found 215 black people that were dead and buried in a pauper's grave and nobody knew they were there.
God damn. That's 2 accusations on goddamn Mississippi. 2 reasons on Mississippi why black folks is up in arms about this case. Shit. Go ahead, DL. DL cooking now.
Black people are right to talk or to be suspicious of a state that just killed a 1-year-old boy and nobody's being brought to account of. Black people.
Woo! So I believe the situation that he's talking about that it was a Mississippi officer that he took shots into a car, and it was a young 1-year-old child inside the car, and that child fatally. And a lot of people blame the mother on that situation. I believe that's the same situation. And the officer started taking shots at the young lady at the car, and it was a baby inside the car, and the baby sadly got struck by one of the bullets. So, a lot of people did blame the mother for that situation. However, the officer did fire some shots into the car and deleted a young 1-year-old child. It was in Walmart. Thank you, GOAT. Man, that's a lot.
People are right to be
hold on. Pause. Roll that back, bro. What did that article say? Roll it back. Play it.
Buried in a pauper's grave and nobody knew they were there. Black people are right to talk or to be suspicious of a state that just killed a 1-year-old.
Pause.
Mm-hmm.
I can't read because the letters there. It says involved in a fatal shooting of 1-year-old.
Mississippi officer involved in fatal shooting of 1-year-old Cohen. I want to pronounce it.
Exaggerate. What did it say?
Once was accused of
exaggerating threat posed by a car. What's the person up there that? What's the name above his words?
Mississippi.
Does that say Miss?
Officer.
Does it say Mississippi cop or Mississippi man?
Right, officer, cop, officer.
Okay. Let's play it.
Oh boy, and nobody's being brought to.
Oh, Mississippi officer. Yeah, you know the funny thing is, bro.
What's
and I probably remember this situation. There's no way in the world that the officer just killed a 1-year-old. But this how stupid these Negroes are.
Whoa. Now that was insane. That was insane. Now, if Officer Tatum saying that the officer meant to fire upon a 1-year-old, then he would be corrected. That's what he was attempting to say. Because maybe that's what he's actually saying. Maybe that's what he's actually saying, that the officer did not shoot into the car knowingly attempting to fatally shoot a 1-year-old. However, it was also proven that it was a little bit exaggerated of him shooting at the car in the first place. So, come on, Tatum, that was crazy for you to jump out the window like that. When you say you kind of remember, that's crazy.
You stupid enough to say they just walked and killed a 1-year-old. That's why y'all ain't never gonna be nothing, man.
Whoa.
And I'm not talking about every black person because there's smart ones like me. I'm talking about you ignorant Negroes.
Damn.
They killed a black kid and the 1-year-old, nobody know about it. You go and look that up. It probably was an officer-involved situation. Matter of fact, look it up for me. 2 things I want y'all to look up for me.
Okay, what?
How many black people have been murdered by black people?
Where at?
In Mississippi.
Okay. So goalposts moved. Goalposts moved. He didn't say, let's look up the case of what that was. He says, let's look up something completely different so we can start pointing fingers at black folks. Even though all the things that DL just brought up, clearly, he don't disagree with those things that DL Hughley brought up. He don't actually disagree with any of the 3 situations that DL Hughley brought up. So what he did, what I thought he was going to do, look up the Mississippi officer thing. No, what he did was, let's look how black folks delete themselves in proximity to each other in the past 10 years. Bruh, that is disingenuous at its finest. Deflection at its finest. Moving the goalposts at its effing finest. They do not like to argue in good faith. He was doing all right, and he was doing all right. He was combating. I ain't like some of the things he said about DL Hughley, but we was fact checking everything that Tatum was saying. He was correct on the things he's saying, but now this, that was wild. What's the
in
second
the last
one?
10 years?
Okay, last.
And
10
then
years.
we'll look up some circumstances around this Mississippi officer.
Oh, okay.
And Grant's gonna do that for me, and I'll get back to you guys on the rest of it. Roll the clip.
Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that has been poisoning black people with the water since the 1960s.
Okay, what it say? Tough pill to swallow. Lawsuit. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Black people didn't look for this fight. They want.
So he brought up 4 things that happened in Mississippi.
Justice. All they want is accountability. And if it's those boys, it should be that. Nobody has a predetermined notion. I don't.
All right. He said it. Tatum, he said, if it's those boys. And again, don't move the goalposts. What you mean they've been poisoning us all with the water? Is Mississippi specifically poisoning certain people? Is Flint, Michigan specifically poisoning certain? Like, come on, it's okay to just be honest. It's all right. Tell the truth. We got 300 people in the chat. Make sure we have 300 likes as well. Let's get it together.
Know what happened, but if you're saying that that Al Sharpton and that Benjamin Crump are on one side, you're certainly on the other. You talk to them for 2 days, and now all of a sudden you know if they're guilty, you know if they're innocent, you know that. Your name is.
Time out. I saw video and testimony and GPS, and there y'all see the CETO phone call. All of these things are evidence that they were not there. How do you blame somebody for killing a person when they weren't there when the person died? Nobody's saying nobody guilty, innocent. I don't know what happened. Y'all colored.
Who the hell is y'all? Who the hell you? What you mean, y'all?
Neanderthals are mad at me.
The what?
Because I interviewed somebody. And I tried to interview black folks, but they don't want to talk to me.
I wonder why. I wonder why they don't want to speak to you, sir. It's a reason why they don't want to speak to you. What up, ATM? It's a reason. And the reason is you.
But then I interviewed Tristan, the young black boy, and y'all don't even count him. I guess he's not black enough for y'all.
Damn.
Usually interview white boys. What about the black kid I interviewed?
There was only one.
Oh, okay. He don't count. Oh, yeah, I don't want to count him.
He counts.
Because he ain't the right black.
Damn.
He got to be a black man being stupid.
Damn.
All right, let's look at some stats real quick because DL, Stewhead, Hughley, and these other dumb, ignorant Negroes, low vibe.
God damn. Who you calling? Who? Boy, if you sit your silly ass down, who the hell you think you is?
Vibration Negroes. This is what it says.
Okay, what it say?
And how long? What time period is this?
What it say?
2015 to 2024, about a 10-year period.
Okay.
3,000 to 3,500 black Mississippians were killed by black offenders. This mother said 3 scenarios, didn't he?
4.
Make sure that's right.
4 scenarios.
He gave 3 stories.
It was 4
of
stories.
alleged impropriety. That seemed like a high number, but He gave 3 stories of impropriety.
Okay.
Spanning over, I don't know, 30, 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
Just in 10 years, there's 3,000 to 3,500 black people killed by other black people.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me what, like when y'all talk about historical context, when you're stupid, all that stuff makes sense to you.
Explain your position about it. What is it that you are suggesting about it? Because that's the part that I'm confused with right now. Please explain your position on it right now. I'm very curious to understand. Go ahead.
All that stuff makes sense to you. Yeah. See, historical injustice.
Mm-hmm.
But yet,
what?
Black people kill way more black people than in this injustice y'all talking about.
What? How do you... Sir, those people that do those crimes, they are held accountable for them. Most likely, they go to jail. So you cannot compare injustice from a state to personal crimes. Those are 2 different things. Those are 2 different things. Thank you, Chaotic Truth. Salute to you. Those are 2 different things. Shout out to the over 400 people in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button. I appreciate you. Don't forget it. I know you're being entertained, but do not forget the like button. So what we're trying to get you to understand, and make sure if you got 99 cents, please send a 99 cent super chat. If all 400 people send a 99 cent super chat, that would be awesome. That's insane. You cannot compare a state with the injustice with individuals doing personal crimes. Those are 2 different things, sir. Apples and oranges. Come on, Tatum.
You can't even give me 5 stories in the last 10 years. And we got 3,500 black people that have been killed by other black people. So if you want to play the historical injustice math, it's fair to believe that a black man that's killed could be killed by another black man.
Goddamn.
How you know the black kids that were out there with Nola had nothing to do with it?
Oh, come on. Wow. Wow. That was just insane. Ain't no way that man put that out there like that. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Come on, Tatum. That was crazy. That is not a good question, Chaotic Truth. That was horrible to put that on. He just threw that on any blanket person with no evidence pointing to any of these people. He just got upset and saying there is no evidence towards the people that he interviewed. And then now he just throwing a blanket statement on some people that he has no evidence that they could have done it. How is that by his own logic, that cannot be a great question. The only way it could be a great question if he have evidence to back up his questioning. He just said the people that he interviewed, it is nothing to accuse them with. So what is he accusing those so-called few black folks there? What is the accusation on? Shout out to Sway Producer. He says over 1 million black folks in Mississippi. So if 3,000 of them got unalived by other black folks, what is the percentage of that? Come on, that was crazy. You got to be a backup. You got to be able to back up that accusation with the way how you talking, officer.
Statistically, historically, it's more likely that he'll be killed by a black person.
That's crazy.
Ignorant, y'all Negroes, ignorant. I'm tired of being nice to y'all. I hope I don't get in trouble with certain people, but I'm tired of being nice to y'all. I'm sick of y'all low vibration, ignorant Negroes.
Wow.
And y'all stupid on every level.
Damn.
And disproportionately, black people come across as stupider than anybody else. Disproportionately.
What in the world? What in the world? What in the world? That's a great point, Goat. Can you please show us a picture of at least one black person after 4 p.m. on that island? Go ahead, and then we could have an understanding. Show us one picture of a black person after 4 p.m. Somebody, that was a good question. That was a good boy. Was not a good question. This is absolutely insane. Come on, Tatum, you can do better than that.
Personally. Why do you say that, Brandon? Because you got somebody like D.L. Hughley worth $10 million and he's still complaining and being racist against white people every day. Why? Why?
So I think what I think Tatum is getting wrong, he's not being racist towards white folks. He is bringing up because he has the platform to get more eyes and ears on a certain type of situation, which this case actually really needed. This case needed more eyes and ears on it so it could be handled correctly because it was being mishandled. Thank you, Chaotic Truth. Get the likes up. It is very simple. I know we are entertained, but please and thank you, do not forget. I know you're not forgetting on purpose. I know you're not withholding the like. The like doesn't actually mean you like the show. The like button means you are here. That is it. So hit the like button so we can get more people in and so we can get more discourse, so we can get more conversation. That's what it's all about. Like, come on, Tatum. This is just wild. This is a wild accusation, brother. D.L. Hughley is not speaking up because he is attempting to be just racist towards white folks. He is speaking up because he has a platform where he can get more attention on situations. That's what this is, Reese Cup.
Why? If there was a white guy on a radio show like D.L. Hughley in reverse, he'd be sitting there crying about it. But yet, you get to blame white people.
What you mean? What you mean? If it, hold on, let me rewind that. What you mean?
Why?
What you mean?
If there was a white guy on a radio show like D.L. Hughley in reverse, he'd be sitting there crying about it.
Isn't that called Fox News? Isn't that called Fox News, sir? I think we have a bunch of characters out there that is on radio, that is on air, that is on TV, that does that. Matt, who are you talking about? Is this the only way to get money? I'm asking for likes. What is your issue? Matt, you would get blocked if you cannot stick to the conversation at hand, sir. Please and thank you. What is this man crying about? That is crazy, Tatum. That is a crazy stance to act like Fox News doesn't exist. Come on.
But yet, you get to blame white people with no evidence. All right, come on. Let it finish.
And why he said that, he just blamed black folks with no evidence. You just blame a group of black kids with no evidence. You just literally did that. Come on. This is not the pot calling the kettle black. You're supposed to be better. You're supposed to be vibrating at a higher length than us. Then, come on.
Your moniker is Officer Tatum, not Detective Tatum.
Look at
You
this.
didn't make your way to detective.
Pause. Hey,
Okay.
Stewhead. Officers do investigations.
Yeah, but you're still not a detective. He said you're not a detective.
I don't know if you understand how police work, but just because you're not doing detective work full time don't mean you're not an investigator. I still had to conduct investigations.
Okay.
I still had to write case reports. I still had to interview
Okay.
people and get to the
Okay.
bottom of murders.
All right.
I just didn't do the forensic side of it. But as
Okay.
far as talking to murderers, getting written statements from them, I still had to do it. I still have to testify in court on my involvement.
Damn.
I still had to chase them down. I still had to put my hands on them.
Okay.
I still had to
That's
use
good stuff.
force on them.
Okay. Okay.
I wrote thousands of case reports. They're called investigations. DL,
Okay. All right.
what are you saying?
Okay. I got you on that
Detective work and police work is
Is
just
what?
a slight step in full-time detective work and no patrol work. That's the
Okay.
only difference.
one. Okay.
Well, I can say that's the major difference.
Okay. That's fair. I mean, that's fair enough. I can't, that's fair. At least you was down the middle with that one. So, that's fair. Tatum, that was fair. I agree with you. That's fair. All right.
Me being a detective or not is irrelevant to understanding how to investigate crimes.
Okay.
Roll the clip.
An influencer who says what white people want you to say. And don't you find it interesting that they chose to speak to you, and they chose to speak to you for the same reason that you're a conservative, for the same reason Turning Point did, because you're safe. They know you're a black man who'll do what he's told. You're an unremarkable black man who they know they can count on to be obedient. They pick you for the same reason they pick dogs.
Woo! Shit. Damn, he really calling him a Steven. He's really calling him a Steven. That is wild. That is wild. Shit. He's calling him a Steven for real, for real. Okay. All right, DL, you fighting back. Shout out to the over 500 people in the chat. Make sure y'all say where y'all from. Say where y'all, what side of the coin you on. You think DL Hughley is winning this argument? You think Officer Tatum wins? Put a 1 in the chat for DL Hughley. Put a 2 in the chat for Officer Tatum. Let's keep this thing going. We got over 500 people here. Make sure we got over 500 likes as well. I know you forgot. It's okay. You didn't mean to do it. You didn't do it on purpose. You're just curious. You're checking us out. We love y'all here. Hey, hit the like button. Don't forget to hit the screen. Hit it.
What is very interesting to me is this is Nancy Grace.
I left to believe that he goes out swimming all on his own, and the friend girl leaves, the mates from school leave. Everybody just leaves him out in the water, and he dies.
Hey, shout out to Nancy. Shout out to Nancy. That's a great, I wonder if anybody gonna say that's a great question. Is anybody gonna say that's a great question? Don't be one-sided out here. We gotta call it. She has a point. She has a point. Let's see how he responds to it. We're going to see how he responds to it. Come on.
Now, Nancy Grace is a career prosecutor. She has tried 100 felony trials, 100, and not lost one. And she thinks that's something suspicious.
Pause.
Okay.
You ignorant Negro. Neanderthal.
What? Did he just make up a new word? Nah, goat. This man called him a Neanderthal? He called that man a what? A Neanderthal. Excuse me, sir?
Pause. You ignorant Negro. Neanderthal. Pause. You ignorant Negro. Neanderthal. You ignorant Negro. Neanderthal.
What the F is that? What in the F is that? What in the F is that? Make sure we are doing the right things, hitting that like and the share. He better have, that was crazy. And Neanderthal is wild, wicked.
Neanderthal. I'll call you.
Yeah.
You have no idea that I was on Nancy Grace's show today. Going over this very topic. And won't you tune in and see what Nancy Grace had to say about what I said on her show?
Okay.
Nancy Grace isn't saying conclusively that, and this is Nancy Grace saying things without context and evidence. She said,
what'd she say?
She actually said, Nancy Grace said she hope I'm right.
Of course, we hope that it was no foul play. But however, everything is pointing in a direction that we got to stay suspicious. Shout out to BATL. Everything is pointing towards suspicion. Are we going to have to watch the Nancy Grace thing too? Hey, Carl, hey, you already know. Are we going to have to watch the Nancy Grace situation? Come on, Tatum. Jay Villa said, yes, we're going to have to watch that too. We're going to have to break that down too. But right now, Tatum is starting to fade a little bit. He's not rebuttaling anything DL Hughley is actually saying. He is moving the goalpost to something else. He's just redirecting the conversation. He's not answering what Nancy Grace has just said. He did not answer her at all. He went from Nancy Grace asking a question, and this man, he says, oh, you don't know that I had a conversation with Nancy. What the hell, Bubba? What the hell are you talking about?
But you Negroes can't wait to find a white person to disprove me. Talk about white people bad, but you want to find the first one you find white person. Now,
that's crazy. He said they can't wait to find a white person to disprove me. And what you think you are? So that kind of shows he understands his role when he said that. That shows he understands his roles when he said that. So him saying that they couldn't wait to find a white person to disprove him, he knows that he plays the role of the black person that they could find to disprove other black people. That was a projection right there. That was a projection right there, because all he did was play what Nancy Grace said. And all she did was ask a question. Her questioning didn't disprove anything Tatum's saying, because all she doing is saying that it's suspicion. DL Hughley is saying that it is suspicion. Matter of fact, Officer Tatum also, he is saying it's suspicion. He just don't believe it's the ones that he interviewed, but he still believes something suspicious happened. He believes something suspicious happened. Why is he acting as if he doesn't? This is the problem that we have. That was crazy. That was crazy. You, Tatum, said yourself, you got suspicion that something foul happened. Nancy Grace is saying something suspicious happened. DL Hughley is saying something suspicious happened. You do not disagree with that. You just don't believe that it was the friends, and that is fine, because nobody's accusing the friends. We're saying that everything that is going on is very suspicious. Come on now. That was horrible, Tatum.
I'll respect the Nancy Grace, but I went on her show and I gave context.
Okay.
Nancy Grace statements that you played was from before she had any context about what happened. To say that the girl and all the friends left him on the island and he died, that's without context.
Okay.
Because he wasn't on a secluded island by himself.
Okay.
Okay. Let him finish. It's 2 more minutes.
But the social media influencer who failed at football and was a mediocre cop all of a sudden knows more than that. I don't know what happened. You don't know what happened. But I do know this. You said that a young woman with a pot of water acted so suspiciously that she should be shot by cops.
I think that this is justified, but it could have been avoided, but still justified. You can't throw boiling water on a police officer and not get shot.
Whoa. Wow, Tatum. Tatum, that was... Whoa. That was a little extreme, sir. That was a little extreme, sir.
That she should be shot by cops.
I think that this is justified, but it could have been avoided, but still justified. You can't throw boiling water on a police officer and not get shot. Avoided, but still justified. You can't throw boiling water on a police officer and not get shot.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Because I don't believe that was crazy, bro. I can't believe he tried to stand on that. That was a little bit much, Tatum. I had to pause for a second. That's a little much, brother. That's a little much. That was wow. I'm sure nobody could. Do anybody agree with Officer Tatum on that scenario? That was crazy. Okay, D.O.
But you don't think people that were on a boat with somebody in proximity to somebody, and that person comes that day acting so suspicious, they should be questioned?
Hold on. They were questioned, Stu Head. They talked to the police. This is why y'all ain't never gonna make it in life, man. This is why these people ain't never gonna make it, bro. I like the only reason I don't totally.
So I think Officer Tatum's not understanding is that he's saying that one had a suspicion that she was going to throw water. She never got the opportunity to throw the water. She never got the opportunity to throw water. She got some shots. So if it was suspicion on these people, then they actually they got locked up at the bare minimum. Is what D.L. Hughley is talking about. You cannot say it's okay for somebody to have suspicion that he's going to get water thrown on him, and it's okay for them to pull out the clip and let it off. And then now you're going to say that it's not that these young men should have just been questioned. No, they should have been arrested if it was actually real suspicion, according to this logic that you just said. Your logic is all over the place, sir. That was crazy, Tatum. That was a big loss right there. That was crazy.
I think black people are completely a lost cause because I grew up around black people. I got black people in my family whom I love. So I have experience with black people who are not completely retarded.
Wow.
But when you look at these people, and I see why white people are sick of y'all. Because
what?
if you ain't never met reasonable white people, I mean black people, and you listen to these fools all day, you gotta think black people has gotta be the dumbest people on planet Earth.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Come on, Tatum. You could do better than that. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way we not at least 100 likes. Come on, y'all. We got to do better than that. We not even at 100 likes. We got over. Come on. We got to do better than that. We got to get the likes up. We have to get the likes up. Let's get it together. We got to get the likes up. There's no way that we have over 400 people and we don't have 100 likes. That's insane. We don't even have 100 likes collectively. Come on, y'all. Let's get it together. Let's go. Support the stream. Know what I mean? Hit the like, hit the share. If you have 99 cents, please send a super chat, Cash App, or PayPal. Thank you. Shit, that was crazy.
You have to be biased looking at the stupidity. You got you think a woman who throwing a hot boiling water on somebody should get shot. That's called deadly force. I don't think she should get shot because she's black. I think she gets shot because it's according to the law. If you're in fear of serious bodily injury or death, which boiling water can cause, then a cop can shoot you. And the only reason this cop got in trouble because he white.
What? Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you, Matt. Everybody be just like Matt and hit the like button. Matt said he already done hit the like button. If he could, he'll hit it 2 times. Thank you, Matt. So everybody be just like Matt and make sure you hit the like button. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that, Matt. And I appreciate everybody else that did hit the like button previously. I appreciate that. And everybody that forgot to hit the like button, please do so now. Thank you.
And they want to make an example out of this cop. And he was a stewhead by the stuff he said before he ended up having the shooter, which put him in a position where they will argue that he instigated it. But she threw boiling water at the cops. Go throw boiling water at cops today and see if you don't get smoked and they let you off. And they let the cop off. Let a black cop shoot you after you throw boiling water on him. He ain't going to jail.
Yeah, right. Stop.
I don't understand these people, man.
That's a lie.
They at least should be investigated. Then can you do any research, man? Can you do any level of work? They clearly already got interviewed. The police interviewed 60 people.
Okay.
All right, super chat.
I would love to get one of those. I would love to get one of those. He says super chat. Where's that? I would love to get one of those. The issue that we have with it, Mr. Tatum, is that you saying that they interviewed over 60 people, but somehow you got more information out of the 60 people than they did. That's sounds like a real problem. How you got names of people moving drugs around and saying that they was given white substances to young people. They was giving alcohol to young people. And everybody, like that's an issue. That you was able to get that information and they did not. Absolutely BATL.
Captain Jax. As a cop for 26 years, I work homicide, officers involved shootings, and all other. I watch your interviews. The boys were truthful. A truthful person conveys truthfulness. A guilty person tries to convince you they are truthful. And look, you can say the person biased because they were a cop for 20-some years, but I know the truth. Okay. I know my intentions.
Okay.
And some of you guys, some of you guys care, which I'll share with you. Some of y'all don't care if Jesus Christ tell you that everything was kosher and you'll still be mad. But we went out there, we got approached by them. We went out there to just hear their side of the story. We went out there with no promise of an interview. That we didn't settle on an interview. Some of them were still apprehensive to even talk to us. We had to be vetted. And when I say vetted, meaning that we talked to them on the phone, we talked to lawyers and everything, not about the case. They didn't want to talk about the case. They want to see, is Brandon Tatum really who he say he is?
So now that sounded more like what D.L. Hughley was saying. They knew exactly who they could talk to. They knew he was going to give a soft interview or a soft conversation. Calvin Cook, you silly. You know what I'm saying? So you kind of proving D.L. Hughley's point at this moment. You kind of proving his point at this moment. You are proving that you communicate with them and they decide to say, hey, you are a safe person to talk to, which is technically fine. You know what I mean? So, I don't know if that is something that you want kudos for, because that is kind of going towards what D.L. Hughley is saying. I'm cat for life. I just dropped the link. What you mean I'm gaslighting? I'm gaslighting? Hold on, maybe I missed what he said. Maybe I misheard him.
This man hasn't taken comprehensive to even talk to us. We went out there with no promise of an interview. That we didn't settle on an interview. Some of them were still apprehensive to even talk to us.
Okay.
We had to be vetted. And when I say vetted, meaning that we talked to them on the phone, we talked to lawyers and everything, not about the case. They didn't want to talk about the case. They want to see, is Brandon Tatum really who he say he is?
Exactly. So they spoke to him. They figured that he was safe. Davey, watch your mouth. So, I don't get it. So, but maybe Cat for Life could explain to me what exactly is he talking about? What is his point of view or her point of view? Because I don't know. Welcome to the show. Cat for Life, good day. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for joining the show.
No, thank you. Thank you for, having some good content during the afternoon on a Thursday. I mean, regardless of our stance on this, because everybody's going to have their opinion. And please feel free to tell me if my phone's breaking up, because I got horrible service. Okay. So my thing is, when in the span of 6 years have I seen anything remotely irrelevant coming out of D.L. Hughley's mouth? Not to mention the rebirth, or not the rebirth, but the birth of social media. That man was nowhere to be found. He was still trying to do stand-up on the road. So for him to take advantage of a platform now that's been available that Tatum has been doing longer than he has, I just scratch my head and raise my eyebrow like, what's the end game for this guy? Because it just seems like everywhere he goes, it's the white man this, the white man that. He hangs out with Don Lemon, who's married to a white man, but he doesn't want to bring that up. So, my thing is, you hang around people that gaslight more than anything else, and that's why I bring up the gaslighting aspect. So now he wants to bring up current events that happen to be tragic. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to bring up any type of ill towards this loss. That young man was a young man. He shouldn't have went out like that. We don't know the facts yet, but Tatum's trying to get the facts. My thing is, Hughley don't have facts about Carmelo Anthony, but he wanted to go straight to the race bait on that. Never wanted to talk about all the gentlemen that were involved in that tent. He just wanted to talk about the white aspect of it. I just feel like Hughley right now, and somebody tell me, how the hell is this guy the king of comedy when he never had a throne? How the hell is this guy going to be wanting to be taken serious when everything that comes out of his mouth is the white man this, the white man that, when he's working with people that work in the white environment of business and entertainment? I'm pretty sure he became a comic through help of white people as well. And forgive me if I'm talking out of pocket, but damn, that's a lot of hate towards the white man when you got money from the white man.
So you said a lot of different things.
No, like I said, if I'm off base, please tell me. But I just feel like every time this guy opens his mouth, it's for a photo op and him saying, "Oh, F the white man." I mean, bro, like it gets tiresome after a while.
So, as you know, sometimes when people get older, they start to get more heavier into politics, and I think that is the case of D.L. Hughley. And so when
he's just
saying,
becoming irrelevant, that's what it is. But you can be right, but he can be at the same time. Both things can be true.
I don't know if he's becoming irrelevant. So after comedy, he's had a radio show for a very long time, and I believe he got syndicated as well. So even though he wasn't doing as much stand-up, he moved on to radio, just like Steve Harvey has did as well. Steve Harvey also
that man is not on Steve Harvey's level. Don't do that.
No, what I'm saying is the comparison that they both shied away from comedy and moved on into radio. They still talk.
No, my thing is, how are you going to call him the king of comedy when he never had a throne?
No, because he was on the Kings of Comedy.
Exactly. So he was a tail. He was hanging on the coattails. He was never a king.
Regardless of the fact he was a part of the Kings of Comedy tour.
No, bro, he's not a king. If you want to talk about Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, who else? I mean, come on, those are kings, bro. Red Fox. Like, if we're gonna talk about real kings, this guy has no warrant or merit to be called a king, and he's the one complaining about being called a king. The first person that he complains about is a white man. Oh, we don't like kings. So how are you gonna be called a king and then complain about kings?
Hold on, Cap. Let's have a discussion. Let's go back and forth. When you hear me speak, I'm trying to interject. Wall Street Willie, you got one more day. Wall Street Willie, you're in the back. You got one more day until you're free. So you can come back tomorrow, Wall Street Willie. So no, Cap for Life. Have you ever seen a Cap for Life? Have you ever seen the tour Kings of Comedy? Have you ever seen
bro? Like I said, it was so irrelevant for me back in the day because I grew up on Chappelle. I grew up on Pryor. I grew up on real Eddie Murphy comedy. This stuff here, come on, man. It's just guys trying to get gotcha journalism and money.
Hold on, Cap. You got to answer my question. Have you ever seen the Kings of Comedy tour? Yes or no?
Only when it had Cedric and it had Steve Harvey.
Okay, so it was Cedric, Steve Harvey, D.L. Hughley, and Bernie Mac. Those are the 4 Kings of Comedy at the time.
Rest in peace, Bernie Mac.
Yes. So that's where people are getting the Kings of Comedy reference from.
Because I grew up on Chappelle. I grew up on Pryor. I grew up on real Eddie Murphy comedy.
I'm sorry. Real quick, sir.
It's just trying to get gotcha.
Sir, real quick, could you please stop coming up and derailing the show? Stop making this about D.L. Hughley's comedy background. We're talking about this case. Don't come up here and derail the show. That's why I came up here. I'm gone. Keep it on the facts. Thank you.
Bro, you got an echo in your voice. Ain't nobody heard you. You want to talk about derail. This guy wants to do a hit and run. Get the F out of here, bro.
Can somebody check to see if the super chat button is working?
Yeah, get that guy that doesn't know how to work a phone and has an echo. Maybe he can contribute to the pay my phone and make it sound better fun. This guy wants to talk about derail.
That's what you're doing. You're not talking about the case.
No,
you came up here.
DL. DL stands for Don Lemon
But
Lover,
you're talking about
right?
his comedy background. Who cares?
Bro,
you came up here and you derailed the show.
He could not make a insane asylum laugh. Okay, he couldn't even make a
what's your point? What is your point? What is your point?
My point is you're listening to a guy who says he's a king, but he hates people getting called king. That's Hypocrite Island, bro.
Dude, you're not keeping the conversation to the case.
Got cooked. You just got cooked. So get your ass back in the kitchen and listen to the show.
Can you please keep it about this case, please, and not the comedy?
Bro,
that's all I'm
you
asking.
just got cooked. Now you don't want to talk because you got cooked. Your homeboy says he's a king, but he hates to complain about people being called king. Hypocrite Island.
But could you explain? Let me ask you a question without you yelling.
Nah, don't ask me nothing, bro. You lost all credibility with me and your phone and your lack of knowledge. Please, I don't want to talk to people that are uneducated. I didn't want to say stupid.
How do you know?
But I want to be nice today because it's Thursday.
Oh, okay. You're doing this for ratings. I got you. I don't even know who you are.
Bro, I'm trying to help the
You're not showing your face.
If you want me to help you to pay for your phone bill, you're talking to the wrong Chico, bro.
Oh, you're a Chico. Or Chico
and what?
stick.
You got beef with
okay.
You got beef with that. You got beef with that, right? You got beef with that, right?
Piece of
Why?
shit.
Because I can speak 2 languages and you can only speak bullshit?
Now let's make the show interesting. You piece of shit. You came up here to derail the
Insults
show
don't win debates,
talking
bro.
about comedy.
Insults don't win
You
debates. You
piece
just
of
got cooked
shit.
again, bro.
Silencio, por favor.
Insults don't win debates. You just got cooked twice, bro.
Patejo.
You can't even say it.
But you know what I'm trying to say, you piece of shit. Patejo.
Take the L, bro. Take the L, go to Walmart, go buy some meat, and go home and cook you some steak, because you just got cooked here.
You piece of shit.
All right, y'all.
Hey, don't you love it when they don't got nothing? They got no rebuttal. They got nothing but insults. That's when you know you got cooked.
Hold on, Cap. All right, we got that out. Hold on, give me a sec. Just go on mute real quick, Cap. Let me also welcome into the show Sway producing. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Bro, I'm at work, but I just wanted to pop in and say, you see why I don't like old ninjas, man? They just love to hear themselves talk. They love talking about a bunch of random shit that ain't got nothing to do with the conversation, and talk about the conversation.
What you talking about? Fatigue? Yeah, I can't stand fatigue either, bro. You're right about that.
Hold on, Cap.
I can't stand fatigue. You're right about that, bro.
Cap, you was able to get your full thought out, Cap. Let him get his full thought out, please, Cap. Don't interrupt. Before you keep going, Sway, conversation with MJ. Sharon, put your do-rag back on and bring some order to this nonsense. Oh, well. Thank you so much for checking on the super chats. So we found out that the super chats work. Thank you so much, conversation with MJ. So the super chats do work, y'all. All right, so Cap, let the other person finish out their full segment.
Hey, help support the show, bro. This guy's doing a show during the afternoon. You guys show love to him, bro. Even with the guys that are like talking nonsense that can't even have a phone.
All right, but Cap, let other people finish their full statement first. Don't just jump in, all right? Let Sway producer finish his full thought, all right? Go ahead, Sway producer. Shout out to Jazz. Good day to you, Jazz. Go ahead, Sway producer. Shout out to the over 300 people that's watching. Hit the like button. Go ahead, Sway.
No, I'm done. I mean, ultimately, it's just a lot of projection. It seems that's happening right now. I'd rather talk about whatever you were reviewing or talking about rather than what just happened the past 5 minutes. We can go back to that. If not, money will be dropped.
Okay. And so
basically, he wants to ignore the last 5 minutes. Do you think that's a debate? Or you think that's like a cowardice move?
Neither one. So the issue is that they want to get back to the overarching part of the conversation, not just
man. They just want to get to their narratives and their points and don't mean shit, bro. Come on, let's be real.
Don't talk, Cap. Don't talk over me.
Like I said, projection. You just said a bunch of random shit. They don't mean shit.
Yeah, so the thing is that we're not here to talk about DL Hughley's comedy.
It's my opinion and your opinion. Nobody gives a shit about our opinions, bro. Let's be real.
No, but we want your opinion on about what we are witnessing, not about his.
I'm giving it to you, but then you got people out here wanting to curse because they got no debate, they got no narrative, they got no rebuttal. That's embarrassing.
All right, so Cap for life. Did Officer Tatum substantiate his argument about Mississippi being a state that does certain things towards black folks?
Bro, all I know is Tatum is a good dude. He travels everywhere when there's a problem that needs to be answered. I don't see any of you guys on these panels even traveling to get answers. I don't even see you guys asking questions because you guys are already set on your narrative. So I give a lot of shout out to Tatum, bro.
You just watching somebody else do it?
I'm talking right now, sir. Please, the host just said don't interrupt when people are talking. The host just said don't interrupt when people are talking, bro. You can't be a hypocrite. You cannot be a hypocrite. The host.
When I start talking, I need you to stop talking. So, Cap, what you just said is very important. You said that it's your turn to talk. You didn't want him to interrupt. You better do the same exact thing. Don't be a
That's
hypocrite.
what I'm saying. I kept my mouth shut when they were spewing nonsense. I expect the same in return.
Hold on.
That's
Cap,
common courtesy, bro.
Hold on, Cap, you have not done that yet. You over talking everybody. You even over
because they want to come out cursing. The first thing come out their mouth. You don't hear me cursing until they curse.
Cap,
I'm being respectful.
Cursing.
I can keep a debate.
Cap,
I got dialogue to talk about. Cap, they got nothing but nonsense.
Cap, you speaking to two different people now. The person that you was arguing with is not here anymore. You understand?
Thank God.
Okay, so now you talk to a different person that's giving you respect. So you got to give it as well.
No, but respect. Understood.
Okay. All right. So now, can you tell me where Officer Tatum said something towards Mississippi being negative towards black folks? Has he substantiated that?
He hasn't said anything remotely close to that. As far as what he's talked about the past 6 months has been about the fatigue. It's been about people trying to call out other people just because they have past issues involving the current state of affairs, which granted, people can have that point of view, but don't make it seem like everybody on this planet's a racist just because things didn't work out for you. That stuff gets old.
That can get old, but if the person is actually doing some racist things, so how about the idea? What did you think about Officer Tatum saying that the lady with the pot boiling water, when she got shot, that was justified?
The pot boiling water. What are you talking about? The Walmart with the child?
No, it was just showed. I could rewind it for you.
Because I remember the Carmelo Anthony case and people talking about white people this, white people that, even though the twins were hanging out with brothers.
But hold on.
And then I remember the Walmart case where the mom was using the child as a human shield.
Cap, can you hear me? I'm talking about something very specific. I'm talking about something very specific that was in this video.
No, maybe I missed it. Please inform me. Tell me.
Yeah, Officer Tatum said that this young lady, she got shot for boiling water. She got shot by a police
the one who threw the boiling water at the police officer. That was like 4 months ago.
Or whatever, yes.
No, it's not whatever. Now I remember she had a pot of boiling water and the cops were trying to tell her put everything down, and she went and threw the water at the cops knowing what she was going to do and even said it before she even did it. Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm. And so do you agree that she should have got shot to death?
Bro, if you're going to throw boiling water in my face and I'm a cop and I'm telling you, please don't do it, something bad's going to happen in return, you don't think boiling water is a weapon?
Answer the question, because she did not.
Yeah, it was justified. If you're throwing boiling water in my face and I'm in your home because of a dispute, obviously I'm there for a reason, and you're going to throw a weapon at me?
Pause. Hold on, slow down. No, they wasn't there for a dispute. They was there because she called the police.
Tomato, potato. Hey, somebody call somebody. That's my point.
No, it's not. No. If we're gonna talk about something, we gotta talk about it correctly.
Facts. Facts.
She was the one that actually called police to her house because she heard a noise of people in her backyard.
Okay, so then what was the boiling water being used as a threat?
Because she was cooking. So also I want to let you know is that
there's video about that, right?
At the time also that man,
there's video about that, right?
He got convicted. That officer got convicted because in the court of law they decided that he did not use the correct force. So what do you say to that?
All I'm saying is if you're gonna throw water in your mouth,
I'd like to see you try.
All right, so Cap for Life. So I don't know if you know or not, but on this channel, the people in the chat, they absolutely have power. So Conversation with MJ says, drop the goofy, you know who. So she put $20 on your head. So that means you gotta wait 15 minutes, or you can either pay yourself to come back. You could pay $20 to bring yourself back, or some nice person that is on your side of the argument that is in the chat, they could spend $20 to bring you right back, Cap for Life. And Cap for Life is still in the back. He's waiting patiently. So if anybody that wants to bring Cap for Life back, it costs $20 to bring Cap for Life back. Or 15 minutes, yes. So Sway producing, what's your thoughts on this DL Hughley versus Officer Tatum?
Man, I'm not going to be the one that anybody agrees with ultimately, because I think they both is a level full of ish. When there's something to be gained by a narrative off of people's heartstrings, I tend to not trust either side wholeheartedly. I'll take their information for what it is and talk about all the things. But I'm not trusting DL. I'm not trusting whatever this dude's name is, as whatever they're saying is gospel and their moral disposition is true or whatever, I just listen to their side and, like I said, come to my own conclusion. There ain't no point in sitting here picking a side with these guys unless you are on one of the sides. If that's your narrative, then by all means. But I don't have a narrative. I'm just going based off of what's right, in my opinion. And so knowing what the base right now, the biggest, I guess, conspiracy at all, did his friends delete him or not? Or was there something that he did to himself ultimately? Is that what's happening, Sean?
It's what did to himself?
Nolan.
No, well, what it seems like to me, the secondary autopsy, the independent autopsy, Sway, they showed that he had bruises on the back of his neck. And we could probably make some kind of understanding that somebody possibly could have had according to Judge Greg Mathis, somebody that is a judge as well. It is very possible that somebody had their hands on the back of his neck and pushing him down into the water. And that's a strong possibility of where the bruises on his neck could have came from.
Okay. So, I mean, ultimately, it sounds like we're still in the speculation phase. So even with that, I can't entertain this. So I'm going to drop down because I don't think I'm going to add any value to speculating. I don't like speculating because ultimately a lot of times people change their answer with new profound, information. So I'm going to just drop because I don't have I don't want to stand by anything.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Welcome to the show, or welcome back to the show. Otis who?
Hey, what's going on, man? I want to say real quick, my apologies for coming up. I wasn't trying to add to the derailment of the show. He was irritating me because, to me, in my opinion, he wasn't sticking to the point of the topic. And I hate when people come up and do that. But with that being said, to answer the question that you asked that you asked to Sway, I'm serious. And you know me, you've been around me long enough. I'm really in the middle. To me, we need a Officer Tatum to ask these type of questions that a lot of people are not willing to ask. He needs to have people in other frame of thoughts to have hypothetical questions, to ask the hard, tough questions. I don't know what really happened, but something strange happened. Something under the ordinary happened. It was not natural of what happened to this young man. Something crazy happened. We don't know. I don't know what happened. So I like the questions that Officer Tatum is asking. Someone had to go out there to ask the questions. Like he said, he doesn't get a great reception from Black people, understandably so. I'm not naive. I get it. But he is asking those questions. They need to be answered. So there's nothing wrong with it. I'm really in the middle. And I made a comment in the chat, and I'm going to stand by it. It's going to sound crazy. It appears to me that when a Black person, not a Black man, but a Black person questions something that would normally not be questioned by the masses of a race, he or she is automatically demonized and ostracized just because he or she has an opposing thought process or hasn't made opinion yet. I mean, my fault, who hasn't made a decision yet? They're waiting. They're trying to get the facts. But before those facts come out, you got everybody going against that individual. That's the part I don't like, and I don't think it's fair. But that's just the way it is, though, unfortunately.
Do you think the bruisings on the back of the neck that we should draw any conclusions to that he was possibly held down underwater?
Possibly, yeah. Most definitely. Most definitely. I'm not disagreeing with none of that. But I also not really saying that what Officer Tatum is saying is totally crazy. You got to be objective. And to me, I don't hear a lot of objectivity on this particular channel, which I totally understand. I don't hear a lot of objectivity.
I think the problem, Otis, is when he tried to make it, when he made like things like the insinuation of it was Black people there, why nobody's questioning that the Black people could have deleted him. Like that's the disingenuous part.
Well, this is my rebuttal back to that. And I'm not going to bring up any other YouTube channels because I can't recall them right now, but other channels are saying, and please, people, do your research, that there were other Black students or Black kids around. And I just can't recall the other channels. So with that just being said, even if it's just one, the question that he asked was a legitimate question. Who really knows what happened? That's why I'm honestly waiting for the facts to come out. I really want to know.
So, but the thing is that we didn't see him pictures with these other folks that you saying that is possible that they could have did something?
I don't think all the information has come out yet. Just like we're all doing, we're all speculating. I don't know.
Right,
And I'm hoping and pray that it comes out soon.
However, Tatum is one of the people that say, hey, we shouldn't speculate without evidence, at least, right? Like it's one thing to speculate with evidence, but to speculate without evidence, that's where the foul part comes in, correct?
Yes, but I think both sides doing it. I believe that, to be fair, Sharon, I believe that you do it as well. You try your best to stay on point to bring in quote unquote evidence, but you do slip off that slope and you start in to bring in your own objectivity, which is normal. I'm not holding it against you. It's normal. Both sides are doing it. That's why I consider myself to be in the middle. I want to know the truth from both sides. I want to hear it. I want to hear both sides. I want to hear all that information. Then let me make my decision.
All right. So what about the black people being at the island means that they could have killed them?
Great point. It doesn't mean just because the black people were there that they could have killed them, but it is still a question. Why not oppose that question? That's all I'm saying. Why not oppose the question?
Because at the moment, there's no evidence pointing towards them.
Again, I'm not going to bring up any other channels. I'm doing what everybody else doing, surfing the web, hearing people talk about it on the other panels and things like that. And I'm telling you, I heard other situations, even though it might not be proof. I'm just telling you, I'm just hearing other conversations like I'm hearing your conversation. And I'm trying to make an honest assessment of what's going on. That's all.
Okay, so now my next question is, why would you oppose the question then?
I don't understand what you mean. Why would I oppose it?
Why would you question those individuals?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, but I would try to answer like this. Officer Tatum.
Officer Tatum saying that the black people could have done it that was there. Why ask that question with no kind of evidence whatsoever? We don't even know if they know each other.
I don't know if that's a good point that you're bringing up. I'm just listening to the conversation. Officer Tatum said he went down and he interviewed. Well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but did he say he interviewed a black guy or he tried to interview a black guy or whatever, something like that? Was that correct?
That is correct.
He brought that up.
But that's not that. But he don't believe. But that black guy that he interviewed, he doesn't believe that he did it. He's part of the group that he doesn't believe did it.
Okay, I got you. But like I stated earlier, and I wish I could pull up and name the different shows that were actually talking about it, which I promise you I can, and I apologize for that. That's why it's not making
So with what the people that he interviewed, I believe he interviewed like 3 white boys and 1 black boy. So out of the people that he interviewed, he feel like it's no evidence that those people have done it. So now, right? So now we understand that. So those people and Officer Tatum's mind is excluded from the situation. He believes that they have enough of an alibi that he don't think none of the people that he interviewed did it. So now what evidence that he got that is pushing him towards believing that the other black kids, the 5 other black kids that are there, they did it, is what I'm trying to say, because that's his logic of evidence first before accusation.
I understand your question. Again, I'm in the middle. The same thing Officer Tatum is doing, the opposing side is doing the exact same thing. It's just way more people on the opposing side than Officer Tatum. You're bringing up good points. I'm not going to deny that.
I'm not going to. Can you answer the question though, or no?
No, I can't. No, I can't. Okay. No, I can't. I'm not going to boo. I'm not going to BS. I'm not going to try to make up stuff. No, I can't. I'm not going to sit here and lie. No. I just like to hear information. I'm the type of guy, I want to hear information and let me come up with my own decision. I'm hearing both sides. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. And what about the dispatcher call? Did you hear the dispatcher call?
Yes, not 100%, but I heard majority of it. Yes, about the white kid when the dispatcher was asking him stuff like how many people are on the boat, are they all over? I mean, are they all adults? And how he was hesitating and acting like he couldn't hear and things like that. Yes, it sounds very, very suspicious. Yes, I agree with that. Yes, it does. Okay. I heard that. Yes, I heard it. Again, I'm not naive. I'm being real.
in your mind, what about it is suspicious? Is it suspicious that they knew where he was? Like, what is your suspicion on after you heard it
about the 911 call? I mean, about that call.
Yeah.
I mean,
what was your suspicion on that?
Based on that call and not hearing anything else, and just based on that call, questions are founded. It does sound suspicious. Yes. Does it prove that they're 100% guilty? No. But if you would take that information right now and put it up in front of a jury, odds are they would probably be. So I'll give you that. Again, I'm not naive. That call is crazy. It really is. They seemed like he was being very obtuse. He was hiding. He acted like he couldn't hear what was being said. It was clearly things going on in the background. I give you that. I give you that. But again, I want to wait for everything else to come out. Everything else. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Okay. Shout out to PZ Ain't Going with the Temple. He says, finally, I got to it. The button works. Thank you so much. PZ Ain't Going. I appreciate that, PZ. Thank you so much. The super chat button works. Get the likes up. We need more likes. Yeah, I mean, the underage drinking alone is illegal. Officer Tatum is also claiming that, that white substance was around and that he is one of the things that I'm really upset about Tatum is before the toxicology thing come out, he's saying that he's 100% sure that Nolan Wells had that white substance in his body. I think that is a foul thing to say. Another thing I don't like about what Officer Tatum is saying. Yeah, you want to speak to that real quick?
No, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that he said that, and I don't like the fact that he's trying to make it seem as if the parents got some nefarious acts that they are just trying to make money off of their son's death. Like, that is a wild accusation to say about a parent that's grieving. Those two things really bother me. You're on mute if you're talking.
You froze up a little bit. I'm here. You froze up a little bit, or maybe it was on my end.
Yeah. So no, I was saying that I'm upset at Tatum for attempting to say that Nolan Wells was on a white powdery substance, and he's 100% sure that he was on this white powdery substance. I'm highly upset at that from Officer Tatum. And I'm highly upset that he is attempting to say that the parents are just trying to make as much money off of their son's death. I think that is a very foul thing to say about two grieving parents.
Okay, my response to that, the latter part at first. The parent thing, I personally didn't hear that, but I'll take your word for it. If he did say that, that was crazy. That's outrageous. I don't believe that. And to me, that was totally out of order. Your first point about the quote unquote white substance. Don't know if that's true or not, but if it is true, if Nolan does have that in his system, would it be safe to say that the other folks that was with him, his white counterparts, they had it in their system as well? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so to me, so to me, that's null and void. To me.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I agree with that as well. And if anything, that goddamn that white powdery substance is gonna make you feel like Superman anyway. You're gonna be swimming like it ain't no tomorrow.
Facts. Even though I wouldn't know that, for the record, I wouldn't know. I never had the white substance, but for my
but you heard people talk. You heard people talk
yes,
about it.
I heard people talk about it. Yes.
They all say the same thing. No matter who you talk to, no matter what state you go to, they all say the same thing. I never took none of that shit neither, so
Yes, but all I'm saying, and I want people to understand this very clearly, I am not 100% with Officer Tatum's assessment. I am not. I'm just that type of person. I want to hear both sides. I don't like when, and I'm not saying you doing this at all, so please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I just don't like when people turn this into a racial thing. I hate that. Sometimes it is racial. It is. Sometimes it's very racial. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just an effed up situation that happened, and unfortunately, other races happen to be within the mix. Unfortunately, in this situation, I truly don't know yet. And I'm being honest, I don't know yet. So again, people like Officer Tatum, who brings up some type of questions, to me, they need to be asked. That's it. They need to be asked. No more, no less. If you're doing your job, you ask the tough questions, period. And let the apples fall where they may.
But also sometimes the questions are just to derail you too, right? We all know that some people they ask you questions to death that have nothing to actually do with anything. It doesn't lead you anywhere. Like saying, hey, what about the black people that were there, the 5 black people that was there? And statistically, you are more likely to get deleted by a black man. Like that is disingenuous. That is not you actually trying to solve anything. That's just you trying to deflect.
I agree with you to a certain extent. Again, I'm not naive. I'm not. I'm a realist. Yes, bringing it up does automatically, he's trying to bring up the reasonable doubt. I get what he's trying to do. Now, does it in the gray area go too far by meaning it demonizes black people even more that this society has already been doing since day one? Yes, it does. But at the same time, the gray area trying to bring up reasonable doubt just to bring up those thought processes, it's a valid question, unfortunately. People just don't want to admit it. Now, how he bring it up and how it's delivered, that's questionable. And I could give people that. But at the same time, take the emotion out of it and listen to the question at hand. And to me, that's not what we're doing. There's a lot of emotions evoked in this situation. Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
And so, like, why do you want to take race out of the equation?
Because not that I want to take it out, but sometimes it's just not about race. To me, it's just it's just not about race.
We understand that they got cases that got to do with opposite races, and it doesn't actually have anything to do with race. We understand that I got cases out there that do exist like that. But what is your thoughts on this case specifically?
On this case specifically, as of right now, in my mind, I cannot say as of now that this was strictly about race. It initiated because of race. He didn't get back to the boat or he didn't make it back home to his parents because it was a racial situation. I haven't seen any evidence of that as of yet. Not one. Yes, the situation was unfortunate. All that. Yes. But I have not seen or heard any evidence except for the fact that it was a black guy with one black young man and the rest of them were Caucasians. That's the only racial component. Anything else for as racial slurs or any derogatory statements racially or anything like that, I haven't heard that. I haven't. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't heard it. Have you heard anything derogatory for us regarding race or slurs or anything like that within this case? Please correct me if I'm wrong. If you have, let me know. But other than that, no. It's just an unfortunate situation. Not to bring up the past case, but the case about the Carmelo Anthony. In my opinion, that wasn't about race until after the fact. To me, that was just it was high school kids getting into it. Unfortunately, someone lost their life. Then it turned racially. That's how I'm looking at it. And I'm being very objective about it. People might disagree, which is fine, but I'm being very objective about it without adding any emotion.
Okay.
Now, was foul play possibly entered for us with Nolan? Yes. I'll be naive to not think that. Of course, foul play, in my opinion, I believe foul play is there. I just don't believe right now it was racially motivated. That's it.
Let me see. Welcome to the show, Shadow, the Italian Was. I don't know if you're ready to talk yet. You let me know.
I'm ready.
What's your thoughts?
So, here's the reason why it keeps coming up to race. We're not saying that the kids did what they did because of race. We're saying the way that the disappearance was handled was based on race. Because absent the racial component, the way it got handled was handled ridiculously. And that's why it's one of the major things. And you're right, the initial and I was also gonna agree with you with Carmelo Anthony, but history is showing that the reason why the boys responded the way that they did is because they also had a racial background to them. So the way that they responded, even though apparently they did it to anybody, hands rated E for everyone, it still showed that there was a racial enough component that it's what ignited the entire initial activating event. This one here, though, a lot of people want to say the racist white boys did this to him. I'm not going to have that conversation because I can see otherwise. What I will say is the way it was handled by the parents, the way it was handled by them whenever they realized he was gone, the way the officers handled it and didn't address them the way they would have addressed someone else of another race in the same scenario. That's why there's a racial component to this one, because the disappearance itself isn't the issue. It's what was investigated along the lines of the disappearance. That's
okay. So I don't know how much you heard, Otis, but from
I heard
what you
everything.
did here,
I heard everything.
so
Yeah, I heard everything. We're basically almost saying almost the same thing. He went into a little bit more historical aspect, and I get that. But to me, the end result was, I believe we're saying the same thing. It wasn't a racial situation until after the fact, until people start, which is totally understandable. I get it objectively. But again, we're basically saying the same thing. The initial situation in both situations were not, in my opinion, racially motivated. It just happens to, it turned into that. But I get what Shadow was coming from for us, the historical aspect based on that particular town, and I get all that. So he might have a point there. I get it. I'm not going to sit there and argue that. I got you.
And
Hold
so
on,
now,
I want to make a clear clarification. I believe me and you are agreeing each other on Nolan Wells. Carmelo, I'm not agreeing with that. I'm believing that the initiating event had a racial undertone to it because of how the brothers' history is supported. Even outside of that, though, I think the way that the court system then handled it, because again, I'm from that county, I'm from that city, in fact, it becomes an issue of what really went down and how they handled that investigation, how they handled this case, how it, like you said, post-op, it's how the case was handled in court, how, again, anybody who was supporting Nolan in the case wasn't allowed in the courtroom. Most of those people were, in fact, race. So I'm just saying.
Natasha be having me dying. Oh my goodness.
What's going on, Natasha? Peace to you, Natasha.
Yeah, Natasha is hilarious. But so all right, so let me get this straight, Otis. You don't feel like the boy, whatever happened to him in this situation, you don't believe that was a racial component, but you believe that Mississippi, the way how law enforcement was handled before everybody jumped in on it, you believe Mississippi was handled under a racial component.
That's a good point. I don't know how Mississippi was handling it. I really don't. I mean, what did Mississippi police do to make? I don't know. I don't want to answer that question because I wasn't really tripping off how the Mississippi police was handling the case. What did they do?
Let me tell you, so as soon as they found him, they said, "Oh, ain't nothing happened. He wasn't a good swimmer. He drowned. Case closed."
Okay, now if that is true, which I'm not denying that I'm not saying that you're lying. Yes, there was kind of a to quit. They were too quick to close that quote unquote case to come up with that assessment. I agree with that. You have to do a more deep investigation. So if that was their initial statement, that was totally wrong. And one would question. I could see someone questioning and bringing up the racial component based on that town's historical past. I get that. Again, I'm not naive. I would give you that. But at the same time, still, if they did make that point, even if they did make that point, it still doesn't negate mine. The police officers or the police department might be racially motivated to end this case quickly because they are a bunch of racists. Who knows? I give you that. Let's say I'll concede to that. But still, the truth is the truth. If it wasn't racially motivated within that particular incident with them kids, not the police officers, with them kids, then it wasn't racially motivated. It still proves my point. The racial aspect didn't come into play until after the unfortunate situation. So if the police officer was the first one to bring up that racial mess, it's wrong. They made it racial if they trying to so-called close it quickly. But the initial incident, I don't think is racially motivated. Yes, I hear you, Shadow. Yes.
Hold on one second, Shadow, because we having trouble hearing you. That's what the whole jokes was about, Shadow. We having trouble hearing you.
Natasha's always saying shit like that. That's Natasha every day. That's Natasha every day. I watch. Hold on. Please don't assault my intelligence. I know when people do what they do. That's Natasha every single day. I let that happen because I don't care. But don't play in my face, bro. Like, to say that she doesn't do this shit every day. Bro, she does this every day. I get what you're saying. But don't play in my face.
I think it's the city breaks on that. The city breaks on that car is pretty bad.
I understand that, but we really could barely hear you, though.
No, I get that. But you said, hold on, here's what I said. I said because that's what the jokes are about. Sharon, what you just said, I'll go with. I believe that. Cool. Don't play in my face about this person because I know better. Like, I get you. What? Like, don't play in my face about certain. Trust me, I've seen it all. That's why I ignore him most of the time.
Don't worry about it, Sharon. Just keep it moving. Yeah, just keep it moving. I get what he's saying, but just keep it moving. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think that's not. Yeah, I think it's something else that I'm not privy to at the moment. Welcome to the show, Eater Man. What is your thoughts on this whole situation?
What's up, Eater Man?
What's up? What's up? How y'all doing? This is interesting that I guess black people always giving white racists the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, here you go.
I know it sounds crazy, but we always say, even though you have a history of being racist, and I can prove.
Damn.
I know what he was about to say. See, but I rock with Eater Man. Yeah.
That you racist.
Oh my, here we go. Here we go.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah,
I hear you now.
You just got back. Okay. You stopped that. I can prove.
Yeah, I have to prove without unreasonable doubt, even though the court system don't work with this unreasonable doubt that the black folks need, unreasonable doubt that these people are racist. Like we know, and then the crazy part, they say, well, the judge is racist in this town. They'll say the police is racist in this town, but the children ain't racist. Who the hell raising these damn children? If everybody, the firefighter, the clerk, everybody in the goddamn town is racist, we think the kids missed the racism, right? That's the crazy part about it. And then we could go case after case after case. They would say, well, we can prove that they was racist in that case. That doesn't mean that it was racist in this case. So I'm just telling y'all, like, we gotta understand, me being from the South, it's almost like a mist of racism that hang out there, and we gotta stop acting like it's not there and talking about we gotta prove it with unreasonable doubt because we know it's there.
That's a great point, Otis.
Not to me, it wasn't. And I'm going to give you an example so people can understand exactly what I'm talking about. Because let me say this, I will be the first one, the first 300 on that front line. If anything was to happen to any of our people, I'm one of them people for real. But with that being said, you take a white and a black kid playing in a playground. The white kid smacks the black kid. Okay. Now the parents get involved. One of the parents say, this racial, yada yada with the woo. Now, prior to that happening, those were just two kids, one white, one black. They got into a fight. One smacked the other one. Those are just kids having a typical kids fight. But the adults, whether it be the parents, the police, the judges, the caseworker, whatever adult situation title you add to that, they make it racial. And that's the point I'm making. Until evidence comes out, applied to this current case and other cases, that it was strictly based on race, I don't want to hear it. The adults turn this into a racially motivated situation. That's all I'm saying. Now, just prove what I just said.
Okay, I'm not saying it's only racism. That's not my stance, right? I want to be clear because everybody say, well, they really didn't like each other and they had racism. I'm just saying, if I can point at the parents, I don't know why we feel this way. If I can prove and look at like the good one is when we seen these twins in that situation, it was clear that his father was racist. And then we'll say, it's no way that they learned this type of behavior from their daddy. And so that's the point that I'm saying is, if you can look at my kids and say, the type of person I am, it's a good chance. I'm not saying that it's 100% that I teach that type of behavior to my kids. I don't understand how we keep saying, well, you know, the daddy this, the mama this, and just because it's a kid, it's no way he's learning, because we got to understand racism is a learned trait. And if you got everybody around you being racist, what did that tell you? You're going to learn it. These kids are not born with it.
I like that one.
I don't like that argument.
Right,
well, even though it stands in some truth, I give him that. What he's saying is not false. I give him that. But to me, you can't correlate that to these cases. You can't. Not to me. You can't. I need more. I'm sorry. I need more. Yes, what you said is correct, Eda Man. I'm not going to even disprove that. I'm not going to even talk about that. But again, based on my example, and let's use the real life examples. Them are kids on the boat. And you could take the Carl Anthony situation. Those are kids that attract me. To me, race was not part of it until after the adults brought that in to me. Brought that in. The adults brought that in. The conversations on different panels and all that. They brought race into this. That's all I'm saying. Now, until the proof comes out, and I promise you, I want to see the proof. And if the proof shows that this was racially motivated, I will stand down and I'll be the first one on that line. But until then, no. To me, this is just a lot of rhetoric. A lot. Let's get to the facts. Let's get to it.
So first of all, my grandpa told me something before he died. And he said this right here. He said the Ku Klux Klan, they did that organization never died out. They just got smarter. They found a way to hire them. And this is my grandfather, one of the wisest men that I said. And then the crazy part, people say, I want you to prove that racism is there when it's someone dead. Someone's deleted. Someone's not alive. That person can't speak to prove it. If you completely remove one of the individuals out of the picture, it's only one story that can be told. And that story gonna be told to be able to benefit them in their situation. So I kind of get what you said. Listen, in the court of law, I understand why they say you got to prove it before you take somebody's life. And I'm not disagreeing that they have to prove things in the court of life. But among us black folks, can we use some common sense? Or is common sense not that common?
Salute to Big Bad Bull. Salute to everybody that hit the like button, hit the share button, and hit the super chat, Cash App, or PayPal. I appreciate y'all so much. Welcome to the show, The Beautiful Conversation with MJ.
Hey, how y'all doing? Quick thing, right? There was a black boy. Hey, how you doing, Otis? There was a black boy in the UK. He was outside playing with his friends. They were play fighting. The other individuals was white. Someone called the cops, and the cops detained the black boy and let the white boys go. And when the black boy was like, wait a minute, why am I being detained? Why I'm being handcuffed? Their excuse is that there was a lot of crime going on in that area, and a lot of kids was hanging around in this area, and we needed to check you to see whether or not if you had a weapon. So my thing is, if you needed to check that he had a weapon, or these were the type of groups that were doing that and causing, outside disturbance, why only detain the black boy? Why not detain all his friends? They were all out there play fighting. And so again, it's situations like that that make people question. Now, it would be one thing if the parents were all upset, like, hey, why are our kids, they can't be outside play fighting and doing what boys do? That would become completely different. But when you treat another individual different from the same group that they're in, that's where you're wondering why is the different treatment? So we can't excuse I guess we would call those microaggressions. You can't excuse those things that occurred that show the difference between people that are doing the same exact thing or the same exact behavior, but they're being handled in different ways.
I want to share this story, Sharon, if you allow me, or you got super chats.
Yeah, let me just read this one real quick. Peasy ain't going. People from lynching photos are still alive. The
What?
F you talking about?
Right, I don't understand that. Thanks for the super
The people that was in the photos, because when they was doing these lynchings back in the day, they took photos of it. People that were in those photos are still alive today. The you talking about?
I want to share this. I want to share this
story. That's a great point. Go ahead, Edie Man.
And this is bleeding over to every industry. So, little personal story. My mama, she just went to the hospital. She's out the hospital now. She went to the hospital she'd been working for 28 years, Sharon. They tried to send my mama home with a 210 over 150 blood pressure. Damn. And this is the hospital that she worked in.
Wow.
And she said she couldn't believe the experience Black people was experiencing in the emergency room, and she worked 6 floors up. I'm telling you, this idea that Black people are treated the same way in this country, even after you serve these goddamn butter cookies, I'm telling you straight up, it's a lie. For Black people to believe this lie that they know is in their face, that they were treated differently, it's almost disheartening. We know it's not true. And so why do we give them the benefit of doubt over and over and over again and say they're going to make the right decision? They've been making the wrong decision for 250 years.
Damn.
I think that we got to stop giving dogs attention. Dogs are going to do exactly what they are going to do. They're going to do what they are taught and trained to do. And this is not to just say that one side don't have dogs. I think both sides have their little sector of dogs, but dogs are going to do exactly what they want to do. And that is what their owner trains them to do. And we see it when a lot of things don't make
who's
sense.
The dog? Tatum in your metaphor? Tatum is the dog.
He's a dog. He's definitely a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Bow, wow, wow. Bark, bark, bark. That is a whole dog. All he's doing is just barking. He's just barking. A lot of the statements that he made earlier was contradicting, because if you was to place it in other people in the same sense, the victims, he said they would be criminal in that case. There was something going on. How would you even insinuate that Nolan Wells had drugs in his system and a toxicology report has not been given out? In fact, everything been sealed until the grand jury. So you're saying you're upset that people are making speculation and assumptions in regards of his quote unquote friend.
Is she breaking up for y'all as well?
Yeah, she breaking up real bad. I can't even hear what she's saying, bro. Okay. She's breaking up bad.
Yeah, I can't even hear every other word. It's like every 5 words.
All right. I was just making sure it wasn't my connection.
Yeah, and I just want Otis to give me the case where a white boy was hanging out with a whole bunch of Black people and they disappeared.
Again, either man, like you just said, and the case you gave.
Do you have you could first answer the question. Do you have a case?
No, I do not. No, okay, I'm gonna understand the question. I mean, listen, to me, that's irrelevant. Again, I don't play them type of games. Not saying that he's playing games, but to me, the points that he's bringing up, the points that MJ brought up, I can't dispute that. I agree with them. But Titus, to this case, they haven't made that point to me. The only point that they made, which I agree with, that there's racism in this country. We all know that. It's mainly coming from people who have power to do things about it, like your lawyers, your judges, and your police officers who want to investigate the case. I get all that. I'm not negating that. Again, the initial, not to sound like a broken record, the initial situation that happened, which was tragic, you have not proven to me yet that it was a racial situation.
I got you. So let me ask you
That's
this
all I'm saying.
question. I
Yes,
got you.
talk
Let
to
me
me.
ask you this question because I just want to understand if me and you on the same page, right? Because I know you kind of experienced this. Do you think black people are guilty to proven innocent in the court of law?
Yes, they are. Yes.
All right. So why can't white people be racist until proven not racist in the eyes of black people?
Let me digest that. Repeat that question again.
Okay, let me
Understand the first
write it
part.
back for you in case you didn't hear it. Hello, if we
I'm
can
listening.
agree as black people that I
Mhm.
am guilty in the court of law until proven innocent, why
Mhm.
are white people not racist until proven that they're not racist in the eyes of black people?
Good question. Good question. I'm not gonna sit here and make up no words and all that. Try to listen. I hear you. I hear you. And that's why we're having this conversation. That's why the discussion is heated and we're having great back and forth. I don't have an answer to that. I don't. I'm not going to sit here and make up nothing. No, I don't have an answer to that. But to me, still, right is right, wrong is wrong. I'm sorry. I'm just that black and white. Everything you're saying, again, I'm not negating. I'm not, sir. I'll be the
Let me
first one
pass you
on
around.
the
Give me a
doggone
second.
line.
I gotta drop these papers. I'm cooking with hot grease today.
No, you ain't cooking. You're not cooking. Hey, listen. You're not
That
cooking.
was a great question. It was
What's
really
the
a good
answer?
question.
What would be your answer to that question, Sharon?
I don't have no problem with it. They consider us thugs. They thought Carmelo was a thug before they found out anything. You know what I'm saying? They consider us thugs before we thugs until proven otherwise. So
Unfortunately, you are correct. Again, I'll be naive to sit here and deny that. You are 100% correct. I've experienced it. Trust me, I get that. I'm not naive, bro. I'm not. I'm just sitting here on the sidelines. I'm looking at this case. I'm just looking at this case. And it's so easily to say that it was racially motivated. It might end up being. Again, I just haven't seen that full evidence yet. But it might end up well being based on the conversations, based on, here we go, historical facts and historical practices of these particular towns and municipalities. I get all that. But yet no one has still rebutted or came back with what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to be
right, because the problem is we all understand that racism is one of the hardest things to actually prove. And the reason why it's the hardest thing to prove because you have to actually get somebody to say a slur while they doing something to you. We try to act as if, like, Edom man brought up a great point. Like the whole town is racist. The officers is racist. The parents are racist, but somehow the children and miss all the children. Like we gotta just be honest and call a thing, and it's all right. And we understand when it's a group mentality, they would, act like they don't gotta help them. They like they we just know it's something strange. It's just something strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ben Crump. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think that's the main thing because it's just such a difficult thing to prove, and racist people always have the ability to say, no, it was just I didn't like that person, but we know the real reason. Something just happened recently. This black woman was attempting to do the most heaviest squat, well over 700 pounds for a woman, the heaviest to ever do it. And she did it, but guess why it didn't count?
Why?
Because this racist ass white man put his knee in the way of the weight, so one side couldn't fully go down on the squat by like a couple of centimeters.
I heard about that. Yeah.
He did that shit on purpose.
So
Yeah,
back
I heard
to
about
what
that.
I was saying before I had to drop off my thing. So black people are asking the wrong questions. They asking this question, prove that you are, prove to me that you are racist. We need to switch that to prove to me that you are not racist. Let me assume, like, just because they assume that we're guilty, we should assume they're racist until they show us that they're not. If we start from that baseline, if we start from the system that they put into place, that they believe, it shows us that it changes the way that Black people see these situations now. We see it. How many more examples, Otis, we need for you to see it?
And look at what somebody's asking me in the chat. How do you know he did it on purpose?
Huh?
Somebody in the chat, right? Even though I'm pointing out that this man purposely put his knee in the way so this woman would not get the world record of squatting. This Black woman, beautiful dark-skinned Black woman that was squatting well over damn near 800 pounds, something that no woman ever achieved. And this man purposely stopped her from getting this world record because he's a white racist and he didn't want that Black woman to get the world record. He's going to ask me, how do I know that for a fact?
The funny part is like, how did you know he slapped his wife on purpose? How did you know he didn't absolutely, his hand just twitched and he had some special disease to make him slap his woman? Man, come on, man.
Just so Jacob know, the white man said it himself.
What did he say? I'm so about to make a question. I mean, make a statement and a question, but go ahead. You might be part about the answer. What did the white man say?
He said, yeah, I did it. And I did it because I'm racist. I don't like Black people.
Man, stop. See, I was about to believe you, man. Stop playing. He didn't say that. Stop it.
Otis,
are you for real? Are you serious?
I know the way how I present things. People always try to make it seem like, I do not. This is why we come up. Hashtag SNL, Sharon never lies.
So he said that verbatim, not you paraphrasing.
That's what that man said verbatim.
Okay, well, there you have it.
Some of the things that really be happening out here, it sounds like, no, this got to be a TV show.
It gotta be a lie. You be like, there's no way this man said this on TV. It gotta be lies.
No, well, listen though. I was about to ask the question. I love playing devil's advocate. I'm so for real. To me, what the man asked in that chat was not a bad question. I'll play Officer Tatum. Prove to me that he did do it on purpose. I hear what you're saying, Sharon. It sounds good. It sounds salacious and all that. That's what you do, and you're great at it. I'm not trying to be funny. I respect the hell out of you. It sounds great. But my next question was, how do you really know he did that? And you just proved it. You said, and I'm taking your word for it verbatim, he did it on purpose because such and such. I haven't heard that, and I'm hoping you're not lying. I know you're not. Then okay, well, I stand back. But prior to that statement, shit, that was a valid question.
Just imagine this. Like, imagine I walk up to some random person and I slap the crap out of him. Just straight open hand slapping. And then you tell that person who just got slapped in the face, no cameras around, I want you to prove to me that Emmanuel was the one that slapped you. Is it even possible for them to prove it, even though it's reality?
I don't understand your question. To me, I hate irrelevant questions.
Meaning that the person gonna say, hey, do you know it was Otis there, Sharon was there too. Are you sure it wasn't one of them that slapped you? You sure it was either man? Is what he's saying. It was a guy riding a bike. You sure he didn't accidentally try to signal to the right and his hand was open and your face just got caught up in it? Are you sure?
Even though your face red, even though you got a palm print on your face, they're going to say, well, we just don't know.
Are you sure?
Well, now, see,
we don't even know if that's a man hand.
The more accurate,
that's a man hand print.
The more accurate question would be if you would have said this. A man walked up to another man on the street, smacked the hell out of him. They're both of opposite races. Prove to me then that he smacked him because he was a racist. That would be a more appropriate and adequate question. Now, prove that part. Prove to me that you smacked me because you're a racist. That's a better question. Wouldn't you agree?
No,
Right,
Based on
and that is good. I'm glad that you asked that. And
thank
if
you.
that white man that did the squat and he put his leg there on purpose, we would never know if he didn't actually say it himself. And that's the issue that we have with every
Okay.
time when a black person says you gotta prove that white man did it on racism. It might have been an accident. He didn't know no better. Maybe. The fact that if it's always a maybe, that should be a clear indication that it probably was racism.
Okay. Or unless, not to move the goalposts, or unless you have already a track record or a quote unquote history, the individual of doing things like that, then of course there would be no question to me. But if there is no history of that individual doing something like that, then you would have to prove that without a reasonable doubt. Prove it hard. Prove
no,
it.
but that's the problem. That person, hold on. The problem is that person get to be racist 5 times before we can call him racist instead of saying it the opposite way. Otis, stop saying, prove to me that you are racist. Hey, sir, you need to prove to me that you're not racist. That's my whole statement. You keep saying, prove to me that you ain't racist. I mean, that you're racist. No, prove to me that you're not racist, because I know white people track record in this country. I got a track record. How many years I need a track record to know how these people move?
I got you. Well, for the record, using my own example, if a white man come up and smack me, I don't care if it was a racial motivated or not. I'm kicking his ass, and I'm willing to go to jail for it. Now, after the fact, you could prove it.
So
After the fact, you could prove it's racial, but that's all. I just want to make that clear. So, but after the fact, you could prove. What's up? Talk to me.
Otis, it reminds me of the movie Crash. You ever seen the movie Crash?
Yes. With
so
Don Cheadle and Lorenz Tate. Yeah.
Right. And one of the scenes that stand out to me was with Tandy Newton, where at the end the dude tried to come and save her.
Dang, I'm trying to remember it again.
Yeah, he tried to save her.
I saw the movie. I'm trying to remember it again.
She got into a car accident. Her car flipped over, and the car's about to blow up. And the officer was coming to save her life and pull her out of the car. She was her butt buckle could not unleash, and so she was just upside down in the car about to explode, fire and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
The officer came to pull out, but that officer that came to pull her out just recently, a couple of days ago, groped her, put his hand inside of her. And she could not prove it.
I got you. Yeah, good movie too. Yeah, that scene. Yeah, that scene was. Yeah,
so
damn.
When he's trying to pull her out, he was just trying to be a good cop at the moment.
At that time, right? I got you. Yes, at that time, right? I got you.
That he was it doesn't take the fact that man was a racist.
Yeah, I got you.
Sexist, and he was a sex offender.
Good point. I got you.
The problem and that is what Edelman is trying to articulate. No, we should not be giving him excuses why he's not. Like, maybe this. Once you say maybe and if you have to prove it, that should be your red flag off the jump. Welcome back to the show, MJ and Shadow the Titan Wasp. Either one could go first. Y'all both have mic issues. Maybe they still do. Shadow, you there? Okay, MJ, she dropped, so her mic is still having issues. Shadow didn't come off mute, so he might still be having issues. So that's what Edelman's saying. And that was a really good point, Edelman. I like that point. I think it's the first time I actually heard it in that articulated in that way. I think a lot of people have that sentiment, but I don't think nobody's able to articulate it that well.
Yeah, I just think that we let people abuse people for too long before we can prove that they're abusers. Why can't we accuse them the first time?
Right.
That's just.
And MJ got a good point with those microaggressions and all those things. Like, people hide it for a very long time, man.
Mm-hmm. We see it. Like we see those microaggressions, and we see it over and over and over again. I've been hanging around white folks for a long time, Sharon. And the racism don't come out. Listen, the racism don't come out just like
right away.
It starts with a racist joke. Let me tell you how it works. It starts with this joke that's like, I didn't mean no harm. They'll say like this little joke that is racist. That it's clear that it's racist, but what they'll do is they'll laugh about it as if it was just a joke. And you know what they do? They want to see how much can they get away with. Oh, he let that go. He let that go. Then if you keep letting it go, you're gonna be in a situation that this is whole delivery of racism right here in your face, and it was just passive aggressive to it become aggressive. So nah, man, I'm just telling. And I want to be clear. All white people are not racist. I know some solid white people. Because when we start having a conversation about the bad apples, they try to see like we project this over the whole community. I am not projecting this. I know some really good, solid people. Like, I know people that feeding the community literally. They have literally sponsored the whole community, and they don't care where you at, what color you is. They believe in the humanity of people. I understand that, but those people don't get a chance to wash away the bad apples, from my perspective.
That's another great point. That's another great point.
And just because you're making good points, Peter, man, that doesn't mean you're cooking. It just means you're making good points.
No,
That's
it
all.
means he's cooking up. It means he's cooking like just the way how they want us to point out our bad apples. They say, hey, they could talk, and also it's okay for them to talk about our bad apples. It should be also okay for us to point out their bad apples as well, and the things that they have a history of doing as well. But for some reason, when we just want to communicate about, even we all agree and say it's the minority of them, a very loud minority that we always try to have a conversation about, they would still push back on that as well. They be acting like it's zero. It is zero chance of these things to happen. That's when we have a real serious issue. And that's what's happening on these 2 cases, right? On all these 3 cases. People try to act as if we are the crazy ones, and it is zero chance of what we're thinking is actually true.
Isn't it interesting, Sharon, that we don't tell black men to prove that they're degenerates? We never had this conversation about, I need you to prove to me time after time that you're a degenerate. What we do is we actually say, you know what? He might be a degenerate unless he go be a good father, unless he prove to us that he's not a degenerate. Why do we give white folks this much grace? I have no idea. I have no idea whatsoever.
Otis, why you give them so much grace?
I don't give them grace, and don't apply that to me just because I'm being silent. That does not listen. Hit dogs does not holler all the time. Well, my fault. Hit dogs do holler. I'm not hit. I almost messed myself up. But no, it doesn't refer to me. But the pushback I would give to what either man just said, the degenerate aspect. We don't ask them to prove themselves that they're degenerates. We automatically, and I say we as a whole, we automatically assume and say they are, and then we go to berate them, rightfully so sometimes. So I just totally disagree with what either man just said. We don't give them a chance to prove themselves. We don't ask them that. We never do. We assume that they are and just go with it. So I didn't like that assessment.
So, but you agree with the assessment that, I just want to make sure I understood. You agree that we does that for black people, but we don't do that for white people.
No, you go with that wordplay, which you're good at. You and Sharon must be related. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that. I said exactly what I said. Okay.
Hold on 1 second. This PZ ain't going. Just cause E is cooking, goddamn.
He is not cooking.
I don't like that you said we hey, just because we got some great minds doesn't mean that we're related. God damn. Thank you so
He
much.
said since they got common sense, they must be cousins since they got common sense. They gotta be related.
And just because I don't respond to that, I got to agree. Whatever. Y'all are crazy. That's why I rock with y'all. But just because I'm being silent does not mean I'm being cooked, and I agree. I just like to sit back sometimes. It is what it is.
But no, I'm not cooking you. I'm cooking white folks. You just taking up for them. This ain't even about you.
There you
I'm
go.
not even trying to cook you.
Okay, well if it's not if it's not about me, stop saying Otis this and Sharon making his statement. So don't make it about me. Don't do that. Don't do that. Again, I agree with everything you're saying. Either man, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. You are making some great points. But to me, again, not to sound like a broken record, just because you're making some great points and I was staying shoulder to shoulder with you, it doesn't apply to this situation to me. And what I mean by this situation, this particular case that's going on with the Nolan, as of yet, it has not been proven to me. And that's all I'm saying. And I'm going to stand on that. But everything you're saying is true. That's it.
Right. If everything that he's saying is true, Otis, why are you not looking at it as these folks need to prove that they are not racist? Why are you not looking at it like that?
They do need to prove it. They do need to prove it. And also on the bigger projective, well, not even on the bigger projective, the same stage, not only do they need to prove that they're not racist, the other side need to prove that it is racist. Prove it. Prove that too. It goes for both sides. You are 100% correct. Prove that we not, and on the other side, prove that it is. As of right now,
here's the problem, Otis. This is what they're going to say. The proof that we got is Nolan. Nolan is our friend. That's the proof.
Oh, okay. So you're saying their proof is Nolan is our friend. That's why we can't be racist because Nolan is my friend. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yep.
They got to prove that. I mean, I hear you. I'm just listening. I hear you. I hear you. I got you. I don't have Esquire behind my name.
And that's the issue.
What we say on our end, I don't know none of my friends end up missing, and I don't call the family. I don't know how y'all treat y'all friends, but y'all got a whole bunch of other friends over there that's not in Nolan's city. So what separates Nolan from all the other ones? Oh, is it the color of his skin? What makes, I just want to ask that question. All the friends went, say one person, I had all these friends. One of them showed up not missing. What was different about him, Otis, from your opinion, from your observation?
Okay, listen, I'll play your game. I love this because I don't mind. I'll be the dope. The observation is he's black, everybody else is white. I got you.
Oh, no, don't assume it's about blackness.
You said what?
You can't assume that. You can't assume is that he's black. No, this is why I feel like people playing in our faith. No, you need to look past his black skin. It got to be something deeper. This is what people are saying, Otis. It got to be something deeper than his black skin on why he was the one that turned up missing. People are playing in people's face. Talking about you got to remove the skin and figure out why he came up missing. Come on, man, Otis. I know Otis understand this. Otis understand that them people full of crap.
I hear you, man. Again,
If they wanted to show us it wasn't racist, they should have had 2-3 people come up missing. Then we can say it's not racist. But when only the black person come up missing, you can't play in my face and tell me race ain't have nothing to do with it.
It looks strange, but here I go. Now what? Now listen, I'm being Officer Tatum now. Yes, it sounds strange, but here's on the other side. It could be totally innocent. On the other side, it could seem like them lawyering up. Their parents told them to lawyer up. Sounds very suspicious, and it will lead to them being guilty. All that is true. It does look suspicious, but at the same time, if you really look at it objectively, what parent wouldn't tell their child to lawyer up, especially in the climate of today that we're living in?
I'm glad you said that.
I land real quick. There could be some validity, and they're honestly, truly innocent, and devil's advocate, but lawyer up based on the climate that we're living in, and also too, people are going to get mad at me. That is your judicial and your lawful right to lawyer up, because what you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, and it could be easily misconstrued based on the climate that we're living in. I can objectively say that, and that's the truth.
I got you. Listen,
got you.
I just want to ask you a straight up question before I get out of here, because I got to go to my appointment, right?
And I have to.
if your friends came up missing, your friends, remember, because
Mhm.
the argument is that Nolan is their friend. Do you
Gotcha.
feel like you would have an obligation to talk to their parents?
Me
Ooh.
being a teenager, great question. Here's my answer. Coming from a 55-year-old man, great question. Me as a teenager, yes. I will run, knock on the parents' door. Yes, this is what happened. I don't know where my boy is. I don't know. You're right. I would do that. But before I pick up that phone and I run out that door, and if my mother or somebody that's older than me that's more respectable than I am, grab me and say, hey, hold on. I know that's your friend. I know you didn't have anything to do with this, but based on the climate, and I'm seeing all these cases that people are getting locked up and getting sent to life in prison and all that, let's fall back and let's get a lawyer and get this stuff set up, because it could go either way. That could happen. Easily. Wouldn't you agree with that? Wouldn't you agree with that? Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree with that?
I got that. So
answer my question. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I agree with that. I agree with that premise.
Okay.
So do you believe
Okay.
that these teenagers, based on their actions, basically you being in and out of that court system, are they moving like innocent people or guilty people?
Great
Just from your
question.
perspective.
Great question. If you all depends on what side you on. If you're on the side that you already assume that there are some nefarious acts going on,
Now, I want you to go from neutral from your point of view. Now, I don't want to know about sides from your point of view.
I am being neutral. Me being neutral is this. I don't think they're doing anything wrong to get legal representation. Me personally, I don't. You would be a fool not to, based on this climate of today. Not that I feel that they're innocent. I'm not saying that at all. But I can't negate the fact that I can't hold that against them, that they're going to get legal representation. That's crazy. That's what this country allows you to do. Get a legal representation. That's it. Now it sounds messed up. Optically, yes. Oh, they must be guilty. Why wouldn't you just go to the parents? Great question. But also on the other side, why not get representation? Because if you say something wrong because you're emotional, even though you didn't mean it that way, somebody could run with that and you would get crucified. I've been in that situation. I've been on both sides. And that's all I'm going to say. I'll land my plane. Nobody there?
All right. So welcome into the show. Shout out to Time Wise. We're gonna see if his microphone's working again. And also we got Out the Mud Cody as well with us. Go ahead, Shadow, then Out the Mud Cody.
Testing. Can you hear me?
You good? Yeah.
I'm just listening at this point. I see where Otis is coming from, but I feel like he's twisting a little too much.
Explain.
It sounds like you're giving reasonable doubt at a level that exceeds standard reasonability. Like, it looks like you're stretching a little too far to give the reasonable doubt, because a reasonable person in these circumstances could see what went down and say, you know what, I could see how this could be a thing. But you're not even saying it could be. You're saying we're overstepping by thinking it is. I think there's a different standard in those two conversations.
I can see where one would say that. I got you. But again, to me, you're proving my point. You're going and your whole sentiment is based on that, quote unquote, I hate to say this, that other side. To me, you already made a preconceived notion, and it might be valid. Again, I don't know. I don't have Esquire behind my name, but it seems like you're already coming from the side that the white kids are guilty. So anything that you hear opposite of that, you're going to say that the opposing side is doing a little bit too much to prove that they're innocent. So I get that, and I'm very objective. I get it. So I'm not going to even negate that, and I let that slide.
I think that there's a misinterpretation of this fact. You got to keep in mind, I've been Nolan in multiple situations of theirs. So I understand. I'm not even saying they did this because they're white. It would be ridiculous for me, of all people, to say that. Most of the family I have is white, for that matter. So with that being said, you also have to understand, I'm not looking at it from a racial perspective from the start. But I've also seen the police departments move in a racial way. And irrespective of where I was, So I can see the racial aspect in how they handled the case. And I'm not saying it from a non-objective point of view, because I can see where it's coming from. I can see why everybody's saying, well, how did the cops say there was no foul play before they found his body? That didn't make any sense.
I agree with
somebody
that.
who should understand that. So you can see, so what is his situation different from other situations where they didn't immediately rule no foul play? The common denominator is the racial aspect of it. That's why his civil rights attorney was appointed. That's why that became necessary. Because even if we don't say the kids were being racist, we can say the system was being racist with how they handled it.
I give you that. I give you that. Again, a Shadow. I give you that. The system, it started with the cops coming to a premature statement that it was an accidental drowning. Yes, I give you that. So there's no pushback on that. I give you that. So I had no stance on that. I don't. But that does again. Go ahead.
He made the comment about microaggressive white people. And I'm going to say this because, again, yes, if you spend enough time around them, you notice those escalating microaggressions till they make that joke and they say, oh, no, it's cool because I have a black friend. That isn't just a comedy trope. Like, it's something that happens so often that people are able to make jokes about it. With that being said,
isn't that categorized as systemic racism though? Like, I would call it social.
I would call it social racism, not necessarily systemic, because it's something that they do at a subconscious level because it's allowed to happen.
But it's been done for decades. How do we fix that?
But in that same thing, you have to see how white people interact with each other. They interact with each other in a very similar way. But by allowing the race to cross those boundaries, then you're opening up a different boundary. It's a different conversation when white people are making white jokes to white people. But when white people are making white jokes or black jokes to black people, then it becomes a racial component because we're not the same. I land.
Oh. Hey, Sharon, what's good with you, big dog?
So we got good day too. So we got Cody, Uda, and then Cap for life. Go ahead, Cody.
What's good with y'all? Y'all good? I was gonna say, the thing. It seemed like what's good, big dog? It seemed like we always have to get a attorney and see lawyers through while we sitting in the interrogation room or in the county jail. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying if it was me, Sharon, Shadow, Uda on a boat and everybody showed back up except Uda, me, Sharon, and Shadow would be
showing up.
We would be in the goddamn interrogation room. We will be in the county jail waiting on a bond that they probably set at $1 million a piece. And it will be a totally different situation, a totally different scenarios will be played out, right? So it will be enough circumstantial evidence against me, Shadow, and Sharon, due to the fact that we were the last 3 people to see Uda alive, that we will be in the interrogation room chained to the chair, right?
My pushback on that would be, and watch I get eviscerated. And to me, it's not a racial thing, it's a cultural thing. If based on your same scenario, if all you 3 lawyered up and it's the truth and all y'all lawyered up, you would be in the same situation the white boys in. You wouldn't be in no interrogation room because the lawyer would have prevented that from happening because they need to have substantial enough evidence to even bring you into the interrogation room. And that's where a lot of us fail. And I'm not going to move the goalpost, but that's where a lot of us fail. We go in thinking, knowing in our heart that we innocent, but you can go into that room and you're ill prepared.
Yeah, but
Period.
look though, your lawyer
Experience
just
says
gonna be
otherwise.
sitting right there
Thank
beside
you.
you in
I
that
have to, and
interrogation room.
That's why again I'm coming from experience too, Shadow. I thought I was a
Your
lawyer,
lawyer
you know
just
I
gonna be
wasn't.
sitting beside you in that interrogation room. It ain't gonna be no your lawyer
Okay,
said you can't be questioned and you can't
I
be
got you.
spoken to. You're gonna be sitting in that interrogation room with your lawyer sitting beside you, big dog, and he gonna tell you, hey,
Hear me out
answer their
though. I got
questions
you.
correctly.
But let's be real, and I'm not bragging. It's not a flex, unfortunately. But I've been in the court system a lot. I very seldom, unfortunately, saw black folks, and it's sad, go in front of the judge with legal representation.
Did
So
you have
stop
a PD or a lawyer?
Oh, well,
What
they
you
must
have?
have been in some type of silver goddamn court. And you ain't going in front of no goddamn
You gotta have a
criminal
PD,
court
bro.
without a lawyer.
Yeah. Unless you're representing yourself, and that's you're being brave if you're
They
doing that.
very seldom let you do that shit.
Yep.
The initial, no, let's get this right, because I'm not that I'm an expert. The initial time you go into the front of the judge, it's called an arraignment. A lot of people don't have a lot of people don't even have a legal representation even at the arraignment. Just by you even going in there, even talking to the police officer prior to the arraignment without legal representation.
If you
Come
ask for
on,
a
man.
public defender, they have to give you a
waive
public
their
defender.
rights to a public defender because they're gonna get a paid lawyer, so they don't go to arraignment with a lawyer.
Well, I don't want to move the goalposts. Let's bring it back to the case. I don't want to move the
They're
goalposts.
gonna appoint you one. Come on.
They're gonna appoint you a lawyer.
Yeah,
exactly.
Appoint you one. So we can't even get into that. They appoint you
Otis,
one, bro.
I have my bad, Uda. Otis, I have never, in the entire time I've sat in front of judges, courts, including with other people, I've never seen somebody go to an initial appearance without a lawyer unless they waived it, because it's a violation of your due process to see a judge without proper representation.
Yeah, you ain't going to
because that case would
I got you.
immediately be overturned.
I got you. Let's not go deep down the rabbit hole. I got you. I retract my statement. You're right. Let's back it all the way back up before. Hear me out. I'm conceding the point. Let's watch hear me out. Let me let my plane real quick. Forget I even said that. I give you that. Got you. Prior to even going into being in front of a judge, how about going into the interrogation room? Period. Without representation. That's what I was really trying to make. Let's not go down a rabbit hole and talk about going in front of a judge and all that. I give you that. I'm talking about the initial time you get that initial contact with the police officer. That's all I'm saying.
You have to keep your mouth shut until you get legal representation. That's keep your mouth shut. Don't say anything.
The Miranda rights tell you that.
There you go.
Don't say nothing. Just period. They tell you when they're talking to you and they read you the Miranda rights. Period. Anything that you say will be used against you in the court of law.
Okay, so everybody on this panel is acting slow. We all seen 48 hours. We all seen the first 48. We all seen it. They all waived their Miranda rights. They always read their Miranda rights, and they still sat down there. Let me finish, please. They always read their Miranda rights, and they all ends. Do you still want to talk with me? And what do they say? Yes. And they try to explain themselves. Period. Correct. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You ain't gonna get rid of that shit.
You cannot.
You ever heard of entrapment?
Excuse somebody waiving a right. Hold up. You waive your rights when you say yes. That's the thing you're overlooking. If they did not say yes and they did not agree to waiving the Miranda rights, I'm telling you, a cop will not talk to you because it is literally a Brady violation. They will literally get that entire case overthrown. What are you talking about? I get what you're saying, but you're excluding people waiving their rights to them not having them. That's not the same thing.
But Shadow, this is what I'm saying though. People are guilty or have some guilt there. People want to speak because they think that cops could help them. Cops are there to book you, to put you in the building. They don't have nothing to do. Look at Carmelo. He was in front of them saying, listen, man, I'm innocent, this and this and that. He talking to them like they can help him. They come in to book him. That's what they come in to do. You might as well say nothing to these people because these people cannot help you.
Yeah, they got him on camera, bro. They had a confession.
They're not gonna let you go. You know what I'm saying? They're here to book you. Book them, Dano. That's what they're here to do. So they cannot help you. You see what I'm saying? So that's where we get wrong, is when we start to speak to these people because we want to go home. We want to go home now. But it's okay. You're going to go home anyway. We just want to go home now. But they have a job to do, which is booking you. That's what they do. Do the paperwork and booking you. That's their jobs, and that's it. They can't help you with nothing else. Okay? I ain't never seen a cop show up to come help somebody. They always show up to say, yeah, he's guilty when you're in the court. Anytime a cop show up in the courtroom, remember the Martin episode? He said, yeah, I was there. Remember the cop showed up on Martin? They only come to say that you did what you did. They never came to help nobody, bro. And that's just a fact. It's a fact.
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to really talk about systemic racism, why is the hood still the hood after 40 years? Isn't that a bigger issue to figure out? Like, why is the hood still the hood and we got more technology than ever? That's a problem in itself. And I live around here, bro. Like, why doesn't the neighborhood change, but they expect the people to evolve? That don't fly, bro. That's another thing people need to put into account. You're being held down because of the place you are at, but you're doing to change it because we're not educated enough to go up against government. If we do, we're intimidated, just like we mentioned now, because we're afraid to talk because of our rights. We don't know our rights.
Just out of curiosity, how does it take 45 minutes for a cop to go a mile when it'll take them 7 minutes to go 15? I'm just saying, I understand the question that you're asking, but I don't think it's the scope of this conversation. I think the real thing is, it's just like when it came to Carmelo. He was taught to go talk to the cops if something goes wrong. My mom taught me, the minute a cop talks to you about anything, call me, I'll call the lawyer. Period. I can't say anything, I need you to call my parent. Most people aren't taught to do that same thing. And adults aren't like, oh yeah, you got a question for me? Let me call my lawyer so you can have him have that conversation.
Then a lot of
Because
people in those interrogation rooms on First 48 be stupids, and they think they can go in here and outsmart and outthink these people with the lack of knowledge of the evidence they have. So they just stupids, and you can't motherfucking me hold that to every person. You get what I'm saying? People go in there and think that they can outthink these people, outsmart them, think that people gonna expose their hand and show them their cards and shit, when it don't work like that. You get what I'm saying? But when it comes to the real side of it, like with them being lawyered up and shit, out the gate, they'd have said, goddamn me, Cody guilty. That nigga went got a lawyer. So and I think we don't take that step. Like E-Man was saying, we automatically say, give them a shot. No, that not them. When really in reality, we should be making them prove that it's not them. You get what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I think that was one of the greatest points he ever made in his life. I don't know
I've been standing on that shit all my life, fool. I just make them crackers prove to me who they ain't and who they are. I'm not just going off of all this old friendly ass gesture, this friendly ass fake smile. I'm not going for that, big dog. You feel me? I know what your uncle and your goddamn me brothers and your goddamn me grandpa and grandpa brother them did, big dog. I know how they act, speak. You get what I'm saying? So how I think the apple don't fall far from the tree unless it's on a hill, and that means it got to roll down.
Now they got to roll down. That's funny.
That was good. That was good.
Really good. Man, so much to I see I gotta do some more research. I see Ben Crump and the whole Action Network League is talking right now, so I need to go ahead and do some research and see what they talking about. See if it's worth reviewing or not.
And Sharon, this little white girl got me skeptical too. Now, cause I've been said that from day one, cause it always seemed to be a white girl in the middle, right? I'm talking about. And so
why nobody talking about that? That's a good point. Why nobody talking about the female? They said they saw him last with a
white girl in the middle, and the white girl liking on everybody. You know, they getting their head up in that little butthole, so they liking on everybody. So Oh boy, I feel like the little white girl played a stronger part. Not that she had something to do with physically. You get what I'm saying? But I'm saying I think she may have played a stronger role in the events that occurred, right?
Yeah.
Cody, you ain't shit. I just want you to know that. I just want to put
My
that out there.
fault. I'll be trying to work on being a better person, but hey, sometimes you
Yeah.
got to be American.
Cody, that was classic. That was as good as anything when he said, "Why don't you say that they racist from the beginning if they said we guilty?" When Eve said that, that was a good point. Eve, he was cooking today because the vice president wasn't VPing for that long. I thought he was the vice president of the Trade Channel. I'm gonna leave that. Anyway, though, but look, as far as the girl goes as well, like even that, you know what I'm saying? Many people are pressing on up. So I even did a video just now because Katie got mad black friends. Katie got a whole room of black people in her house. I gotta bring up the screenshot and show y'all. Yo, black people are online defending Katie. They not Miss Dixie daughter. They defending Katie. They said, nah, them people will give you the shirt off their back. They go to Three Rivers with us all the time. I gotta show you the image with Katie.
Yeah, but that don't mean she ain't break that little white boy hard though, and had that little white boy in his feelings. And while she over there hugged up with the strong masculine black boy, the black boy hugged up and got a cradle, painting on them little cheeks, leaving a little red mark. Boy, that goddamn me.
Cody, I'm not arguing that, Cody, because when I did some videos before Bart just came up and lawyered up, before Bart just came out and said he's suing content creators for pushing out a narrative and allegations that's accusing him of being involved with Nolan's unaliving, he done hired the guy for the Mississippi Tribune to represent him, and they going after content creators. Anybody, they say, even if you're saying a legend, we don't care. We coming at y'all this ain't about money, right? I'm like, maybe Katie could have had some jungle fever. Maybe she got jungle fever. So
Man, you know, Katie, what it is, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man. You know what it was.
I know, but it seemed like Katie was with the Yoo-hoo and the chocolate milk from the Ritz.
Yeah, they running interference and shit. They running interference for their homeboy. Their homeboy really the one in love with her. They running interference, but shit, she crushing on my boy. My boy, a little young suave debonair player. He keep himself smooth. And she crushing over there. And he peeped the vibe before they leave the island. He hugged up with her, kissing her in the mouth and painting on them little cheeks. And man, they ain't liking that shit. Man, you know these Mexicans around here in Texas don't want you with their sister. You could be their best goddamn friend and he know you're a good dude, boy. He don't want you with his sister, boy.
Cody, you ain't never lying.
Bro, I can't argue there, bro. I can't argue there, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know.
Want to know
like one of them boys
how to
finally
turn a
was
bunch
mad.
of white friends into
I don't
white
know.
enemies? Date their sister.
But Bart saying it ain't him. He said, I don't know Katie. It's a picture circulating. I'm gonna find the images so I can show you all these images. Yo, there's a picture circulating online with Bart, one of the guys in question, and he's with a girl. And they said that everybody ran out to say he was with Katie. But Bart said, listen, bro, I ain't never even known Katie. Besides him saying he was in Wyoming, supposedly, because he played football and all that, he go to college. But he said, I never known Katie. The first time I ever seen Katie was here at Horn Island, bro. Like with Nolan. I don't even know her. You know what I'm saying? So did Katie have something going on with something else? I don't know. I think it's all shady. I think a lot of these things are shady. What's also shady is that, you know, they did this multiple times, like go to Horn Island. So this wasn't the first time they went to Horn Island. And when they go to Horn Island, they actually spend a night at each other's house, like somebody's house, and then they leave together and go to Horn Island, right? So even like how the mom was saying, like, yo, she went through the Snapchats and all of these things and couldn't find no evidence, no videos, no pics, no nothing, when her son always take pics and videos, right? So even when Officer Tatum was getting pressed yesterday by Nancy Grace, which I had to talk about, like he like, you know, I went to the island and it really wasn't service like that, so I don't know if you could upload. But he never said if he tried to upload or not. That's one thing, because we know that when the boys was on the boat, they actually had some service at all because they made the call over water. You know that when it's over water on land, you're gonna get less service, but when over water, you get damn near no service over water. It's hard to get service over water. That's just a fact, right? But now Officer Tatum says when he spoke to the boys, the young men, whatever, he said they actually was showing them pictures and videos from the night before, because you know they sleep at each other's house. He said they started showing them pictures of them chilling, drinking, they was chilling, whatever the case may be. And he don't know why. The mother was saying, but the mother said that she doesn't even see no videos from the day before, no pictures, no nothing. She don't see anything. Not no Snapchats, not no Insta, not no TikTok, not no nothing, and no pictures and no videos from the night before while he was spending the night by the friend's house. So that just seems very
Hey, older. You know what I don't really like though, big dog? I don't like that throat didn't show up to the second autopsy dude, right? See, I don't know how that shit going on, but I'm thinking all the body parts should have made it to the second autopsy.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
But that shit not to show up.
Hey, let him land.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh yeah.
No,
Okay. PZ ain't going. My question is, who was the female voice on the boat? Because if it's Katie, there is no way she was on that island with Nolan. Damn, that's a great.
They speculating. And
it was like
Katie
two
said
female
she got a
voices
ride.
too.
Katie said she got a ride back.
It was two female voices. Not only that, they Tatum kept showing the video of the boys about to get told there's nothing but boys on the boat. Where were those two girls at? Where was those female voices at? We heard the female voices in the background,
but they never got told, did they, Sharon?
There's something going on.
Tatum's not acting in official capacity, is he?
Give me.
Yes, he is. He acted in the official capacity.
No, hold on. So is he acting as an official cop on this case?
No.
Okay. The reason why
he's putting himself as he is.
Right. So the reason I asked is he's saying he interviewed all these people and he saw no reasonable belief that they did something wrong. But as somebody who's not an official officer, what obligation do they have to tell you the truth at all? Why do they even care about what your opinion is?
Man, he's talking to them little boys like they homeboys already, like he been knowing them for years, like they friends and shit, already acquainted. He ain't no pressure being applied in them bullshit ass interviews. He, from the clips I done seen, I ain't watched the dude or no shit, but I seen clips. He ain't just applying no pressure. He really on some friendly shit and trying to prove their innocence.
That right there was my point. If he already has, because keep in mind, if he was moving as a cop, he couldn't go in with a bias. But because he's going in with a bias, he's not being honest about he's not applying pressure. Anybody who's been in front of cops, we've had pressure put on us. Why is it that in this case, we don't see any pressure? Thank you, Cody.
What photo was this?
It looked Photoshop.
Katie. This is at Katie crib. This ain't Photoshop, bro. This is
that should look Photoshop like a mom. She put herself
this
in there.
This is at Katie crib. I can show you both.
That's all the black people in the city.
Bro. This is at Katie crib, Sunday by Dixie House.
Uda. Katie looked like she chew on straws, bro.
Well, she was chewing on Nolan allegedly. I don't know what happened.
Sure, you ain't no kind of shit.
Uda, can I ask your question? Because I missed something. I do apologize. So what is this photo establishing to you?
No, this is because a bunch of black people have come out on Facebook. So I could skip through and show y'all what's going on. A bunch of black people have come out on Facebook to defend Katie. You know what I'm saying? People are defending her. Look, and Katie has also been to 3 Rivers and 8M party with our family too. And that don't mean she ain't. Look, the people is outside talking for Katie. So this, look, us at Katie's house, straight black kids. She never been that tight. They think that she is. You know what I'm saying?
Katie's the eater.
We got you already know they eating. They know them people eat. But I'm just saying though. But look, right? Look,
I ain't lose the eater.
Look, they said, damn, well, they know damn well that they not talking about that, Katie. The whole family will give you the shirt off their back. You know what I'm saying? This is on Facebook that's happening right now. You know what I'm saying? People are coming out defending her.
Hey, but let me ask you a question, big dog. Was people coming out like accusing Katie of being like having something to do with the actual action or whatever, or were they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
People are
I
saying that.
don't think that though.
Yeah. People are saying that. You know, remember, because they said that Katie was the last person to see Nolan. So in his final hour, she was the one that was with him. Even though Katie's maintaining that the boys said that he was going back on a boat with the boys. You know what I'm saying? So she's shocked or surprised that they even left him. You know what I mean? And I think she ended up getting a ride back. I think her brother or her sister or so, I think they facilitated a ride back on one of the boats for her to get back to the dock. You know what I mean? So even in this, Katie ended up speaking on one of these messages as well. She ended up responding to some of this as well. So, you know, she's getting a lot of hate. Like on one of these messages, even in this Facebook post, people are like, you next. You know what I'm saying? They got like 100 marshmallow. They bugging you next. So a lot of people are getting unaliving threats. You know what I'm saying? Not just Katie, Nolan Wells and Wansley family, Warren family, even his mom, his stepmom, Ashley Cole, who's a judge. She was saying that even her little children, the small children, besides the son, the small children is having unaliving threats as well. You know what I'm saying? So many people are getting threats on all sides, even people that's content creating. Even the woman that just came to do remember, there's a woman that enhanced the audio. She's an audio engineer. She's a professional audio engineer. She was just doxxed, bro. They just doxed her and brought up her criminal past, bro. She got the orange jumpsuit on and all that. You know what I'm saying? So she came out to speak. I'm gonna show you that. I'm gonna bring it up and I'm gonna show y'all I'm gonna show y'all. You know what I mean? But I just show y'all Katie message. Where Katie message at real quick before we go? Look, this is Katie right here. Katie said, what's understood, because they said, and another thing, I'm standing behind Katie McCormick, and I understand that y'all don't know her, but me and 1,000 other of us being melanated beings, look, have literally slept, ate, and partied at the McCormick house. And don't forget, that's Dixie Child. You know what I'm saying? So this person went hard, Mary Paul.
So let me shout out to PZ ain't going. PZ ain't going. That's a question, not speculation, bro. Who are the female voices?
No, I agree with you there, man, because I know I heard one say, "Is he dead?" I heard him said that. That's
I heard the same thing.
I heard that, bro.
Wow.
But they trying to say they added the voices in on that shit and shit though. I'm like, man, these people are so dangerous, man.
Check on that boat, bro. Go to check on that boat, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it was Katie or not, but you know, it most definitely was a chick on that boat. In my own opinion, allegedly, you say, but in my own opinion, I think that it was a girl on that boat. And they saying that we might have confirmation.
That's another great point. This is another great point, Uda. PZ ain't going. And we heard the voices, but not one female witness has come out and said anything. That is an excellent point.
Yeah, her parents told her to lawyer up.
Peasy, they were fluent.
Blatantly obvious.
Peasy. They coming from doctors and judges and
fluent. And with PZ ain't going, PZ's keeping his channel going today, and we need $15 more to reach the goal. Shout out to PZ ain't going.
Yeah, I think they all done said something. They just all saying that they didn't see him and they don't know he didn't get on the boat. That's all of them story they trying to stick to, right? I don't understand how you drown on an island or with 1,000 or more people on it and nobody saw you drown.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Somebody now all of a sudden TMZ coming out to say that they got 2 witnesses that seen Nolan on the island after the boat left, which is mad weird to me. Where they popped up from. Now I'm saying we dealing with people that got money though, affluent people. They come from your pops is big surgeon, doctor, your mom's is judge. Like a lot of these kids, doctor, judge type vibe. You know what I'm saying? A couple of them at least. So I think, and then a lot of people speculating that, you know, as far as Bart goes, you know, Bart is supposed to be going to the NFL. He come from a long legacy of football players and a bunch of other stuff like that. Because you see, you know, one day that people were saying that Bart was involved and he was with Katie, which Bart came out to say, his lawyer actually came out to say, Mr. Latino came out to say Bart never knew her. That's the wrong girl. That didn't even Katie in the picture. The one day they made the video, bro, the next day Bart said he's suing content creators and it's not about money, period. So it goes to show you how people is playing on that side of the fence, even though he's saying that he's getting some unaliving threats based upon that video or all the videos that people have been doing on Bart. But look how Bart's playing. Bart's not even joking. You know what I'm saying? Bart came out one time and lawyered up one day. You know what I'm saying? In one day. He didn't wait 2 days. So
one day.
It goes to show you what's going on. And that's why even like Officer Tatum, I think that he's doing things because I think he wants validation from white people. That's just my own thought about
Yeah,
it.
he's running interference. He's running interference, man. Eating dangalang, eating the world longest glizzy.
Yeah, he glizzied out. You know what I'm saying? So I think he is too. Because I don't understand why he would be saying some of the things. And it seems like even on Nancy Grace's yesterday, he was saying like, you know, I'm an officer, so I want to get the bad guys. But it seems like if there was a bad guy, the bad guy would be in the bunch that you just was interviewing. And it seems like he's already crossed over the line to be on their side already, which he's want to be validation by white people because his content alone, he's always kicking in the backs of black people. So it just goes to show you that that's already there. But yeah, it just seems like maybe he could have been paid off too, man. Because look, man, people got money, bro. Listen, man, we can pay you something right now. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But you never know.
Let me
People
also shout out to Titan Wise getting us over the hump. Salute to Shadow the Titan Wise with the 15 ball to make sure we reach our goal and then we can extend the show further out. Thank you so much, Shadow the Titan Wise. Salute to you.
I personally don't understand the vitriol that Officer Tatum gets. Yes, I don't agree with a lot of things that he say. I really don't. But the comments that I'm hearing about him that he's he doesn't like black people. He's sucking the blank of the other folks he's doing. That's just so crazy to me. Just again, I stand on this. No one can have an opposing thought of the same race. That is crazy to me. This man is getting eviscerated because of his opinion, and he does have experience as a police officer. He might be wrong. Based on what y'all just said, just based on the evidence alone, take the emotion out, the phone call, the female voice saying, is he dead? I get all that. It doesn't look good for him. I get it. But to tie all that in and to make Officer Tatum out to be a damn coon and all this stuff that I'm hearing, that to me, that's just crazy and totally unfair. Yes, he made some outrageous statements. The boiling water incident was justified. He's a fool for saying that. Granted. But all the other things, a lot of things that he says, he's not, I mean, he's bringing up valid points. He has to ask the question. You don't have to agree with the questions he's asking, but damn, that doesn't make him a coon. That's all I'm saying.
When you always take the other side, ain't never got nothing
I had to do an autopsy
positive to say about your own people. You dick eating. I don't give a damn what you say, Otis. Shit, this motherfucker ain't never seen nothing positive that black people can do or have done or doing at the moment. He is always the negative. Man, you dick eating.
That's period. That's period, bro. I see it just like you, Cody. So that's a fact, bro.
I got you. Bro. Hey, I got you. Hey,
that's a fact, man. You know what I mean? You never want to see nobody in a light. You never want to paint us in a good light.
Shout out to Dahlia Seagull with the NOK 100, which is, I believe, is $10. I'm not sure what is the NOK. I don't know what currency that is. Salute to you. Thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. We really appreciate it. I believe that. Whose side is that? Otis or Udas? Salute to y'all. Support your favorite streamer.
Salute, man. Yeah, but look, even this is the doxing of the audio engineer. Look, she came out and got doxed over me. They put her mug shizzies up, bro.
And they've been trying to say that she like added voices in the editing or whatever. So you know they trying to shit on her name out the gate and don't know her. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I can read to what she said, though. This is her response to it, though. She said, "This will be the only time that I address this. I've never hidden my past, and I've never denied it. The misdemeanor charges on my record are more than 20 years old, and the people who truly know me have known about them for years. Those records do not define who I am today, the work that I've built, or the person that I've become. They also do not prove that I committed any crime. Plenty of people like me are incarcerated right now for crimes that they did not commit. Attempting to discredit someone someone by digging up decades-old records instead of addressing the substance of their work is a tactic that I've expected from the very beginning. It doesn't change why I'm here. I also want to be very clear. I don't want anyone attacking, harassing, or engaging in personal battles with anyone on my behalf. That only creates more division, and that's not my focus. My focus has always been one thing: justice for Nolan Wells. The questions surrounding this case deserves answers, and they deserve a thorough, transparent investigation. That has not changed. To everyone who has supported me, thank you. Your encouragement, thoughtful discussions, and commitment to seeking the truth means more than you know. Please continue to stay respectful, stay focused, and don't get distracted by the noise, and the conversation should remain where it belongs. What happened to Nolan Wells? His family deserves answers, and that is where my attention will remain. Reading Rainbow, I can.
I see you, Oda. They said shooters couldn't read.
they bugging, boy. I taught myself to read.
I'm telling you.
I ain't never been on phonics. The purple book
my
and
boy.
the brown one.
Yeah, but you know they like did the same thing to Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? They did the same thing. They do the same thing once the law shoot a brother in the back or in the neck on side the road. They say what he did in the past and not what he was doing right now today, right? See, they because he wasn't breaking no law, they just killed him. But they'll say, oh, the boy had a warrant from 4 years ago that they ain't know he had the warrant till after he was dead, though.
Nasty work, Cody. Most definitely nasty work. You know what I mean? I just think that it's more, even like the throat being missing, that's a whole nother thing, like you were saying about Cody. They saying like, you know, besides decomposition, like when the body starts to decompose, you know, they can't really prove whether, I don't know if they could prove it or not. It's going to take further analysis for them to understand if he was, you know what I mean? Or anything like that. We do know there's a discoloration beside on the back of his head. There's a discoloration that's there. Some people saying, oh, that's just how the body was, but the body was floating upwards. You know what I'm saying? That shit was like that. You know what I mean? So there's some speculations there. We understand that they said that they're not going to even release the throat and all of that other stuff until they give it to a grand jury. So that means that they already decided that already. The county, Jackson County, whatever the county is, they decided that as well. They were saying like you can't tell. Depends, especially with the decomposition that was happening. It's going to need further analysis to know whether, because when you drowning,
let me ask you a question real quick.
Water in, look, when you drowning, coach, and you take water in, your throat spasms. Pause, but you start to spat. Those things as well leave a trace, like you was being. You know what I'm saying? It kind of leave like a similar trace, even when you spasm it and taking in water. You know what I mean? So they're trying to determine what the hell is that about, but they're not even going to release any part of that until the grand jury actually get that in the standard in cases that are not like car wrecks or stuff like that. You know
That's what I was going to ask you.
Before you go, Cody, Wanda, you are not my favorite, but you are. LOL. Shout out to you, Sharon. Thank you so much, Wanda. I'm working on that. I'm gonna work on that #1 spot. Shout out to PZ Ain't Going. Right after Cody say what he got to say, he got a question for you, Otis. Otis, how do you define a raccoon?
Well,
Otis, how you define a coon?
Man, I'm a mature 55-year-old man. I'm not going to even dignify that with an answer. Stop it. Move on.
Why not? That's what you do. The hell. How do you define a coon, homie? Like what happened?
He said they don't exist.
I'll say this. I don't believe Tatum is a coon. I'll say that. Now you make that up. You take that as how you want to take it.
Okay. I don't know. I think he just, I don't
Right,
know.
but that's why they want you to define it.
I'm good.
Do you believe that is a such thing as a coon?
Give me my
Of course.
text separated by commas.
Most definitely. But I don't believe he fits that description or that definition.
All right, then. But so, can you give us if you don't want to define it, can you give us an example of one?
That's a better question. Do I know a coon? Do I know of a coon? Not offhand. I haven't smoked my marijuana yet. I can't think of one. And
You
I'm
don't know
not
one coon?
I'm not trying to be funny. Not really. I mean, okay, Nate.
You don't live near a park?
Let me ask you,
one
who? I ain't hear you.
You don't know one raccoon?
Okay, well, we'll say this. Okay, let me ask you a question. But I'm not trying to be funny. Name a coon that you think of is a coon, and then I let you know if I agree with you or not. And that goes for anybody on the panel. You tell me a coon, and I'll let you know if he a coon or not. In my opinion, he or her. Go, anybody.
Besides Officer Tatum.
Besides Officer Tatum, right? Great point.
Besides him, because that's a coon that's right here in my pocket. Right here, popping out.
Jagging about.
Another one besides him and me, because I know some people probably think I'm a coon. So take him and me off the table.
I wouldn't call you a coon. I wouldn't call you that. I wouldn't call you that.
I'm talking about
I think it's traits and behaviors that people display. I don't know. Because you're trying to defend a point or you're trying to, I don't think that
a sovereign citizen can't be a coon.
I don't think that makes you a coon, Otis. I don't think so. But I'm just saying.
But again, no one's answering my question. That y'all asking me a question, but nobody's answering my question because I was being honest. I don't know of one off the top of my head. I'm being honest. I don't. But you name another one besides Tate. Name another one besides Tate, and I'll let you know if I agree with you or not.
Okay.
Go.
Hold on. I just had one in my mind too.
Okay,
Wait.
the same.
Hold on. Hold on. We on YouTube. It's too many coons on YouTube. The chat about to fill it up. I ain't got to think about it out in earth. On YouTube,
come on, labor.
People be the angry man. The hell? I can keep going. That man got butter biscuits. What happened? Them biscuits is butter. Let's get to that. What happened? Pop out, too, angry man. Quiet man. Pop out. Pop out.
Cuda.
You from Brooklyn by way of Alabama. Fall back, sir.
I disagree with you.
Fall back, sir. Fall back. How about that? I'll give you one buttered biscuit right there. What happened? You smell the butter biscuits?
Hey, PZ ain't going. PZ going said Jesse Lee Peterson. What
Jesse
about him,
Lee.
Otis?
Who is that? I'm sorry. I'm slow.
PZ, you ain't going.
Otis.
Who's
Come
that?
on, Otis.
I'm for real. Refresh my memory. I'm being honest. Who is that? I don't know everything.
Teen Cancer with 100 joules.
Man, Otis full of shit.
It's
man.
amazing. It's amazing.
Otis full of shit. But I ain't. Hey, but Otis, you cool with me? I ain't never thought I'd see the day, old Otis. I ain't never thought I'd see the day, old Otis. Give on up.
Why? Because I don't know who Jesse Peterson is. I'm about to look him up now because I don't know. I'm serious.
They done got Otis. They done got Otis, y'all. They done got Otis.
Hold on, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Chaotic Truth is another one.
Oh, him! Oh my God! I gotta look at this picture.
They done got Otis, y'all. I think he trying to sign the coon contract.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I ain't, hey, Cody, I ain't worried about you, bro. You cool. Keep it off you, man. But listen, this Peterson guy, to me, I put him on the same scale as your damn Tatum. Do I agree with everything he says? Hell no. I've seen a lot of his interviews. He interviewed people and all that. He tried to catch them on certain spots and with wordplay and all that. I give him that. I don't agree with a lot of things he says. I don't, but I wouldn't necessarily call him a coon because I do agree with some of the things he says. Like I agree with some of the things that Officer Tatum says. Like I agree with some of the things Sharon say. Not saying I'm calling Sharon a coon, but my point is you could have discernment or you could have disagreements with people and still quote unquote rock with them and not call them crazy names like a coon or a sellout or they're pandering, all that type of stuff. To me, I could look past all that.
You saying that stuff, those things don't exist, right?
Hold on, Cody. So hold on, Cody. Hey, Uda. So you said angry man. We said Jesse Lee Peterson. We also said Officer Tatum. You got to give them one more because this is crazy. Who else you got?
Hold on, let's figure out if he
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
That's messed up. Damn, Uda.
Y'all slapped on Uda,
You
man.
need to shut your damn mouth sometime. God damn it. Shit. His goddamn mouth. Corey Loveburner says, drop Uda for 5 seconds for the angry man slander. LOL. What happened, Uda?
That's funny. I love this, man. I love it. That's funny. That's crazy.
He said only 5 seconds, Uda, so you good.
Oh,
Damn, yo, that was funny as hell, Corey. I ain't gonna hold you. That was funny, Corey. I'm a chill, Corey. I'm a chill.
Shout out
I will
to
find
PJ.
another clue to bring up.
I see you, OG.
Chaotic
I
Truth.
see you. Chaotic Truth.
We
is
on Chaotic
another
Truth.
one.
I'm gonna leave him be.
No, see, I wouldn't call I wouldn't call Chaotic Truth a coon. I would call Chaotic Truth the #1 professional troller. He's good at what he does. He can keep a straight face, and he says the most outlandish things. And I don't believe he believes half that shit. He don't believe that, but he says it with a straight face to invoke conversation. That's it. I wouldn't call him a coon. So that's what I'm saying. People just throw words around.
Yeah, they got him. They got him. He might have already put the app in.
Look at that white man say, "You look so beautiful."
He might have already put the app in, man. I don't know. Check his phone. Check his phone.
Get off your boy. Get off your boy. Come on, man. I just keep it real, man. I'm just keeping it real. I ain't even mad at your assessment, though. I love these conversations. I'm just keeping it real. Y'all don't understand calling folks coons. That shit lands, man. And to me, that's just a powerful. You got to be careful with these words y'all throwing around.
Yeah, I got you.
Now, it might be justified, but again,
I got you on that.
I got you.
I got you, Corey Love. Thank you so much. Yeah. Shout out to Corey Love. Salute to him. Everybody go watch Corey Love. He's great. He's the messy pastor now, but Corey Love is all good. Otis, so now you definitely got to define what coon is.
Yeah, bro.
Because we thought a bunch of different names, and you
I don't think he thinks they exist, Big Dog. I don't think he think it's a thing.
I believe it's a thing, but Chaotic Truth, I can't call him a coon. I can't call Angry Man a coon. I can't. I can't call the Peterson guy a coon. I can't. I cannot. Sorry. I can't. Are they gaslighters a lot? Are they, well, I wouldn't say they. I would definitely call CT a troll. But yeah, I can honestly say, and I'll take all the blame and I take all the criticism. They say some things, and I'm not going to put it on a percentage basis, but they say some things that I can definitely concur with.
We know who's not. Who is one? Or define it for us so we can understand that, your point of view.
What do you mean? You say what?
He said he can't think of one.
Like either say somebody that's an example or define it. Oh, Cellulite Podcast. Is he one?
What, a coon? Oh my God.
You say they all died in the 80s, Big Dog.
Who said that?
Otis.
No, I don't believe Cellulite is a coon. I believe he's an asshole, but I don't think he's a coon. He's definitely an asshole based on what he tried to do to me on your show, trying to dox me. But he's definitely an ass.
So what is in your eyes you could define as a coon then?
Great question. I can't, but the names you named are not coons to me. Sorry. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah. What I was going by is just the needle of how people just, you just make content centered to certain ways, always kicking in the backs of Black people. You never want to highlight them in any good or positive way, even though we understand that we have some negativities, we have some degeneracies that we have, but also that doesn't speak to the whole. There's many people that are not. There's many people that are good examples of Black people, but people never speak to those points. They only want to go to the less of us and put that as the whole and make it the more of us when it's not. You know what I'm saying? So when I think about things like that, I think like those things, you know what I'm saying? Besides the person just being against the person that's Black and they Black, you know what I'm saying? That's just crazy. But
so
people never highlight nothing positive within us when we got so many positive things that could represent us. You know what I mean? I think we all need to look towards those positive things, and you know what I mean, let it inspire us as well to be better. You know what I mean? So.
I don't know, man. I don't know, cause based on what you just said, and let me interpret it and let me break it down in my mind. When a person of color makes a statement disparagingly about, I think I just made up a word, disparagingly, whatever, about another person within the same race, and it is possibly true. It's true, for example, or I mean, I can give a lot of examples. Black folks do this, black folks do that. I'm not going to start naming them because I want to start going down the rabbit hole. We know that to be true. We know there are some bad black folks out here who handle themselves crazy, do stupid shit. We know this. So when an angry man or a CT brings that up, especially CT in a joking manner, or especially John Galt, when he says, "You blacks," I understand that what they're saying, they're going down that rabbit hole deep. They're using that trope a little bit strong, but I cannot say that they're coons because some of the stuff they're saying is actually true. There are some degenerate black folks. We know them. So when they talk about,
so you said, hold on. So hold on. You said, are you defining a coon as somebody that has to lie on black people?
They have to lie on black people. They have to say,
because I'm not understanding why. Anybody that's going to be disingenuous, they always add a little truth in there just so you could listen for a little bit, and then they're going to just start lying in narrative paint.
I disagree about the lie part. Now it might fit to some of them. They might, again, I don't listen to them enough to even comment on what you're saying. I'm just going off.
I think you looking past the never mentioning the positive part. You are,
I got you
on purpose.
Cody, great point. I'm not bypassing it, and that's my whole point. I've heard CT say some good things about the black people. He's not necessarily just saying all negative things about blacks. It's part of his trope. It's part of his show. Like John Galt, it's part of his show. It gets the people coming in. But my question is this, not to turn this into another question. I believe in my heart, I'll say this: if something was to happen within our race, I do not see CT or John Galt or a Cellulite or a what's that guy named Peterson. I don't see them not being on the front line. I can honestly visualize them being on the front line with us. I really do. That's part of it. So do y'all not see them being on the front line for a big cause that us people come together to fight against the enemy? You don't see them being on the front line. Now call me naive. I don't see them not I don't see them not disappearing and then fading to the black, especially CT for an example. I see them on the front line too. I visualize that. I could be wrong. Now y'all tell me. And it's just my assessment. Call me naive. Just my assessment.
Yeah, the only way any of those people that you said was going to go to the front lines is the white man to tell them to come to the front line with them. That is the only way. That is the only way. Welcome to the show, OG Do Dirty. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
What up, man?
Chilling, bro. I'm catching up, bro. I just heard that little last part, bro. I believe, bro, that you give people the coon title, bro, when they do, like Sharon and Oda was saying, bro. It's all about what they say and their actions. Actions go with what they say. Now, if they're not doing that, then I can understand where Otis is coming from. But if I can see you doing it in your actions too, then I would think that's why people are calling you that.
Okay, great point. Now, not asking you, OG, that I'm asking the panel, and you can answer it as well. Tell me or show me where the names that we named, the Angry Mans, the CTs, the Cellulites, are actually showing action of them being coons.
It's whether you name anything, like how I named Angry Man in there, you know what I'm saying? Because Angry Man's a black man, and at the end of the day, he got a lot of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? He came from Islam or God body backgrounds, whatever. I think Islamic backgrounds as well. Though, you know what I mean? People been around a lot of knowledge. You see what I'm saying? But yet, I understand that we have degeneracies as a people, right? But when there's a chance that we actually highlight.
Hey, Udo, Islam got white people too.
They do, bro. I met Malcolm had to go take a trip. Malcolm had to take a trip, homie. He came back on Elijah Muhammad's body. So I get it. So I get it, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, as far as you know how them brothers, I'm from New York. So you know how the brothers used to kick it with you. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, knick-knack, paddywhack. You know what I'm saying? So you know how it's to go. So I get it. A lot of the knowledge of self and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I understand. But when it came to Pearl Davies, what had happened? It was a bunch of. Let me chill for Corey. Hoop me again. Let me just leave it be, Corey. Let me just chill. But like I'm saying though, I think it's a consistency. I don't think it's just a one-off thing. Like if a person just speaking about black people and they're black and stuff like that, because you know what I mean, you could say and highlight anything that's true. If there's a truth there, there's a truth. But when we see a pattern of how people are moving and the way they pushing out, you could start to say, the hell going on? But you might say a person is, if you was on the other side of a person cooning on you, you might say, you's a coon, homie. You know what I'm saying? If you're on that other side of that fence or that finger pointing at you, you might be easier to say it. You know what I mean? Because who feels it knows it. Pause. You know what I'm saying?
Well, so this is how I feel about this whole coon conversation, man. I think we should stop the name calling and actually hold people accountable for the words that they actually say. Like the name calling is just what it comes down to. I guess a tick for tat. I'd rather someone stand up and say, I disagree with Angry Man. I disagree with this person because they made this amount of point. The name calling, proving that they are a coon is almost impossible because most of these words we're not even using the way that they was quote unquote designed. But the idea of just name calling them and just trying to belittle them because we disagree with what they agree with, I just think it's distasteful, from my opinion.
I could agree with you there.
But
great point.
But no, but that's only if we think that calling any of those people coons because we disagree with them. That's not the reason why we call them a coon. It's not because of the disagreement. It's their stance on how they see everything negative about black folks.
Well, no,
That's
like so for example, Chaotic Truth did a whole live about the white man that deleted his family, called him on fire, and talk about the degeneracy in white people. To me, just because you point out black issues, especially if you point out other race issues too, at this point, are you holding degeneracy accountable or are you quote unquote cooning, right? And I get that we don't like when black people hold other black people accountable, but I can say I'm okay with saying they have degenerate behavior because that can be proven. But the idea of the name calling is what I disagree with. But like I said, that's to each his own. Everybody can look at that whole situation different.
Yeah,
no, but so pointing out bad situations in the neighborhood is one thing, but when you are attacking the black neighborhood, that is a different story. We cannot act as if these people just talk about the negativity in the black neighborhood in a productive way where they said this is what we need to fix. Though they are talking about it in an attacking way, a condescending way. They're not talking about it in a productive way of how we need to improve. They saying that we bad and we horrible and we ain't gonna never be able to fix it. We ain't gonna never be able to do these things. And they and they rhetoric, they thumbnails, and a depiction of black people is always at the bottom. They don't have
That's why I'm asking. I don't know if you watch Chaotic Truth lately, right? I don't know if you watched him lately. But just what I saw just yesterday, for example, he was going after why black Americans are actually at the top of the totem pole. He said that we always painted typically by tethers, which is interesting coming from Chaotic Truth. But he was holding a tether, in his words, I'm using his words, accountable for the simple fact that they always painted that we're not successful. He pointed out the success of security bosses, pointing out the people that's being successful. I know we don't see it a lot, but I also see him talk about the good in the black community. It's just typically those type of videos he do are very low videos, in my opinion.
PZ ain't going, okay, cool. Anti-black, is it? So how about that? Do we know anybody that's anti-black? That is black.
Yeah, I can say we can see some people anti-black, but I think the people like. Let me give you an example. I don't think
So that, can
Daniels.
we call black people that are anti-black? Can we call them coons?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't believe that we can take an Anton Daniels. We can take an angry man. We can take a chaotic truth who's creating black families and call them anti-black. That's just like I get that we don't agree with them. I get that they have
No, but it's
a
not
hard
that we.
way.
But you saying the
not
premise
about
as because
that.
we don't agree with him. Yeah, that's the wrong premise.
Not
That he
about that.
making monkey sounds, but when we having a disagreement, he make monkey sounds. That is
Yeah, that's
beyond a
bullshit.
That's
disagreement.
Anyway, because
entertainment value, man. See now, so now y'all
on
taking this
any
topic of his show.
let me
Now
ask this question real quick, big dog. Any family that a black man make is a black family.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah.
So why? So you can't use that's a bullshit argument to even use that they creating black families. Every black man out here creating family is creating black family. But so whether he be pro-black or anti-black.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is that I think it'd be distasteful if I say that Sharon is not pro-black, even though he hold black men accountable, right? Or he don't believe in the black cause. Like when we talk about people that are degenerate in our community, that doesn't mean that we have a problem with black people in our community. We're just pointing out a small secular, and I can see that. And sometimes we say, well, why do you point them out in that way? I know that we believe that maybe it's distasteful, but I think we just give out this coon title a little bit too easy. But that's just my opinion.
I got
If you black and you don't want your kids playing with black kids, you don't want your kids going to school with black kids. 85% of your friends are others, and goddamn me, the 10% of the 15% is your kinfolks and cousins and brothers and shit. Big dog, you anti something, and you anti self, you anti black, you anti something.
Yeah, I get it, but that's what I'm saying. I just think that's not chaotic true story. I get what
bill.
Do you know chaotic truth?
No, I'm saying we ain't even got to make it about chaotic truth, because that's just a point he want to stand on because he feel like he knows something. I'm saying overall.
How long?
Okay,
How
go
long
ahead,
have you
bro.
known Chaotic Truth? I met him over 10 years ago. He used to come to my channel, literally. My first channel was monetized in 3 weeks. He used to come to my channel, come around with the same dumb shit. At the end of the day, when are you going to call a leopard when we start seeing spots? Because I know him longer than you do. That's a fact. I've been on YouTube way before you ever came here. That's a fact.
But they don't want to call no names.
You can't tell me about. I've known and seen these people. I was around when Kevin was alive, all of that. I was outside on these YouTube streets with my YouTube boot, busting it.
I give you
So
that.
I've been
So
out here.
you got 10
But they don't want to call no names, though. They don't want you to say that these dudes are lame. They don't want you to get what I'm saying. They want to get you away from calling them any kind of names. Just let them be dudes. Just dudes living on earth. They don't want you to be called no name. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I watch people, right, kicking the backs of black people any day, and then you get around white people, and you just lift them up. You know what I'm saying? You ever see Princess in the Mario Brothers 2? When the princess just lifts up, Mario Brothers 2, you're like, all right, if you want to lift up white people, Hispanic people, everybody, then lift it all up. I'm not a racist person, so I'm not knocking that. But I'm not going to be kicking down the backs of my own people and then to do that. You know what I'm saying? I think that is where we start to say, like, okay, let's like how we take Pearl Davis. Look how people treated her with kid gloves. You know what I'm saying? People lifted her up. They was making defenses for her. And at the same breath, they're like, yo,
and she throwing haymakers at their ass while they being all soft and friendly.
Kicking their back and beating them down.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
she throwing haymakers and leaving black guys and Uncle Do-Nots on top of their goddamn head. But they being all friendly and soft with the pale little girl. But then soon the black woman show up on the counter, they get to going straight out, bitch, what the hell you doing? Bitch, you them kids in there hungry, bitch, and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? They go straight there.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to things like that, I know that people do it for grifts, they do it for money, but that's your own integrity that you're losing. You're risking your own integrity to do it, whether you're doing it for money, you're doing it for clicks and views, you're doing it to get large on internet, whatever you doing it for. That's your integrity that's going
The
out the
white
window.
bitch playing in your face.
You know what I'm
The
saying?
white bitch playing in your face. Started slapping you hard as she can and telling you she playing. I was just bullshitting. No worry.
They accept it too.
So like, okay, so I'm trying to understand. So basically, so when I'm saying hold them accountable for the worst that's coming out of their mouth, right? We agree with that part, right? First,
No,
any of us.
No, I don't.
I do not, real bad.
I do not agree. I don't agree with that, bro, because I hate when people say that all the time. We can't hold people accountable, bro. What you can do is have a conversation with them and show them where they messed up, or where you believe that they messed up, or where their logic is faulty, right? But what you can't do is try to get somebody. You can't get nobody to hold themselves accountable. They got to do that themselves. That's a self thing, sir. They got to recognize that. I get tired of people on the internet always saying we come up here to hold people accountable. No, you come up here to expose the things that they say, or the lack of the lack of their knowledge, right, of whatever they're talking about. But they are gonna have to be the one to accept that accountability and then go forward from there. You can't do nothing as a content creator. You can't do nothing as a panelist. You can't do nothing as a person in the chat. It's simple as that. I've been seeing this over YouTube. People been trying to do it for years, bro. When I first came here, I seen people trying to do it, and I thought it was the stupidest thing ever, bro. Because you can't get nobody to do something for themselves, because you ain't autonomous, bro. You're not.
Well, let me ask this question.
You can't go out and do nothing.
I got you. Because based off what you're saying, do dirty. Can the community hold the individual accountable?
That's crazy word.
That's crazy.
What you say, man? Ask the question again, man.
Can the community hold the individual accountable?
No.
If they kick them out the community or something. But look, though, you can mainly only hold accountable people who care about your opinion, though, B-Dog.
Thank you.
No. Okay. So let me ask you a question. Do our law and order, our court system hold people accountable?
Yeah, because they can punish them, though.
They can't punish you. So let me ask the question. Can you be punished on YouTube by the community?
No.
That's crazy to me.
You know how.
Explain to us how, E-Man.
Yeah. Matter of fact, explain before I say something.
So what I'm trying to help people understand is, if a group of people agree that they're going to hold this person accountable, one way of holding them accountable is withholding your support. Withholding your support. If we had 1 million people say, I'm not supporting this, we're holding those people accountable, because they're being punished for what they're doing. Especially if we're looking at it from a monetizing point of view. So this idea that we as a community on YouTube cannot hold people accountable, I think is not true. It's just that we don't agree as a community. That's why individuals typically not held accountable.
No, Eda, man, you got to think about what you just got through saying. Who holds that power, bro? Is it the people or YouTube?
The people.
To the monetization, sir.
The people.
You think the people holds the monetization?
Absolutely.
You don't believe it's the terms and the conduct that you put yourself on YouTube, sir?
Because the first thing,
you can still get punished, bro, in ways from YouTube, bro, from nudity to the way that you talk, to the way that you say keywords.
I'm not saying that YouTube cannot hold you accountable too.
That's not, but you got to hear out what other people saying, bro. Matter of fact, go ahead and cut me off and tell me what you're gonna say, then I'll tell you after that.
So like I was saying, I'm not saying that YouTube cannot hold you accountable too, but people can hold you accountable too, because they're part of the monetization process.
Okay, but why don't we hold you accountable? Because you're supposed to be the vice president, but you ain't been here. You only come down 1 or 2 times, and I thought you was the vice president of the Trade Channel. And everybody
they did hold me accountable. They impeached me. I got impeached. I was held accountable right over here.
Opportunist, homie. I'm equal smokes. Okay, cool.
I'm just saying I got held accountable by the SBG game, and I got impeached in real time. They held me accountable, right? That's literally holding me accountable. I ain't even got no title over here no more.
Okay, I got you.
But let me ask you a question. You got impeached, right? So your punishment was because you didn't show up that they took you up out your position. Are you still able to come over here? Ain't you on the panel?
No, I don't have the power I used to. Sharon to tell you, my power is gone over here. And I would be cutting y'all off. If I still had my power, y'all niggas would be able to talk over here. I'm just letting you know I am more grateful now that I'm a citizen and I'm not a public figure.
So
let's be clear.
So from what I just got through hearing, it was a good thing that you said. It was funny, but it sounded like Sharon took you out your position, bro. It don't sound like
the people did. No, he did it to vote.
People did, bro. It wasn't Sharon.
It was the people. If it was up to Sharon, I'd be the vice president till Jesus come back. I'm just letting you know. But he let the people vote.
Hey, Sharon, can we show him what accountability is? Can you put him back in position? Can you make him, even though, look, you the president of this thing, right? You got your people that vetoed him up out of here. Can you bring him back? Can you give that boy another term?
But then the people gonna hold me accountable.
How they gonna hold you accountable? How they gonna hold you accountable on your own channel, sir?
They can't hold you accountable.
They definitely can hold you accountable.
Stop donating. Not donating, not liking, not watching. That's a punishment. That's like jail. That's YouTube jail.
Wait. Stop. You believe that if Sharon told either man that he was coming back, that people gonna stop supporting, bro?
Not that example, but
you let other people make your decisions on what you do, bro. I didn't got into it with so many people on here, bro. I done had conversations with so many people. Can't nobody tell me what I can spend my money on. Y'all crazy.
I mean,
we're not crazy.
I'm just telling you like this idea that the people on YouTube cannot hold you accountable. We saw this with what's his name, the guy that was pandering the women.
They can't hold you accountable, sir.
They can. Hold on, let me tell you. Derek Jackson was held accountable by the people. Without a doubt.
But he came back bigger, though.
He did not come back bigger.
Not only that, look, people like Obsidian is held accountable by the people, right? They did what they had to do to get up out of here, right? So
he ain't up there.
Who is this?
You're on mute, Sharon.
Oh, I was on mute that whole time. Yeah. All right, so did the video play?
The video played.
It cut off.
But Brownsville's not here yet on the screen.
Oh, yeah. It's down though.
The video played though.
So, E-Man, was you saying that you wanted? Was you saying that people should get people demonetized?
No, I don't think he was saying that. I think he was saying that.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Accountability. OG Do Dirty is saying that the people cannot hold content creators accountable, and I think that's wrong. I think they absolutely can.
No, I'm saying E-Man. I'm asking E-Man what was his point, and what he was saying.
Okay, you good there? You can see us and hear us. Okay, there we go. Because I'm on.
What's going on, Brownsville?
Yo, peace and love. What's going on with y'all fellas, man?
We're doing well. Thank you.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, you came up here to say something. That damn video ain't play for nothing. Go ahead and talk. You got the flow.
What was you saying, man?
Nah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
You got to give your pieces to your brothers and your ladies. They in the chat.
Yeah, peace and love, man. Peace and love to all the kings and queens, man. All the queens in the chat. Peace and love to all y'all, man. What's good with you, cuzzo?
I'm well. I'm chilling, having a good time.
How's everything in China mainland, man?
Everything's good. Everything's solid. You know, everything is hot as hell. It's 105 every day. 105, 106, 103. It's hot.
Yeah, I feel that, man. I feel that. But I don't know why these brothers, man, especially old knucklehead Otis. Otis, my brother, you don't know what a coon is, man. You 55 years old.
I know. Here we go.
Right?
I know what I knew it. I knew it. I miss
But
you too, bro.
you didn't give the definition. He asked you, how do you define a coon? And you act like you don't know what the definition means.
I know what the definition is. I just can't call one off my head.
Okay, so what's the definition of a coon? Okay, what's the definition
Same
of a
definition that everybody's been using it, and you just because you came up here and you hold a lot of reverence and all that, I'm not going to give you the definition, and I didn't give it to them, so I'm not going to give it to you either. It's not going to happen. I know what the definition of it is to me. I know a coon when I see one, and I haven't seen a coon as of late. I know they out there. I know they exist. But the names that they mentioned, they don't represent cooning to me, not to me. And that's all I'm saying. They haven't established that. They haven't substantiated their point that the names that they've named, trying to give me examples of, are coons. No, they haven't.
Yeah, but so you do know that a person who betrays the black community for personal gain,
okay,
a person who the majority of their talking points or rhetoric is disparaging the black community while also uplifting other communities above the black community.
Great
That's
example.
That's what a coon is, right? Do you agree with that definition?
Yes, I agree with that definition 100%. And with that being said,
so to that point, right? The majority of chaotic truths, talking points, and rhetoric is what?
Not cooning.
So what
he's pointing out, I answered your question directly. He's pointing out the degenerate behavior of some black folks in our community. That's what he's doing. And I don't see him uplifting white folks, as you say, but I do see him bringing forth the degeneracy of some black people like you and your cousin do on a regular basis.
No, but see, and that's the thing. You must not be familiar with his content, right? Because the overwhelming majority of his content is disparaging the black community, right? I've never seen Chaotic Truth do a show ever where he's disparaging the community of other races, ever.
Did Uda just say he did one yesterday or one day this week? You just said that, Uda, correct?
I think that was Eda Man Williams said that.
What he said was he point out one example of a degenerate man, not the community. It's different when you could just point out one person, but the community is different.
And that's the thing. See, the problem I have with y'all brothers, man, and I'm just gonna be honest, right? You act like you don't have any type of situational awareness or basic level of understanding when people are playing in your face, right? Like we talk all the time about how we want our young people to exercise a certain level of discernment. Well, we got brothers such as yourself, 55 years old, well-spoken, articulate, and then when we ask you to give your insight on a controversial topic, a basic definition, and for some reason you stumbling and you fumbling, you don't know how to answer the question, you don't know the definition and meanings of words, and now all of a sudden you don't want to be honest about people that you may want to have conversations with in the future.
Wow, you got all that?
To me, that's weak. That's weak, right? Because it don't matter who I'm talking to, right? I'm gonna call a spade a spade. If I'm around you and you are always talking a certain type of way and you're always around a certain type of people, I'm gonna call a spade, right? So let me give you an example, right? There was a UFC fighter not too long ago. He won the fight and then he called randomly, just said Michelle Obama is a man, right? His name is Josh Hughley. He's known as being a MAGA And he's a UFC fighter, and he's very controversial with his rhetoric, right? Now, if you, as a brother, if I see you aligning yourself with him and I see you with him and you ain't getting him no pushback and you watching him say all these things, my brother, I'm going to call you a coon. I don't have to hear you say things or do things. You could just be aligning with certain people in certain rhetoric. That's called having discernment. That's called having a certain level of situational awareness to where, hey, I don't have to come straight out and hear you say certain things. It's how you moving. It's who you're associating yourself with. Now, everybody want to be friends in this space and say, oh, I want to be able to hit such and such panel. So I don't want to call them out for the lame stuff that they doing. But no, call it out. If you see it and it's wrong, you disagree with it, say, yeah, that's he on there, he cooning. I don't know what's going on with him right now, but he cooning. If I see Cuz online and he cooning, I'm going to come online and say, Cuz, you cooning right now. You wilding. What's your problem? And that's my family. But we're going to have honest conversations.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to, come on, man. We men. We supposed to be men, right? We're supposed to be logical. We supposed to be fearless. We supposed to not be afraid to have a heated conversation as long as we're getting to some type of solution, some type of understanding. Chaotic truth is a coon. Angry man is a coon.
That's crazy.
Let's just be honest about these things. Jesse Lee Peterson is a known coon. I don't care what anybody say. That's just the majority of their rhetoric is disparaging the Black community. The majority of what they're doing is at odds with Black culture. You're aligning yourselves with known racists. If you're doing 2 out of 3 of those things, then we got to call a spade a spade. Now, if you don't want us to call you a coon, stop cooning.
You done? Okay.
Stop trying to use the Black community to exploit the Black community. Stop trying to align yourselves with MAGA racists just to fatten your pockets. Because that's the easiest thing to do. Right? The reason why Officer Tatum, right, is doing everything that he's doing is because why? It's making him money. He gets a profit, right? So yeah, he don't care about the image of being called a coon. He care about his bank account at the end of the day. That's what he's doing, He cooning. Let's just call a spade, man.
Okay. I'm gonna go now because you're starting to repeat yourself, but I'll do. Go
ahead, my brother.
Okay, I appreciate that. I haven't seen you in a while, and you come up here and you, first of all, you attacked me. You did, but I'm not taking it personal because that's what you do. That's part of your shtick. That's what you do. But with that being said, you have yet to justify you calling them gentlemen coons. You just went on your rhetoric and went to your little dialogue, your little diatribe, and whatever. And within doing that, you insulted me at the same time, which is fine. I'm not a coon, and I don't believe them gentlemen are a coon. I don't agree with all they say at all, but I don't believe they're coony. I believe a lot of that, especially CT and Angry Man, is doing it for views on their show because they know that topic and the way they talk will garner support because there are some degenerate people that fit that criteria that they're talking about. Like when you and your cousin talk about the Rim brothers, there is a certain sector of that here that fits that criteria. That's why he meaning Sharon has that type of support over here on the chat, and that's why he garners that. Get it? I understand that. I'm not naive, but just because you guys make them statements, and OG Dirty, I agree with him, and Peter Man, we use that term too loosely. To me, they're not coony. They're not.
And here's the thing.
You have yet to prove to me that there are.
I'm gonna prove it to you right now.
He
Otis,
said everything I said to you, Otis. Same shit I've been saying to you.
I'm gonna prove it to you right now, Otis. Otis, I'm gonna prove it to you right now. Right?
I got you, sir. I'm here.
You're a father of a daughter, correct?
Yes, correct.
I'm a father of a daughter as well. Now, my daughter is younger than yours. She's about to turn 16, or she just turned 16, rather. She's about to turn 17, right?
Yes.
Now, me as her father, if I see a young man coming to approach her to try to date her, and he's sagging his pants, right? He's looking a certain way. He's speaking a certain way, right?
Yes.
He's communicating a certain way. I'm gonna say, hey, this is a degenerate.
I agree. We there. Got you. Keep going.
See, that's the proof right there. Because here's the thing.
You ain't proved nothing.
When it comes to but what I'm saying is, when it comes to categorizing a certain image of a black person, right? You're quick to agree without even further proof. I'm calling him a degenerate just based upon what I observe, just based upon what I see, right? Just based upon what I hear. Now, me calling this brother degenerate doesn't mean he has to be a degenerate, right? He could have a good job. He could be a straight A student. He could come from a good home, good parents, and all those different kind of things, right? But you see how quick you were to utilize discernment when it comes to, hey, yeah, if we see this, if he looks like a duck, he walks like a duck, he quacks like a duck, maybe he's a duck, right? But when it comes to us identifying a coon, now all of a sudden, well, we don't have enough information. We don't have enough evidence. We gotta prove that they're a coon.
Again, all that talking, and you still have yet to prove to me that they're a coon. All that talking. If this was a court of law, that shit would be thrown out. I object, Your Honor. It's irrelevant. You have yet
but see, here's the thing.
That he's a coon. You haven't. I agree with your analogy that you use about your daughter. I get all that.
No, what I'm proving,
one degenerates out there, and you know the
you missed it. Because what I proved,
I might have. Okay, explain it to me again. You might be right. I probably missed it.
Don't explain it again. Don't do it. Hey,
no, I want to hear it. No, because trust me, if you say I missed it, that means some other people missed it too. Just because you saying something don't make it true. So explain it to me again, because I'll be real about it. If I missed it, I missed it. Come on,
what I proved was your hypocrisy, right? Because before I hit the panel, you kept telling the brothers on the panel, prove to me that this person is a coon. Prove to me that this involves racism. Prove to me these things. And if you can't prove it to me, then you can't say it. You can't label it. You can't, put that in that box.
Okay.
But you don't feel that same way when it comes to demonizing a young black man, right? When it comes to how a young black man dresses, how a young black man speaks, how a young black man moves, you're quick to say, well, yeah, the degenerate, right? You were quick. Before I even asked you the question, you say, yeah, I agree. He's a degenerate. But on the flip side, when it comes to men who you affiliate with and who you may align yourself with some of their views.
Let me stop you right there. I don't affiliate with none of them. Stop it. But keep going. But don't, that's what I'm talking about. You add stuff that's not even true. But keep it going, though. I'm not affiliated with none of them guys. But keep going.
Okay, whatever. Here's the thing, right? You just proved the point. You're not willing to call a spade because it's based upon who you like or who you don't like. Or if you agree with some of the things they say and do. You're not willing to be objective. That's the whole thing. You're not even willing to own up to your own biases.
right? So if you ask me, right, Brownsville, are you biased? Yes, I'm biased. Brownsville, are you opinionated? Yes, I'm opinionated. Right? Because all of us are. That's the bottom line. There's nobody up here that's gonna say, well, yeah, you know what? I'm just completely objective about anything. I don't, have a stance. Everybody has a stance, everybody has an opinion. And I'm just not afraid to say what side I'm on, regardless of the situation. I learned a long time ago, Otis, not to play the fence. Either you stand on this side or you stand on that side. Because people who play the fence are too wishy-washy. You can't trust them. Those are the people who always end up getting hurt. And what I'm saying to you is, if we're having a conversation and Uda is pointing out to you clearly why he feels that this person is a coon, he's making it plain to you.
And I disagree.
When Chaotic Truth hits the panel, the first thing he do is coon. Every time he hits the panel and there's a black woman on the panel, what does he say? He says things like, and Jemima.
Is that me?
No, I think because you starting to have some feedback.
Yeah, I was wondering was that me. I thought that was me, my fault.
Yeah, he started to get some feedback.
Yeah, run back up, because your camera was off too.
Brownville does a lot of talking, and I respect this man. I really do. I respect him, but I totally disagree. And to me, he was basically saying the same thing, we're just on the opposite side. I know what a coon is when I see one, and I know what a degenerate is when I see one. Facts. I'm not on nobody's fence.
What's a coon, Otis?
Hey man, stop it.
I'm not disingenuous. I'm asking a question.
The same. My definition is what Brownsville said. His definition. I agree with that.
I didn't hear it either.
Okay, well, I'll let Brownville tell you again. Brownsville, tell them what the definition of cooning is, because I like his explanation. I like his definition. I agree with 100%. That's his definition. That's mine as well. I agree with that. So Brownsville,
here?
tell him. Brownville, is he here?
A person. This is
that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's way. I think he frozen right now, though.
We could read it. We could read it right here.
Okay, say it, because I agree with the definition.
I think we said the same shit before Brownville ever got here.
Right. I just don't agree with.
Can we define? So shout out to Edelman Wells. Can we define coon? Absolutely. It seems like Uda is about to give us a textbook version of the definition. Go ahead, Uda.
All right. Okay. They said historically shortened raccoon. I just wanted to put that part back out there. You know what I'm saying? They said was used in American characters to portray black people as unintelligent, as lazy, or inferior, okay? To accuse a black person of acting in a way perceived as submissive toward or seeking the approval from white people or racist attitudes. See what I'm saying? That's just basically, you know what I'm saying, in a nutshell. You know what I mean? Because we understand where it came from. But when we see how people are acting, and a lot of time people do it for a monetary gain or whatever it is, whether it's to get views or clicks, whatever it is, you sacrifice your integrity. You throw your integrity out of the window, like I said before, or it takes the steps down, whatever your integrity did, but you got to sacrifice some part of you to even do it. You know what I'm saying?
Can you read the last part of that definition again? Not the other stuff that's not a part of it.
Yeah, the last part. The last part, it says to accuse a black person of acting a way as perceived as submissive toward or seeking approval from white people or racist attitudes.
Stop there.
Yeah.
So that action in itself doesn't need a monetary gain for someone to do it.
Oh, no. I agree with that.
I'm not saying you say that. I'm just saying in general. A monetary gain is just an add-on for doing that.
Yeah.
When people, well, I guess I'll ask Otis, based on that definition of read it again, Uda, being submissive, toward white people.
It says acting a way as perceived as submissive toward or seeking approval from white people or racist attitudes.
Okay,
so
Stop right
So
there.
I'm going to ask my question. You don't think Chaotic Truth or whoever else you guys named doesn't do the acts that they do to seek approval of white people?
Great point. And my answer would be unequivocally no.
What?
No. I do not believe CT is doing
Otis, I'm gonna
anything.
need you to take a break
And I'm
real
being
quick.
honest. No, I do not.
Nah, don't shoot him, Shadow. Don't shoot him.
Can I ask a separate
Well,
question? I'm going to ask a different question. Otis, do you think CT separates
Or
himself?
anybody that we named. You don't guys
Yeah.
put it specifically on him.
Do you think, like people like CT or whatnot, do you think he separates himself from the quote unquote black community as an exception to the rule? And what he's speaking on, and what you guys were alluding to, degeneracy and all that other stuff, is the majority of black people, not a subsection like he perceives himself?
I think a lot of us, some of us, put ourselves above what you just said. I believe Sharon does. I believe Brownsville does. I definitely believe I do. For real, we all fit that bill to a certain extent, just a little bit. I feel based on what he just said.
John,
I'm
go.
asking the question correctly.
So I'll dumb down my question. I'm gonna dumb down my question. All right.
Okay.
Ultimately, do you think people like CT or CT believe most black people are degenerates and have a bad mental state about life and culture?
Great question. I don't believe they believe most. I believe they believe there's a subsection, like I believe, but I don't believe it's most.
Okay. I'll disagree with you there based on knowing CT longer than you and his rhetoric for the past 5 years. He's easy. If I can't speak for everybody, but if could just know and watching CT, he easily separates himself. He'll come into the panel and say, you blacks do this, you blacks do that. And he generalizes. He doesn't make it a subsection of black people that do some type of degenerate behavior or have a degenerate mind state. He pretty much
You're
generalizes black
intelligent.
Americans.
You know damn well he's not talking about all when he says that. You know that.
I never said all. My position was never all. My position was always majority. It only takes 51%. And the way he speaks about black people is that his character, his demeanor, his thoughts is the exception to the rule. And degeneracy is black culture. Black culture is a degenerate culture. Black culture doesn't have a lot of value to it, and so much and so on. With that being it, now the coon part, I guess that one description about it having to be for the submission or appeasement of white people, I can't confirm or deny if he does it for white people, but I can confirm or deny he doesn't think most black people aren't degenerates or don't have a degenerate mind state. He thinks he is the exception to the rule. Just off of that. Now you guys can argue with him about if he's a coon or not, but I think plain dumb goofy about what a coon is, and we can kind of keep asking it like every 20 minutes, what's the definition of coon? I think we kind of all know what it is, and making the actual arguments like that point of does CT do it to appease white people, or does he just believe that and he's just running with a rhetoric and just so happen it goes with the narrative of being a coon?
What about betraying or degrading their own racial group? That's the end part. Betraying or degrading their own racial group, bruh. What?
Hold up.
But is it? But the front is it at the appeasement of white people though?
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. It has to be for white people.
Together. It's not part and parcel. It's put together. You can't just add that last part without adding the other part. Great point. Yes,
Question.
I hear you, Josh.
Yesterday, well, how did we describe John God?
What did we say? He was degenerate? What was we say?
We said he was cooning. Why? Because
I don't recall. Refresh my memory. I don't recall.
Because, and as we had the conversation, we talked about how he consistently othered himself from other black people. And we then went through the different examples of how he did it. And you were like, yeah, that's cooning. Remember, we had that conversation, right? So CT, keep in mind, like, I got no beef with CT, but CT does that every time I see him on any panel. Is he doing it for white people? I can't say that, but I can say he's crafting a character that is anti-black, because a majority of his rhetoric is in fact anti-black. Would you at least say that?
Well, so Shadow, it's interesting because we combining all these people together. So based off that theory that you're saying, you Shadow, you believe that Angry Man is anti-black.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Hold on. I want to be clear. Hello. See,
Hold up,
I want to.
hold up, y'all asked a specific question. Wait a minute. Go for it.
It's okay. That's his opinion. That's what he know of the man.
So
From what I've seen of Angry Man, again, from what I've heard him say and things that I've actually seen him say, having conversations with him, he doesn't seem anti-black as a whole. I think he's definitely an anti-black woman, but even though he says he's not, he just seems to be.
So this is something that's interesting having this conversation, that people can't separate black people from niggas, right? It's like when we have these conversations, we say, "Oh, he must be talking about all the black people, right?" Or they must be talking about this. Like, based on y'all logic that y'all are saying,
thank you.
I can literally say that when these content creators are saying they're subgroup talking about a subgroup, it's no different from when Sharon is talking about the Rim Bros.
Thank you.
Like, hold on. Y'all let everybody else cook. Hold on.
I know why you were in.
Y'all let everybody cook. Y'all see how they do me, Otis? I told you I wasn't the vice president, Otis. I told y'all.
Hold on. The reason why, because y'all keep going with that rhetoric, but it's a lie, it's a false premise, because literally Rim Bros is literally separating them. It's literally doing it. Hold on. Rim Bro is absolutely separating. It literally separates them in 3 different categories. It separates them in 3 different categories. There's no way you could say blacks is separating black people when you say black.
Yes, you can. You're not being truthful. You know damn well when John Galt makes that statement, the blacks, or when CT says what he says, and what and what Angry Man says what he says, they're not talking about a subsection. You won't even admit that. But it's clearly what they're talking about.
Have you seen them interact with white people? Have you seen them interact with white people, how they interact? Have you seen that? Why they don't got that same type of energy there?
For the record, let me say this. I've only been around 2 years. I only know CT and all them just as long as I've known Sharon. I'm being honest. Like you said, he's been on your channel for 10 years, Uda. I don't know.
10 years ago.
I know him 10 years. I'm going off the last 2 years.
Hold on.
I don't know if he was monetized when he was coming around my channel.
So you were telling me if I say the blacks is the same thing as saying Rim Brothers?
To me, yes, because when you let me be very clear. And let me lower my voice. Let me be very clear.
How's that possible?
I'm about to tell you. Like either man just articulated. When you and Brownsville say Rim Brothers and all that shit, to me, and when Angry Man or John Galt, whatever say what they say, to me, y'all saying the same thing about a certain section of black folks, degenerate. To me, you're not talking about all black people.
Okay, hold on, Otis. Explain to me how you separate. Hold on. Please listen to what I'm asking you.
Okay.
How can you separate black people and black people? What is the difference between those two?
When you say it like that, there is no difference, but there's a difference between niggas and blacks. There's a difference between niggers and blacks, right?
Okay, thank you.
Right?
Thank you. So they don't say, they say black and black.
But insinuating.
I'm not insinuating. Hold on, please. You have to listen because you try to separate it with the N-word. You tried to do that just now. You did that. They say we literally gave you verbatim what they say. They say the blacks. That's what they said.
When they say the blacks.
So what is the difference between the blacks and the blacks?
He's not saying that. When he say the blacks, he's saying the blacks as another adjective of saying quote unquote rim brothers or degenerates.
No, CT is literally saying
Hold on. Hold on, please. Please explain to me. What is the difference between the blacks and the blacks? Explain that.
I don't even like that question. To me, that's a setup
okay,
question.
So look, is it easy for you to say, hey, what's the difference between? Is it easy for you to tell the difference between men and rim bros?
Based on your definition, me being on your channel, yeah, it's a difference. Yes.
Okay, so now how can you say blacks and blacks is not the same?
I'm not saying that. I'm not playing your game, Sharon. That's what you do. I'm not saying that. You have that conversation.
What game? I'm asking you a dead ass serious question because you keep comparing. You saying that is a subsection, right?
Yes.
But I literally named the subsection. Is it a difference between red pill and an incel?
Are they part of the? I think they're part of the same group, correct? Rim brothers, what the word?
Is there a difference between somebody that is a red pill person and somebody that is an incel?
Are you asking, is there a difference?
Yes.
The answer is yes, bro.
Okay, I believe. Okay,
yes.
They're all degenerates. They're all degenerates.
No,
okay, but don't move into something else. Hold on. Why are you moving into something else? I'm not asking you how many degenerates are there. I'm asking you, is it a difference between red pill and an incel person?
Yeah, there is a difference, yes.
Okay, so therefore you understand that. So why are you acting as if when somebody say the blacks, that is different, that is a subsection? How is that? And what is the separation? What is the word that separate good black people from bad black people when they say the blacks?
So let me ask you, so instead of answering that question,
please answer me, please.
I don't want to answer that because I think I don't understand that. So what I'm going to say this. I know
this is what they say.
Listen, let me say this. When, for example, John Galt say the blacks, I am not taking that personal, and I know for a fact he's not talking about me.
Hold on. Stop changing it. Nobody's saying that he's talking about you personally.
Not me.
He is talking about hold on, please. When he say it, do you think he is talking about the general black population when he says the blacks?
No, I do not. No, I do not think it.
But no, you can't. So this is the thing, right? Unless they add the clarifier, like when I've seen Sharon, I've seen Angry Man, I've even seen John Gall, I've seen CT to an extent. I've seen John Gall to an extent. But if you ask Sharon, well, are you talking about all black men? Or are you talking about most black men? He's like, I'm talking about the Rim brothers, the red pill, the incel, the manish. So he'll clarify. I've even seen Angry Man, so I'll low-key throw him to the side. He'll say, well, hold on, I'm talking about niggas. I ain't necessarily talking about black folk. You know, black folk cool. I'm talking about, I've not seen CT do that. I have not seen John Gawk, whatever his name is, do that. Okay. So if they make a generalization, the only benefit that I can give them is they're not making an absolute. But I can say they're making a generalization. If they say, you blacks, the blacks do this, you blacks do this. Like they are making a generalization on black people. They're not adding a clarifier that, well, I'm only specifically talking about niggas, or I'm only specifically talking about these black type of people. But no, they're making a generalization on black people.
Okay,
hold on. It's even worse because CT. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I want to.
I agree with you,
respond.
But hold on. I'm taking that as what he's saying.
Otis, the reason why I'm interjecting is because I've actually heard CT while we were all on this panel. Me, Sharon, Ida, Brownsville, Uda, all of us are very different black men. Most people will say that. Yet he said, that's what's wrong with you blacks. So how is that? Us 5 different black men, the same black man. That's why they're saying he generalizes.
To answer your question and to piggyback off what Sway said, because I like the way he broke that down. Just because John Galt or whoever, let me stop saying John Galt, say the blacks, me being a 55-year-old man is assuming and taking upon my common sense that he's not generalizing and talking about everybody. I'm that smart. I know he's
Okay,
not.
what's the difference
That's
between
all
the
I'm
blacks
saying.
and
Now, you
you
don't have to
blacks?
agree with me, but that's my
That's fine.
assessment of
No,
that.
no. You keep moving it. Hold on. We did. Hold on. Otis, this can't be for real. How
Do
you
you
keep
think
moving it?
generalizing all means the same thing?
Right. Because we are saying general, and you turned it from general to all, literally just now.
CT has literally said all but him.
Hold on, no, because maybe this is where the point of contention is at.
Yeah, because I believe you may be right. Because I would admit if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. When you say general, when I hear general, to me, that's the majority. Correct me if I'm wrong. When you say general,
correct.
I'm
That's
hearing
the majority.
Okay, thank you. So with that being said, when John Galt makes that statement, to me, he's not saying everyone. He's not being general and saying everyone.
You did it again.
Oh.
You said he's not saying everyone.
He's okay. Maybe I don't know the definition of general. I'm sorry. I bow out. Maybe I don't know the definition of general. I'm sorry. And you might be right.
Hold on. Do general to you means everyone?
To me, yes, it means the majority. The majority.
But do majority means everyone? That's the word that we getting twisted up. That's the word we disagree with right there. Everyone and majority. That's where we have in our disconnect at.
Okay. So based on that, majority could be what? 51%? From 51 to 100%. That's
51%.
Everyone is 100%, and majority is 51% and above.
Okay, so with that being said, we're on the same page. Well, I know the definition of general. So we got that clarified. Again, when somebody makes that statement, you blacks, again, to me, he's talking about a subsection, a section.
How do you know that?
So, okay, pause. Hold on. So just to be clear, when he say the blacks, you think he's talking about the minority?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So
when he says,
I got cut off halfway in sentence.
Hold on. Let me just read the money. Real quick. PZ ain't going. Otis trying to tell y'all he one of the good ones. Go ahead, Peter, man.
Before I was cut out. Now, I don't know why people trying to say that John Goff is not in the category that they talking about. He's clearly there. I'm not advocating for John Goff, right? I think he done explicitly said that he was in that category, right? He even agreed to that. I'm separating him from the angry mans and the CTs, right? Because we even heard CT out of his own mouth says, I'm talking about these niggas. And we understand that on YouTube, people substitute words, quote unquote, the blacks. And I don't really hear TT say the blacks. That's a John Gall thing. He have said you're blacks. He said you're blacks. He was talking about what we all was agreeing upon at that point. He wasn't saying that black people was the same, but us who think the way that we was thinking on that topic. And that's why he said you guys that are black, right? So John Goff, I'm not advocating for. I do think that he have already said that he's on the other side. I think we all agree with John Goff. Start saying that angry man, we start saying CT, we try to throw them in the John Goff category. That's why I disagree.
Okay, Edelman, I got a question before I pass this to everybody else. Do you think Steven from the Django is the same as the other house niggas that was in the movie?
No.
Okay, so that's the difference. So they angry man and them, they still house niggas. They just not John Galt level Steven.
Okay,
so they still all coons. It's just level 2 cooning as well.
So I don't. But that's what I'm saying. It's like angry man. If let me help you understand what I'm saying. If you was to tell me that angry man had a problem with women, I would agree. You're trying to paint the angry man got a problem with black people.
Woman. When we
so if I could show you videos of him having an issue with black women, and then I also could show you a video of him having an issue with black men saying that black men are not intelligent and black men are not then would you say, okay, yeah?
No, because I can show you him talking about white women.
That doesn't have anything to do with it.
That does, because now he's saying that he's separating degeneracy. He said that just I get.
But that one in a blue moon shit don't equate to everyday, all day shit, big dog.
Come on.
Yeah, well, no, but even like Sharon says that he don't talk to women because his audience is to hold men accountable, right? Do y'all agree that Sharon said that? So he don't.
My premise is to talk to men because I am a man.
All right, so listen. So if his premise to talk to black people because he's black, how can we now paint it that the premises are different? We would not call Sharon these things. That's the point that I keep telling y'all. We got one.
But that's not what he says. He don't call himself black. He called himself Bino. He literally called himself Bino.
He definitely called himself a black man.
But they call Sharon a simping panderer for what he do.
Hold on. The name Bino means black in name only. It's literally taking itself out of it.
Literally.
I don't agree with that.
He's not. No, wait.
I'm not throwing Ant-Man or CC in the coon category for different reasons. But John Galt, we could all agree. Even the only, I think, who is it? What's the twin? The twin. Because he already agreed. Fuck. What is your name, sir? I forget your name.
Otis.
You also agree that John Galt is a coon, yes?
Coonish.
Is he majority or minority coon?
Coon-ish is diabolical.
He's minority. All right, hold on. Wait. If John Galt is a minority, stop. If John Galt is a minority, damn. Be coon. You got to give me an example who's a majority or a full-out coon, Otis. Like, because you have a scale in your head. So who could you represent as majority coon or all coon?
Your connection is real,
John
man.
Galt gotta be 100% coon. Like if it was a scale that we needed,
he got to be 100%. Hey, we can't listen. We got to put somebody in the category, Otis. We can't say the category don't exist because that's disingenuous.
You got to give us a level of coon, bro. Who's 50%, 100%
That's the
coon?
difference, though. I don't think he want to use the term. I think he trying to say like that is non-existent in these days type thing. So I think that's the difference. I don't think he outright saying it, but I think that's what he leaning towards, like is non-existent or something.
No, I'm not saying that, Cody, but great assessment. Nice try. I know there are coons out there.
I just think if you have a scale. If you have a scale in your head,
you would be able to describe one or what Sway is asking you to do. What we've been asking you to do for 2 hours, you will be able to do it. You understand what I'm saying? But you say you have an idea and you say you know that it exists, but you can't give us a description.
No, I'm not. I don't know of one as of right now. An actual name, I don't. And to me, I'm not that invested in.
But what would the actions be? Represented as a 50% to 100% coon, like you have a scale. That would just mean your opinion is worthless.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Either man, do you think because they just recently realized that they look alike, that's why he don't want to call John 100% coon?
Maybe that's the case, but I'm trying. Hello, let's be clear. Hello. Let me give you an example of what happened on this show. What we saw is Chaotic Truth start separating the two groups of black people. He was talking about the black people that was part of the Divine Nine. We did this on Sharon's show. He said these was the great black people who are educating our kids. And he literally talked highly of black people on this show and said that he had a line between degenerate black people and good black people. So even Sharon saw that. So that's what I'm saying is we can't just say that he's included. I do think that Sharon do got a good point that he's saying, I'm not saying he's John Galt. Can we give him a level of it? And I think that's the conversation we really need to have.
So we could just keep pretending Sway didn't call Otis John Goat. So we can just keep doing that.
So Otis, can we give 90%? John Galt 90% coon.
Get you too, Sean.
Listen, man. I don't even care that much about John Galt. Hey, that's why I keep saying
we didn't ask if you can. We didn't ask if you can or not.
I'm not that invested. I'm gonna say this, and I don't care how it's being perceived or taken. I'm
80%. Come on, 80%. Come on, 80%.
I don't care, bro. I really don't.
We ain't asked if you cared or not.
I don't, man. I don't. All I know is I know a coon when I see one.
The application is in, y'all.
Is it? I just know one when I
Now
see
I
one.
understand. Now I understand, Cody. When he look at the mirror, he's like, "God damn, me and John Gold look too much alike, so therefore he can't see it in John Gold."
And he put the application in. We don't know about it. Check his emails.
God damn, he do be hanging. Hey Cody, he do be hanging around some tethers. Hey Cody, he do be hanging around some tethers. You know what I'm saying? So you know.
I'm tell you.
I don't even like that term. See, listen, I'm not on this damn panel. And I blame you, Brownsville. Everything was cool. You showed up. Listen, I shouldn't even be on this damn panel. This is crazy.
He said, I need to go. He said, I need to get away from your blacks. You starting to sound like them talking about you need to get away from us.
What do you say, E-Man?
You better not go full evil twin on us.
He said,
I not go full evil twin on us and say I can't be around you blacks. You better not.
Of course, I don't even feel that way. But no, y'all crazy, man. This is I feel like I'm being jumped on for real, which is fine.
I'm on your side. I just said we got to put somebody.
I know you are, Eater Man. I appreciate.
Listen, I'm just saying that we just got to say that it exists. We know that it exists, and John Goff is the example. If he's the example, I think if we make him the example, it proves that Angry Man is not John Goff, in my opinion. But we can't just say,
and that's
"Oh, he's
right."
Like we got to send on somebody.
So how about this, Otis? Do you believe when John Go at 98% cooning, right? Do you believe he's 90% cooning when he is on the panel with B Slave talking about black people?
That's cooning. Now that is cooning. I forgot about that white boy John. Yeah. Okay. That's cooning because I visualize the actual segment you're talking about. Yes, when that white boy get up there, he
get acting different. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I give you that. Now, see, thank you. Give me an example.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
And from my opinion, this is my opinion. I don't think Angry Man start acting different around white folks.
It says, take a quick break, John Gulk. John Gulk, you better save your brother, John.
He a lot more agreeable though when them white folks show up.
I said, Shadow, next time put John Galt 2000.
Damn. They done got John Galt. You better have your brother back, goddammit. He
Tell
had
John,
your back. You better have his back.
John Goff, come up here, man. Maybe he can define this one. Come on up here, John Goff.
John Goff, did you say brother?
What cooling is?
I want to see if he looking, because he made a statement that says that he kind of identified with that side. I just want to see if he's gonna stand on that.
Yeah, I thought that was crazy.
But I think there's a subset of black men who get defensive and they don't want to call certain people coons because then they might look in the mirror and say, well, you know, I kind of align myself with a lot of what he say and do. So if I call him a coon, then I got to call myself a coon. So they say, nah, he ain't a coon.
Damn.
I think Eater Man's probably doing that as well, right? He don't want to call certain people a coon because a lot of the rhetoric and a lot of the alignment he shares in those opinions. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think then that's when the disingenuous come, because the half of the show I've been calling out white folks. See, that's the that's the difference. Is that if these guys say, hey, I got this problem with black people, but I also got a problem with white folks, I don't look at that as cooning. They're saying,
don't provoke me to anger or else you be in danger.
They done brought anime back.
Wanda, non-shadow, let him live. John Gawk, cousin, come back. Let's argue.
One day, shit.
Like, so I want to be clear. I want to be clear what I'm saying, Brownsville. I don't think it's a problem with black men calling out black people. I just feel like you have to be able to call out both sides, because now you're just saying you got a problem with degeneracy, right? That's not cooning. I have seen John Goff become a whole new person when white people come around. That's why I can't argue. I don't know why we're trying to argue this point that he is not fitting that definition.
But coons are degenerate too, though.
Cool.
But I seen at one time, I think a couple of years ago, when I first got introduced to Chaotic Truth on Sharon's show, I went and I said, well, I want to see what kind of stuff he's doing on his show. So I clicked on his show and I was listening to a little bit, and he had a whole bunch of just random racist white people on his show, and they were speaking exactly the same way he speaks, right? They'll be talking about a black woman and they'll say, oh, look, that's Harriet Tubman. And they'll laugh. They'll say, oh, look, that's Sojourner Truth. And then they'll have a laugh. You know, that's a common trope amongst racist white people to call opinionated black women and try to compare them to our black civil rights leaders of the past, right?
That's fair. Hold on. If that's fair, if I find a content creator that have a whole bunch of degenerates around them, can I call that content creator a degenerate?
If he's aligning himself with their rhetoric and with their lifestyle, right? If he is agreeing with them, aligning himself with their lifestyle and with their rhetoric, yes.
See, that's why I call you full of shit.
So
Yeah, if he ain't combating that shit, he agreeing with it. I think Brownville is right though.
Brownsville is wrong. And thank you, Wanda, by the way, for bringing me back. I appreciate
How is he
that.
wrong?
And Brownsville, the next time you talk that mess when I get booted off.
This shit that got personal. This shit that got personal.
Brownsville know what he be doing. Yeah, that's I watch him. You know what the hell he be doing. He'd start talking that mess after I got off, talking about I aligned myself with him. I mean, with those people. And that's why I'm not really saying what he feels I should say. And it's out of order. But that's cool. I'll let you have that.
To be real with you though, Otis, I kind of think the application I've been put in too, big dog. So I'm saying
you ain't shit either, Cody. You ain't shit either.
My fault. I've been working on me though. I'm trying to get better.
Otis, and you don't even realize you was doing it, but you was kind of, because I was in and out listening to the show. And when you was kept asking Cody and Sharon and Edelman Williams as well, hey, well, prove to me that this Nolan Wells case is about race, right? And they kept telling you basically all the facts, right? He was the only young black man who didn't return when they all went on the island, right? The fact that there was conflicting statements, the fact that we got a history of racial oppression that come out of Mississippi, right? The fact that they got his cell phone and he didn't even have his cell phone, but apparently he wanted to stay on the island with no type of communication to the outside world, right? The fact that nobody is willing to give a statement of what happened. And you still take all that information and say, well, no, I don't think it's based about race. That's an example.
For you to be a police officer, your ass know better about
the thing
statements.
That's an example of cooning. I'm just being honest with you, right? Because if we reverse it, right, just like we can kind of compare it a little bit to the Carmelo Anthony situation, right? So when Austin Metcalf lost his life, right, that was a tragedy. Nobody said it wasn't, right? However, we all understood that Carmelo Anthony was going to have to answer for that. He was going to have to go to trial. He was going to have to, you know what I'm saying? Like his livelihood was going to be on the line because this young white man lost his life for whatever reason, right? And on the flip side, we see that this young black man, he's lost his life, right? He was with all these white people, and nobody know what happened. Nobody has any answers. Nobody is telling us what's going on. That's highly suspicious. That's highly speculative in terms of what's actually going on, right? I just think we got to be honest about these conversations, right? In a lot of situations, you're not going to have flat out proof on what really happened, but you got to take the totality of the circumstances. You got to look at things from all avenues, right? And what we should all agree with today is when it comes to that Nolan Wells case, something ain't right.
Hey, look how you look though.
I agree with Brownsville.
How you call for help and then say we don't need help? Don't worry about it. Hey, you call for help. Your whole purpose for making this call was for help.
I was just seeing if you was gonna help.
4 seconds into the conversation, do you need help? Silence for about 3 seconds, and then, oh no, we don't need no help. Don't worry about it. We good. Just chill. My granddaddy know everybody and everything good. Huh?
And then Otis, I want to ask you this question, Otis.
Come on, man.
If it was a white boy that lost his life in the same situation, do we think that it would be statements on what happened, Otis?
Be honest.
If this happened to, I'm trying to let that question sink in. If this happened to a white boy, what I think what?
Do you believe that any of the other white people would have made a statement of what happened?
Okay, I might be slow. What statements were made on the other side? Some black folks made a statement? I'm not understanding what you're asking me.
Okay, hello, listen. We understand that no statement was made because a black person lost their life. I'm asking.
What statement was made? What statement was made?
No, so what he's saying, if Nolan was a white boy, do you think those people would have made statements about what happened?
They would have been more forthcoming and transparent. So he's asking you, if Nolan Wells was white instead of black, do you believe his so-called friends would have been more forthcoming and transparent to what happened?
I got you. Great question. I got you. Okay. I would say, just based off the way I am, I would probably say no. They would probably do. I would probably think they would do probably the same thing. I think they would still lawyer up. I don't think there would be no difference. I think they would still lawyer up and not talk because they know what the climate is and all that. I believe that. I believe that. I think they would do the exact same thing. I really do.
Because that's ridiculous. Yeah, I can't believe you got me to agree with Brownsville. That's ridiculous. If you think none of his friends would have made a statement for a white boy, that's crazy.
Because Otis, right? You're under the assumption that it was just an innocent drowning, that it was no foul play involved,
yes.
Right?
No,
so
I'm not under that impression. I don't know what happened.
Right?
No,
that it was
doing
just
that.
an
I don't know
ordinary drowning with no foul play, right? And all of those kids were white. I guarantee you facts would have came out. They would have said, hey, this is how he slipped off the boat. This is how he slipped into the water. This is how he drowned. This is what was going on. We was intoxicated or whatever. It would have been more people willing to be more forthcoming and honest and truthful about the circumstances that surrounded the death. You know this.
Okay, I got you. Even if I do retract that statement, even though I'm not, because I don't know, what point are you making? I don't understand the point. Because I can answer that question. I can answer that question and go down a big rabbit hole, but it'll change the whole topic of the conversation.
I can make my point. I got you. The point that I'm making, race is having a factor, because if it was a white boy from maybe you don't agree, the rest of us agree that it would be a statement stating on how the accident happened. Them actually not making a statement. Even remember, this wasn't just them there. It was a whole bunch of white folks. Somebody
Yeah,
saw what's
yeah.
happening, and it's
1,000
interesting.
people, nobody see a person drown in a big ass ocean. How the over 1,000 people? How the hell? On this little ass island, do you see how small this damn island is, big dog? It's a small ass piece of grass, big dog. And so now you got this thousands of people, 1,500 people to 2,000 people out here on this island, and nobody sees nothing. That shit
What you
just
said,
makes no sense to me. You
It
understand
was
what I'm
1,000
saying?
people out there, but 1,000 people didn't see what happened. So stop it. So when people make comments like that, they bring in their feelings in, their
No, I ain't say 1,000 people saw it. How
And
silly
let's
would that be?
and
I
then
said
it
how
comes out
nobody
that this
sees.
guy was on the swim team. Like, look, we
Damn.
still not factoring. He was on a swim team. I was on the swim team in high school. The one
I've
thing
been
we
to plenty of beaches. You gonna
understand
see
is how to tread water and how to be able to prevent yourself from drowning. So I'm telling you that we know it's foul play. We know that he's getting treated different in this situation because he's black. But Otis, you said just take the race out of it. That's the hard part for me, Otis.
I hear you.
And
Like I say,
but that's the
Now,
thing, right? And this is the correlation of you not really wanting to define what a coon is or identify coonish behavior, right? Because you yourself on this panel today displayed coonish behavior when you were defending Tatum, when you were basically trying to make it seem like, well, prove to me that this case is about race. When you're forcing us in the audience to remove history from the situation. You would agree, Otis, being the U55, that Mississippi, the state of Mississippi, has a long-standing history of racial oppression towards black people. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree.
You agree, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You also agree that him being black and being the only black person in the midst of all white people, right? Wouldn't you agree that would lend itself for him to be in an awkward position when it comes to the circumstances surrounding his death?
What do you mean? Explain awkwardly. That's where it get the changing. I agree with the first part, but the second part, what are you talking about? Break it down. Dumb it down for me. I'm listening. What do you mean? What awkward position?
The awkward position of him being the only non-white person there, right? So,
but if he felt comfortable with being around the white folks,
so
how was it awkward?
You understand, and plus you was a service member, right? You was in the service,
Correct? Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you even understand, even in the military, which promotes itself to be completely objective and colorblind, right?
Brotherhood. Yeah.
You know, being a veteran, that's not true, right? That when you get to that duty station, what do you see? Especially when you were there, you seen blacks congregating with other black service members, didn't you?
Yes, but again, tie this in. I hear you. You like Eater Man. Y'all bring up great points, but tie it in to the situation at hand. I'm not disagreeing with you
I'm
so far.
tying it in because I'm talking about the comfortability of Nolan Wells in this situation, right? The reason why, even when we were in the service, we aligned ourselves and surrounded ourselves with people that look like us, because it's a matter of trust and identity, right? That we understood that when we were going out, somebody had my back that can identify and align with who I am.
Okay.
Right.
I agree with you.
So with him, right, not being around anybody that aligns with him or can identify with him or his upbringing, does that put him at a disadvantage?
based on, okay, let me answer your question fairly, because I like the way you do this shit. Based on how you just framed it, your words, your story, your assumptions, I have to agree with you on that. But this is where I have to add my own opinion and my own thoughts into this. He, being that black boy, felt comfortable to be around them white boys for whatever reason. He felt comfortable enough to have a engagement with a white girl sitting on the pier or whatever the situation may be. Y'all know all the details. So he was comfortable enough to be around them.
And
So
I believe, go ahead, finish. I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you
with
paused.
that being said, now we bring in what you are bringing up. If something tragically happened like it did, and we don't know exactly what happened, yes, it's going to look very suspicious, and it's going to draw a lot of questions because he was the only black person with white folks. But prior to that damaging, messed up situation that he lost his life, he felt comfortable enough to be around them, and
All right,
comfortable enough.
so let's examine that, because I'm glad you said that, right?
Okay.
And I don't disagree with that, but let's examine it a little further, right?
Okay.
Because we understand in this day and time, right? Black people have progressed to the point financially and social standing wise, have put themselves in certain neighborhoods, right, around white people, right? Because of you know how hard we work to get to what we got to, right? So we understand we work hard, we buy a nice house, it's gonna be in a nice neighborhood, you know, closer to the nice finer restaurants and all those different kind of things, right? And our children, a byproduct of that, Otis, a byproduct of that is our children, they aren't growing up with the same experiences that we grew up with, right? And what happens is their level of situational awareness. We're talking about situational awareness and discernment. It gets weakened, it gets stripped a little bit because they're looking at these people as their friends, right? Because they're saying, hey, we go to the same schools, we're playing the same sports, we're involved in the same activities, right? But what they aren't aware of is the conversations that's having in those homes behind closed doors that is not in his favor, right? So do you understand that behind closed doors, some of those kids were possibly being brainwashed by racist parents? We're talking about Mississippi.
This is where you and a lot of people lose me, because you make great points, but then you find your way to me, in my opinion, with that long arm. You're reaching.
No,
you're
I asked the question.
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. I don't want to answer because you're making a lot of assumptions. I don't know what they was talking about in their home, like you don't know.
But
you're
I prefaced it. Hold on,
and you're taking your assumption and making your point and try to make it a fact. That's exactly what you're doing.
No, but listen, that's something, and that's what I'm saying. Discernment and having awareness is to the ability to understand what people may do, what people might do, understand the dangers that may be around you, right? You might not go into danger, but you understand the importance of staying away from certain people in certain situations because it may be dangerous, right? And what I'm saying is our young people that's coming up in the world today, they don't have that level of discernment because they don't see that danger. They've never been exposed to that type of danger, nor have they been educated with that type of danger, right? And that's why my whole point is this. Whenever we have situations like Carmelo Anthony, whenever we have situations like Nolan Wells, right? This is a teachable moment for us, right? We should be pulling our young people, whether it's your children, your nieces and nephews, your grandchildren, your little cousins or whatever, and you should be having conversations with them on why they should be cognizant and they should think twice
about being the only black person in the group that's going out. Explain to them the history of racial oppression in our country, and explain to them how certain conversations can be had behind closed doors that could be racist that you would never be exposed to because you aren't there. And what I'm asking you is, why would you, Otis, come on Sharon's platform and say, well, hey, you have to prove to me and prove to the audience that this case involves race, when you understand the history of Mississippi, and you also understand as a black man, right, that you yourself had to have a certain level of situational awareness when you were possibly the only black person in the space around white people. You know how that is, and you know how it's different now. So what I'm saying is, Nolan Wells, he probably was naive to the danger. He probably was unaware of the certain type of situation that he could put himself in, that it could end up in a tragedy. I'm sure he thought these people were his friends, but this is an example of why you can't call people your friends. You don't know if they're your friends. They're just associates, because a friend, if you find yourself in a tragic situation, a friend who's with you, he's going to either help you out of that situation, or he's going to be transparent and forthcoming about everything that happened that landed you into that tragic situation. If he was your friend.
Great emotion, great storytelling. Excellent. With all that being said, his parents, Nolan, felt comfortable enough, whether the conversations in the so-called white homes were disparaging, racist, all that. Even myself being 55 years old, I don't want to be in the ghetto. I want to be in the nice suburbs where the grass is cut, kept, manicured. We got an HOA. We got all that. I want that lifestyle because I know what the quote unquote the N-words, how they live. They go out. So put me in that category. And with that being said, I have a situational awareness. I taught my daughter, if you are the only one, still be aware. So everything you said was true, but that still does not, to me, negate the fact out of your beautiful storytelling that you got to prove to me still it was a race situation. Still. And I'm
and that's why.
And you call me a coon all you want. I don't care.
And that's why people who are listening to this show right now, they're viewing this show right now, they would say that Otis, this old bald-headed 55-year-old dude I'm saying on the panel, he is a coon. People would say that. They would surmise that because you are trying to convince Otis, listen.
You're trying to convince. I'm not trying to convince nobody. That's you doing all the talking. But
you're trying to convince the audience. You're trying to convince people who are viewing what's happening, what's transpiring in front of us. And you want them to separate all of the history of Mississippi. You want them to separate the fact that these people who are supposed to be Nolan Wells' friend is not willing to be forthcoming and honest or transparent about the circumstances surrounding his death. You want us to ignore all of those factors.
I don't like what you're doing, sir. I'm cutting your ass off right now because you being a police officer, you know damn well how this works with lawyers lawyering up a parent over a minor, 18-year-olds or under. Of course, they're going to have their children lawyer up, whether they white or black. So for you to be a police officer, to sit here and try to use that argument against that is crazy to me, first of all. And on this station, on this channel, of course, I use your word. The generalization of everybody in the chat and on this panel agrees with that dynamic. I got you. I'm the lone man. I got you. But I could easily find another sector that I could go to, which I don't, and be all on their side and be all kumbaya. Just because you have a black
Otis,
man with an opposing opinion, he's been demonized. He's been ostracized. He's been called a coon. All that. I could take it, but come on, bruh. Just because majority of your chat agree with you, because you call them queens and all that, and they have some type of discernment, and man, what? That's cool. I'ma stand on mine. And again, for the record, and I'm saying this very calmly, I guarantee you, I will be one of the first 300. I love that movie 300. That's why I keep referring to it. I will be the first one on the line when it comes to us. I got history to prove in that. But I'm not going to.
And here's the thing, Otis. I don't disagree with you. I believe that you would be.
Let me read this real quick.
And that's my issue. That's my issue with what you're saying right now. What you said on a panel all day, because it conflicts with how I view you. Right? And here's the issue. You got to stop being disingenuous, right? Because you bring in when you're a law enforcement officer, right? So, you know, you should be looking at things differently. I'm not talking about an occupation, right? I'm not talking about what you do for a career. What I'm talking about is the history of this country, the facts that's on the ground right now, and what is the normal behavior of a friend, right? Because, Otis, I know if you call somebody a friend and you were hanging out with them and you don't come back, I'm sure your wife is going to want to call your friend and for your friend to be honest and transparent about why you didn't come home.
Yes, I agree.
You know this. You know we call, listen, you've served in a war. I've served in a war, right? The people I called my friends, our mentality was no man left behind, right? So if I made it home and I lost people in battle, that still bothers me to this day. So I would never be comfortable with, you know, sharing an opinion about a lost friend and not being honest and transparent about the circumstances surrounding his death.
I agree with you, man. And if you heard me earlier, like you said, you heard me.
Right. So listen.
Hold on, hear me out.
So what I'm saying is the only difference, Otis, the only difference is race. That's the point. The reason why they're refusing to be a friend to Nolan Wells right now is because he was the only black that ended up in this situation, and everybody else in that situation made it out and they were white. So regardless of anybody who was involved in foul play and that contributed to his death, what they're choosing to do is mount up a defense for that person rather than do what's right in terms of justice for Nolan Wells. And that's why I don't like your position here. Because you're not being genuine and honest about your own experience. But peace and love, my brother.
Listen, I don't mind you having your opinions, your statements, but when you make it personal and say I'm disingenuous, which you have the right to say that, I'm not gonna, but that is just crazy to me because you're not in my heart, you're not in my mind. I'm not being disingenuous. I'm telling you, this is how I truly feel. You just don't agree and align with it. And I'm not going to call you a name because you don't agree with me. And this is where we differ. I can honestly still shake your hand, go out to dinner with you, all that and chill, even though we have opposing opinions. I'm not going to sit there and say you're disingenuous and all them other words you saying, calling me a coon and all that, the disrespectful shit, which, by the way, I think you're doing it for the views and all that, which is fine. I don't take it personal. But that's what you do. I don't do that, bruh. I state what I state. I see what I see. I assess what I see, and that's it. You don't have to agree with me, but you also don't have to call me a coon and say I'm not being disingenuous. I mean, I'm being disingenuous. That's the part I don't like. But again, I can't do nothing about it. But that's where the part that we disagree with. I don't like that, man. But I hear you though, and I'm not falling off my fans. I'm not.
Hold on.
Go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead.
Narrows and dollars. Bad luck, John Galt. Take that damn bucket hat off. You not cool. You're making your twin brother look bad up there. Good day, Sharon. Tell Panda number 2 back my outfit. guess he ran out of. Yes, that's what he said.
Here's the thing, Otis.
Talk to
I
me,
think
brother.
you're a good brother, right?
I rock spit. We good.
I think I take you to your word that if there was a situation going down, you're gonna be on the right side of history, right? Because that's what you said you believe in, and that's what you said you will do, right? However, the way you're coming across on this panel, right, is hurtful to the Black community who is demanding answers in regards to Nolan Wells, right? Because what you take for granted, Otis, is Nolan Wells probably got some family members who might be listening and watching right now, right? And if they do, my heart goes out to them. And I wish for them to find the answers that they are desperately clamoring for. And I wish nothing but peace, love, and healing for them. Because this should not have happened the way it happened. And what's going on right now is wrong. And for you to say race isn't a factor, my brother, I got to call it out. I got to say you're being disingenuous because that's what it is. That's just a fact. You know the history of Mississippi. Do we have to go on down the history of all the racial things that has happened in Mississippi? There's been songs made about it. You ever heard the song Strange Fruit? Now we're going to act like and pretend that these things don't exist anymore? That when they were moving one of the police departments up there just a few months ago, they found all of these Ku Klux Klan writings and all those different kind of things right there in Mississippi? We need to forget all of that, right? And say, well, race don't play a part.
I hear you, man. I just don't agree with what you're doing and how you're doing it, bro. And I ain't gonna lie, you good at it. You good at it.
But John Gord is here to speak for himself, right?
Okay.
John Gord,
right.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm glad you on camera because I want to tell it to you face to face, right? My brother, you're a coon. Would you agree with that? John Gord, do you agree that you are a coon?
I think by you blacks' definition, sure. You blacks made up the definition, right? So sure, whatever your definition is. But the better question is, do I even care what you blacks think about me? You're the lowliest creatures in this country. What the hell? Nobody cares what you blacks think. Nobody even wants to hear you run your mouth. Clean up your communities. Open up some business in your neighborhood. Then maybe you can run your mouth. But nobody really wants to hear what blacks have to say. Nobody wants to hear it. So call me what you like. I don't care what you say. No one else cares what you say. Your opinion doesn't carry any weight in the world. So just call names, blacks. That's all you really got anyway. You don't own anything. You don't control anything. So all you got is to run your mouth and call names.
So John Galt, let me ask you a question, my brother.
Yeah, sure.
When you say you blacks,
yeah,
who are you referring to?
Blacks, whatever they are. If you feel like I'm talking to you, then I'm talking to you. If I ain't talking to you, then you don't take offense to it. But
So
blacks, you know who you are.
Oldest, yeah, I'm like, get back to oldest.
Otis, let me ask you this question.
Yeah, I'm here.
What you just heard John Galt say, is that example of being a coon?
No.
No. He can't make this up. He even think he's being a coon. Listen, out of his own mouth.
John Galt is trolling. He's doing and saying exactly what needs to be said.
I think he's telling his truth.
Brown Bill. Because he know that my argument back to you is not going to be crazy. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say nothing like that. John will. So that's why he's up here, and that's why he's saying what he's saying. Because even though when he make them statements, a lot of y'all think he's talking about y'all for whatever reason.
I am talking about him.
I know he's not, but you're not talking about me. I got you, but I know you're not talking about me.
If the shoe fits where,
but John, I know you're not talking about me, and I'm a stand. You ain't talking about me, so therefore I can't even.
John, are you talking about Otis as well?
I've never even had a conversation with Otis, maybe once.
Thank you. And
that's
that's
why I
all
said the shoe fits word, right?
Thank you. That's all he's saying. Damn.
So Otis, you separate Otis from everybody else when you say the blacks?
I'm separating myself.
Hold on, no, I want to hear from John. I want
niggas and
John.
blacks.
Are you? Hold on. I want to see if John going to say too. John, are you separating Otis from when you say the blacks?
Well, what I'm saying is,
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Who is that? Wasp? Yeah.
You know it. Oh my goodness, y'all are crazy. Sheesh. Shout out to Time Wise. I said on site. And we will be on site tomorrow. Make sure y'all put your notifications up. You know how we're going to do it. We're going to do it again tomorrow. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have a wilding out time. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the show. We're going to do it again tomorrow in the AM. We're going to get you through your day. Make sure you hit that notification bell. It's very important. Hit the like and the share. Leave some comments after the show. I have somebody. What am I got? Hey, listen, I got some videos that I just dropped as well. Go and check those goddamn videos out as well. Somebody dropped one of my damn videos in the damn chat. Shit. Anyway, we see y'all mañana. This was an interesting one. It was really good. And stop the goddamn cooning.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me